road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibike's British Championship.
Good morning and welcome to Sunday's coverage of the 6th round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. You join us here at Three Sisters, where we are moments away from getting underway. The Moto team guys already heading out onto circuit for their race number 1. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me in the commentary box. Izzy, I know it's only a few moments till the green flag drops for the first race of the day, but we're really excited.
We are, Ross. Obviously, we have got the race ones for the Moto team and the Mini GP 50s this morning. Then we will have race 2s and race 3s as normal coming to you just a little bit later. At the moment, we've got the Moto team just out on track doing a couple of warm-up laps before their race gets started. These guys always put on a show. We have the Moto Team Open and the Moto Team Standard racing on track at the same time. Just got to wait and see what happens for these guys.
Absolutely. I can see that someone's come to a halt somewhere out on the racetrack. Not sure who that is from my position in the commentary box, but let's just run through the grid. We've got Team FAB-Racing starting on pole. They can wrap up the championship today if Gary O'Keefe does not outscore them by 6 points in race number 1. Warren Grantaro starts alongside Phil Mappelbeck in P3 with Ian Jackson. His bike starts in P4. That's Matt Lindley racing on the number 27 this weekend. Hayden West is 5th with Harrison O'Keefe in P6. Fraser Kinnard is 7th with Linton Demiola P8. Gary O'Keefe is 9th and Paul Kelly rounds out the top 10. Phil Joyce is P11 with Alistair Kinnard in P12. Madison Martlew rounds out our 13 bike grid for this one. Not raining at the moment, Izzy. We're expecting torrential downpours a little bit later on, and because we had those delays yesterday, we've had to shove 2 races in, and because we're on such a tight time limit here at Three Sisters, the procedures today, no warm-ups this morning at all for any of the first races, any of the classes. You get 2 sighting laps, then it's back to 1, that's it. So it's going to be really tight and difficult for the riders.
It is, Ross, you're right there. And just to mention, in Moto Team this weekend, we've only got 2 of the O'Keefe brothers with us. Unfortunately, Ben isn't with us this weekend. We've just got Gary and Harry with us. But those guys, always such a laugh to chat to. We did have a bit of a chat with them. Well, you did, Ross, as we walked through the paddock yesterday. They're seeming quite happy about this weekend, looking forward to it.
Absolutely. The bikes are now on the grid, and our flag marshal Lee Clowes has the red flag in the air. There is definitely one bike that hasn't made it. I'm unsure who that is, unfortunately, as we're just waiting for a few more to get into position. And then we can finally go racing. I'm just looking out the commentary box window trying to see who it is. Looks like it's someone starting in P7. That's Fraser Kinnard. The number 19, I believe, has come to a halt on our sighting laps. But there we do see Lee Clowes walking over to the side of the grid. Is it championship destiny for Marco Pandolfo and the Team FAB-Racing bike? We are lights out and underway, or green flag drops, should I say. Great getaway from Warren Grantaro from P2, but it is that number 8 bike that holds the lead as they make the run into Lucy's Valley for the first time. Grantaro challenging to the outside, but it is going to be that number 8 that holds on further back. A few moves being made. Really tight between our front runners, though, as they come to the S's for the first time. That's the great start for the Team FAB-Racing bike, is it? Exactly what they need to do if they want to be champion when the checkered flag falls.
Exactly. Marco Pandolfo knows he just needs to stay calm, keep ahead of everyone in these races to make sure he can take that championship for the Moto Team Open class. But a brilliant start for everybody there. But you can see everybody seems to be being that little bit cautious round the track, just being careful, seeing what can happen out there, because it is still very wet. We had a lot of rainfall overnight. The track hasn't dried up very much this morning at all, but it does look like Warren Grantaro has made that move on Marco Pandolfo and is now racing in P1 in this race.
Yeah, great start there from Grantaro. Of course, the timing beam halfway around the lap from where they start, so we are only on lap 1 as they do cross back where they started the race. The rest of the riders making their way through. Can see one of the O'Keefes there, and I believe it's Harrison on the 65. He is 3rd in standard at the moment. Gary P4 and last out of the open team bikes as he makes his way into Paddock Bend. It's looking like it's going to be a tall order if he wants to take the championship. beyond this race for Harrison. But it must be said as well, final race of the weekend at Rowrah last time out when championships were on the line. The Team Acme Racing bike chain came off at the start of that race, and then Harrison O'Keefe chain came off at the end of that race. So if those roles were reversed, we could have been crowning a champion with 2 rounds left to go, not just 1. So all to play for here. We've got 10 laps left to run then in this one, and Warren Guantario starting to bridge a little bit of a gap back to the Team Acme Racing bike. Marco Pandolfo, the Sicilian, on board this weekend, the number 8. But Guantario, once again, great start on the fastest lap, of course, better than anybody else by about 0.8 of a second on the previous tour.
Yeah, he's flying ahead now. He made that move on Marco Pandolfo, and now he knows he's building that gap, getting that a bit bigger. I mean, we've just seen Marco Pandolfo come past our window in the commentary box. He is pushing that bike. He looks aggressive on that bike. He's not happy that first position has been taken away from him, so he's going to do everything he can to catch up with Warren and take that back from him. But absolutely brilliant racing we are seeing from these guys. There on that number 63 is Gary O'Keefe, one of our O'Keefe brothers, currently running 3rd in the Moto Team Open class, but 8th overall on the grid at the moment. These guys always having fun around this track. Everybody we've spoken to this weekend was excited to be here at Three Sisters, but also some people saying they're feeling really confident in the rain, but others saying not as much. And you can tell just on the track at the moment that everybody is being very cautious in this race. Not the quickest of laps being put in at the moment by everybody, but we are still racing with Warren Guantario in first place currently, followed closely by Marco Pandolfo running P2, but that gap is building between those two guys running in P1 and P2 at the moment. A 1 second gap between them now, that's growing. Marco Pandolfo can't be seen to be getting everything out of his bike to catch up.
I think, to be fair, Pandolfo
at the moment, a 1 second gap between them now, that's growing. Marco Pandolfo can't be seen to be getting everything out of his bike to catch up.
I think, to be fair, Pandolfo might be having 191 in the standard class. It is Matt Lindley on Ian Jackson's number P3. Goes all be decided this weekend, but that is likely to be done in race number 3 if it does go here. Of course, it will be a championship decided at Three Sisters because we're coming back here for the final round of the season as well. We can see some of the bikes making their way into Luna Bend now, sliding on by. That's one of the O'Keefes, believe that's Harrison, putting chase on Hayden West in front. In fact, it is Gary, should I say, as they come around there. Very difficult to tell them apart because they all got the exact same leathers on and you can't see the number, and they're all running pretty similar machinery. So from a distance, it's quite annoying. Yeah,
you are right there, Ross. These guys do run similar bikes, especially the O'Keefe brothers. They're all in those same colours, same sort of colours on their bikes as well. You have to look really carefully to tell who's who. Sometimes the helmets are what gives it away, really. That's how we know which one of the brothers is on which bike. But at the moment on our screens we can see the 119 of Phil Joyce currently running P7 overall for the Moto Team Standard class. But like I was saying, Ross, everybody does seem to be going around the track really cautious at the moment. You can see it into the corners. Everybody's braking that little bit earlier, going rather slowly round these corners because no one wants to risk running off. You can just see it there. They're all being really controlled, not really pushing their bikes to the limits. They are just getting around this track.
Absolutely. Following our race there then, Guantario. He's having a great ride so far on the Durex sponsored apparently bike. I guess it'll be protected when it gets wet later on. But he's doing a great job at the moment out there. Although the Team Acme Racing bike, the number 8, did set the fastest lap last time, a 106.247. That was 0.2 quicker than Guantario. So maybe gap's starting to come back down a bit. Maybe Marco Pandolfo has found a little bit of confidence. But with 6 laps left to go, does he have enough race left? And again, thinking of that championship picture, is he willing to find that extra mile for the race win? I feel like, to me, he's probably very happy just settling for second at the moment and clinching this championship, getting it wrapped up.
Absolutely, I'd agree with you, Ross. He's just getting comfortable on the bike, around the track, getting used to these conditions, because so far in our season we haven't really had a proper wet race weekend. We've had a few of the weekends, we've had a few showers here and there, like we saw at Hooton, whereas this has been proper downpours after downpours that have been really heavy, and then the track just isn't getting that time to dry enough before the bikes are out on track.
Absolutely. And again, we are expecting torrential rain to start falling in a couple hours' time. No rain expected for this morning, but when it gets towards what would be the lunch break, again, we believe that there is not going to be a lunch break today due to the time constraints and the fact that we have an extra 4 races scheduled that we had to run that we previously were, not planning to run, because we wanted to try and do 12 races yesterday. We only ended up doing 8. So we're just going to try and run as much today to try and get as much done as possible. Again, very strict cut-off time of 6 p.m. here this weekend at Three Sisters. So that is something to consider moving forward. But currently right now, it's just damp out on circuit. Yes, wet tyres for all of the bikes, but it's not horrendously tricky conditions at the moment. It's just shaking off those morning blues and just getting into the rhythm, especially with no warm-up as well. There's the 119, Phil Joyce still out there under big pressure. In fact, getting lapped by our race leader with 4 laps left to go. And the gap between the 55 and the number 8 of Team Acme Racing has come up to 2.3. But again, as they stand, when the checkered flag falls, if that Team Acme bike does come across in second, or even third, or even in P4, they will be crowned champion. The only way that this goes to race number 2 is if he DNFs and Gary O'Keefe is able to stay on machinery and take the checkered flag. So we are moments away potentially from crowning another champion here this weekend.
Absolutely, Ross. 100% it is looking like Marco Pandolfo, as long as he doesn't have any issues on that Team Acme bike in these last 4 laps of this race, we are going to have a new champion for the Moto Team Open class. Moto Team Standard still possibly looking to be decided either by race 2 or race 3 later on today, or potentially at our last race weekend. We are just going to have to wait and see what happens for that class there. But yes, as of the end of the race, it is looking like Marco Pandolfo will be our new champion for the Moto Team Open class. But Warren Guantario, running in P1 at the moment, he is coming this weekend and he has gone, all right, everyone, let's see what you can do. But I'm just going to fly out there, and he really is flying there on our screens at the moment. That number 8, that really important livery that we know so well, that is that Team Acme bike with Marco Pandolfo, who was coming this season, and he's absolutely shining.
Absolutely. Of course, Moto Team, it's all about whoever owns the bike and can be whoever you want. There we see the number 27, the Ian Jackson machine. That's got Matt Lindley on it this weekend, who did ride the Team Acme bike a couple of rounds ago. So he's got that experience on the bike that may well be going on to win the championship. But that Ian Jackson number 27 machine also in his own championship fight in the standard class. And Lindley will be looking to pick up as many points as possible. Currently doing a very good job leading the race. Battle brewing here between Mappelbeck and Harrison O'Keefe on the number 65. Those two guys fighting further back, or in fact it may be Hayden West and Phil Mappelbeck, indeed it is. But those two guys fighting for the final podium places in the standard class. There though is race leader Warren Guantario. 1.5 tours left to go, and he'll be taking race 1 victory here at Three Sisters.
He is lapping everyone, it looks like. He is just flying through the traffic, getting his way through, and he's then still holding that lead ahead of Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. Though there is our race leader on the screens. You can still see in those corners he is just being slightly cautious, not braking as late as potentially everyone normally would. He's just gliding through them, staying really smooth on the bike, keeping a really good pace to hold that lead ahead of Marco Pandolfo. But obviously Marco Pandolfo now rather comfortable in that P2 position, knows he's going to have the championship by the end of this race, so he'll be very happy with that. But on our screens right now, we've got the 119 of Phil Joyce, the 63 of Gary O'Keefe in a little battle, but we have got just 1 lap of racing left. But on our screens right now, we've got the 119 of Phil Joyce, the 63 of Gary O'Keefe. On some more back traffic coming round now. He has absolutely flown through this race. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from him. Warren Guantario is going to be our race winner. He's just coming now down past the commentary box, just about half a lap left to go, and then he will be a winner of the first race for the Moto Team class here at Three Sisters.
Absolutely. Guantario, half a lap left to run, nice and smooth on the run out of Lucy's Valley. So easy to drop it there. We had some monster crashes on Saturday there from Bradley Curtis and Jamie King. We've had monster crashes there on years gone by. Don't want to throw it all away on the last lap, do we? But there is the man of the moment, Marco Pandolfo, the Sicilian. Half a lap left to run, half a lap from destiny. As Guantario rounds the final corner, Luna Bend, the checkered flag will beckon. He will win race number 1, but it's all about this man. The standard class vice champions of last year, this year open class champions. The Team Acme Racing squad clinched the crown in 2025 with a rather calm and collected ride, it must be said. But now the pressure is off. You can see the relief for Marco Pandolfo. A year's work has come down to this, and in 2025 in the Moto Team Open class, that number 8 squad are your new champions.
They are indeed, Ross. We saw then he gave a little wave to the camera as he came past that finish line. You can just tell that underneath his helmet there is a beaming smile from Marco Pandolfo. He will be very happy and very proud of himself to have taken that championship this year. All his hard work has paid off, and an absolute brilliant finish for him.
Fantastic result. Marco Pandolfo takes the championship, but it's Guantario that wins from the Acme Racing bike. Your new champions from Phil Mapplbeck, top 3 in the open class. As you see them there getting behind the victory boards. Marco just keeping it calm and collected. He's not that fussy. And then in the standard class, it was Hayden West that took the win from Ian Jackson from Harrison O'Keefe. So we'll update you on that championship fight a little bit later on when it gets to it. But that's all we got time for in Moto Team race number 1. It is time now to get looking forward to race number 1 in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre.
Absolutely, these guys are just waiting to get out on track now. On our screens at the moment, we can see that 991 of Rex Austin back with us this weekend at FAB-Racing. These guys have all had an amazing season of racing so far. Absolutely brilliant stuff we have seen from them, but they are just waiting in the holding area now to be released. They're going to have 2 warm-up laps around the track, then they will be coming to the grid, and we will be getting their first race of the weekend underway.
We absolutely will. Of course, a championship which has been won by so many in years gone by. And it's the first step onto gearbox Grand Prix style bikes, hence the name Mini GP, Mini Grand Prix of course. But it is a tough field to make that jump from the Mini Motos. And again, 19 riders joining us this weekend. We've got a big grid here in many of our classes. Unfortunately, another championship wasn't able to host their round this weekend, so a lot of those riders coming over to here. We're seeing it especially in the 50Rs and the extremes, where you're allowed to run the Avali machinery that many other championships use. Here though, we're metric it through and through for our primary championships. As we get going on our 2 sighting laps, of course no warm-ups this morning, this is to make up for it. Why don't we run through the grid? Yeah,
let's have a little look. Starting on pole position for the race today is Rex Austin on that 991 bike. Starting from second place on the grid is Sebastian Gazlowski, Super Seb as everybody has come to know him as. Starting third on the grid is Tommy Keats, 4th Caelan Ratcliffe, 5th Kai Hawken, 6th Josh Perkins, 7th Nicholas Dunwoody, 8th Riley Paisley, 9th Daisy Polden, 10th Jensen Ansell, 11th Preston Baker, 12th Emilio Pereira, 13th Bo Morris, 14th Max Johnson, 15th Bojan Blazewski, 16th Callum Maxwell, 17th Harry James, 18th Mason Hams, and rounding out our grid starting 19th is Oliver Wilson. A big grid we've got for these guys this weekend. I'm looking forward to some good racing from them.
Should be really exciting, especially in some of the drier conditions we've had so far this weekend. Mathematically, the championship cannot be won in this race, so it will at least go to race 2 today, but it is Sebastian Gazlowski with a 90-point advantage coming into this one over the 991 of Rex Austin. The magic mark that Gazlowski will be looking for at the end of race 2 is 100 points. He's won enough to do that on count back, so he doesn't need that extra 1 point to really confirm it, or 75 points at the end of the weekend to crown him king at the end of round 6 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Someone has gone down just beyond Lucy's Valley on the sighting lap. Who is that? Is that Josh Perkins, I believe? Yes, it is. The number 30 who went down in the 50R sighting lap yesterday in their race 1. So Josh clearly not enjoying his weekend here, and that is a bike that doesn't look particularly straight, unfortunately, either. I think his race may be done before it gets underway.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, Ross. It does not look in the best condition at the moment. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens for Josh Perkins there, get him safely off the track, because if you missed it yesterday, there is a rule that is being run at Three Sisters this weekend that if you come off at any point during the race for any reason, you are not allowed to remount and get back on the bike. Once you're down, that is it, you are out of that race. So we were talking yesterday, weren't we, Ross, about how this could be really important for some of those championships.
Yeah, it really can make a huge impact, especially if you're fighting with your title rather for a race winning you go down and they go on to take the win. That's a free 25 points you're basically handing your opponent, so it's really burdened, especially in conditions like this, that you're staying safe, shall we say, staying on two wheels, staying on the black stuff. Perkins has got back on the bike, so we'll wait to see if he's going to join the grid or head back to the pit lane. Maybe the bike is a bit more straight and okay than we thought, but it's still about half a lap away, so everyone will be sat on the grid for a little bit. Brakes cooling off, tyres cooling off, not too much of an issue with the wets. Of course, wet tyre, the rubber compound is very, very soft, and you want to really try and keep them as cool as possible because of how soft they are. It just starts to rip up the rubber, and obviously on two wheels, not exactly ideal when that happens. Kozlowski going off a P2, struggled a little bit in qualifying, did that boy, but in the race he's looked confident and looked okay. Looks like Perkins has joined the grid starting from P6, so he is ready to go racing even if the bike looks damaged. I mean, actually looking at it a bit closer to our commentary box, he looks okay from here, so I think he should be okay. We should have a full grid going into this one.
Absolutely, it does look like we've got a full grid, which is really nice to see. There is our flag marshal Lee Clowes just moving over now, getting that green flag to get racing underway, and it is flag down, racing start. A bit of a tough start there for Rex Austin. He couldn't quite get off the line as quick as the others, but he has managed to hold on to that first position. But look at that, Sebastian Gazlowski is hot on his tail with the number 3 of Tommy Keats following close behind. And that is a down. That is the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. He is down and off and out of this race.
Look how frustrated he is as well. What a shame for Ratcliffe. Such an easy mistake to make. Just get on the throttle, a bit too greedy. Out of Lucy's Valley where you're going uphill and there's lots of undulation. It's slightly off camber in the wet. The rear just slips out from underneath you. We've got another one down. That is the 8 of Tommy Keats, who is also running up the front. So a few riders falling foul of tricky conditions already here at Three Sisters. It's still early in the morning. They've only had 2 laps of a sighting to kind of figure out the conditions. They haven't had a warm-up, and that's 2 down and out. But the front row of the grid still races on. Gazlowski brave into Coward Summit, but backs out, and rightfully so. Not in these conditions through there, son, but nice try having a think about it anyway. Back onto the pit straight we go into Paddock Bend. The 64 will be too far back from Rex Austin for the time being. The 991 from the pole. A couple of challenges from Gazlowski on the pit straight we go into Paddock Bend. The 64 will be too far back from Rex Austin for the time being. The 991 from the pole. A couple of challenges from Gazlowski on the opening lap so far, but for the most part holding his...
I'd agree with you, Ross. You can see it on the straights. He does manage to gain that little bit more on Rex Austin into that corner as well, and then he loses him a bit more. And another down. That is Jensen Ansel on that 22. Everybody is coming out of this race. It's clearly struggling in these conditions a little bit, but back on our screens at the moment is our front runners of this race, the 991 of Rex Austin and the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski. These guys look to be really comfortable right now out on the track. Still looking a little bit cautious though as they come into terms with the conditions and getting used to it. And we've got another one down. That looks to be the 111 of Callum Maxwell is down and out of this race. We started with a full grid, but already we have lost 4 riders.
Yeah, that's so all 4 of those crashes, shall I say, happening at 2 corners. That's Lucy's Valley, which is the turn after we see our lead is going to now. So it's the left-hand hairpin, and then down at Luna Bend, the final complex. And that's where you're getting maximum lean angle as well. They're tricky corners. Luna Bend especially is quite quick. There's lots of undulation at Lucy's Valley, so I'm not surprised that we're seeing people go down there because, again, you're getting maximum lean angle. That's a high side going down. Oh, and they're all piling over. How on earth has Riley Paisley stayed on that thing? motocross style. That was Emilio Pereira. I believe that went down. It looked like it was Emilio Pereira in this race. No, it's not. We'll confirm who that was for you in a moment. But another rider down. That's a high side at Lucy's Valley again. But he's up on his feet and okay. They'll be moving the bike out of the way. And somehow Riley Paisley, motocross style, is still in this race. That's one of the most unbelievable things I've seen all year.
That was a very impressive save from Riley Paisley yesterday. Yesterday we saw Riley Paisley was having a couple of issues with his bike in the 50R race. He started from pit lane for that race, but here are our front two runners still on this grid. Rex Austin and Sebastian Gazowski leading this race. On our screens at the moment are a couple of the riders who are unfortunately down and out of this race, but now our front runners are catching up with a bit of traffic, just gliding past everyone. This is still a race for these two. This is the battle that matters for that championship.
Absolutely. That was Emilio Pereira that had that high side at Lucy's Valley a few months ago. We've also lost Nicholas Dunwoody, also down at Luna Bento. Two corners causing chaos here at Three Sisters with the battle for the lead rages on. I do want to say to Riley Paisley as well, not only great jump, great save, but amazing job to not hit Pereira as well, who was left stranded a little bit on the racing line. And it's so easy instinctively when you see a bike lying in front of you to kind of just knee-jerk reaction, get out of the way of it. Paisley saw that his competitor was down and went, it may involve me coming off the bike and it might hurt, but it's far better hitting that than hitting Pereira. That could have been very scary, so kudos to Paisley. And of course, still in this race as well, which is just unbelievable. We've got 6 laps left to go then. Austin still leads up the front as it stands, but Goslavsky still right there with him as we see many, many riders now watching along at the side of the racetrack, reduced to spectators after chaos comes calling in tricky conditions with no warm-up this morning either. Only 2 sighting laps. It's all these riders have had before they've started racing this weekend. Back into Luna Ben we go, the final complex section. And again, you can see the riders at the bottom of your picture there just watching along. Bit of a twitch from Austin as they cross the line to make it 5 to go. Goslavsky, though, again, I think he's playing the patient game, as we said earlier, is he's got that championship in mind. Cannot wrap it up here in race 1. It's mathematically impossible to do so. And Austin, his nearest championship rival, will be making a gain. If they finish as they do, gap goes down to 85 points. But it's looking pretty good for him. He knows he doesn't need to push. He knows he doesn't need to risk. If he just plays this, and if they finish like they do for all 3 races this weekend, Goslavsky will walk away champion here.
Yeah, exactly. Goslavsky is just looking. He's getting a feel for the track. He knows that Rex Austin is currently leading this race, but for him, he's staying calm. He's not too worried about it. He's just really getting comfortable on that bike, running in P2 at the moment. If he sees an opportunity, he will most likely take it, but at the moment, he's just focusing on staying on track and completing this race, because that is what matters more for his championship than whether he finishes in first place or second place currently today. But he is closing in on Rex Austin at the moment. Rex Austin is coming under that little bit of pressure. Around that corner onto the straight, the gap between them does expand a little bit. It is on the straights where Rex Austin gets on the throttle, but then coming into the corners, Sebastian Gazowski breaks that a little bit later to see if he can get through and make the move.
Yeah, really tight racing there. See Lee Clowes off flag marshal. She's quite far away from her post at the moment over there at Lucy's Valley. Coming back onto the pit straight though, go our 2 leaders. Goslavsky looks to the inside, does try to send one, and that's a wonderfully executed move by the championship leader. Really, really patient. He's waited lap after lap after lap. Finally got the run out of Joey Dunlop corner. Finally saw that the inside was free and just poked it at the inside. Nice and smooth, nice and easy. That is wonderful. Nice of Rex Austin to leave that room there as well. He could have got a bit aggressive, but in these tricky conditions decided to be respectful. So great, respectful racing between the pair.
I think they are both aware in these tricky conditions that if they were to properly go at racing, there could be risk of an accident there, a crash between them. So like Rex Austin just did, he could see that the space was there for Goslavsky. Goslavsky was going to make the move, and he just went on through, and he's now running at P1 of this race. They're just coming back through some back traffic now, but Sebastian Goslavsky has got past Rex Austin and is now making that gap a little bit wider between them, just currently 0.2 seconds. 2 seconds separating them, but Sebastian Gazowski, with just 3 laps left to go, is going to look to build that a bit more. They're just coming past our commentary window now. Gazowski looking really comfortable on that bike.
Yeah, this Mini GP 50s race, of course, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. What a treat it has been. A brilliant, tense battle for the race lead between our two championship rivals, but of course starting to get involved with a little bit of traffic now. Is that going to upset Kozlowski? He's caught someone in a very awkward place there in the S's. Has to get brave up the inside, but that will compromise him. Austin gets through much cleaner, but that gap has built. I'm not saying that Rex Austin was like a cork in the bottle, but when Kozlowski was finally able to set that move up and slide up the inside into paddock bend, he has just been able to stretch the legs a little bit and extend that gap. It was 0.2 of a second at the line last time, now 0.6 of a second as they start the penultimate lap of the race.
Absolutely. Sebastian Kozlowski, like you said, he got that move made and now he can just put that pressure on the bike, play with the bike a little bit more, push a bit more out of it, knowing that he hasn't got anybody in front of him that he could risk anything happening with now. He's just going to play with the bike, find out where he can push it, where he has to be a little bit more cautious and really get comfortable for those later races today. But absolutely brilliant. There is our race leader on our screens at the moment, Sebastian Kozlowski, on that number 64 with just 2 laps left to go, is leading race 1 of the MK Mini GP50.
Absolutely, of course, Kozlowski, he's got one hand on the trophy of the Mini GP50 R class and looking to do a double and take the King's 2 Wheel Centre Mini GP50's British Championship as well. Rounds Luna Bend and starts what will be the final tour of race number 1 here at Three Sisters, and that gap is building with every twist and turn of this circuit. Last lap flag, you can see there, yellow with the black crosses, indicates to the rider one more time around. Kozlowski looks really confident, really comfortable up the front.
He definitely does. Like we said, just 1 lap left to go now for the first race of the weekend for the Mini GP50 class. Sebastian Kozlowski, Super Seb as he is fondly known by many in the paddock and our viewers at home, just coming round into those final few corners now to take home that race win. In those last few laps, he built the gap between him and Rex Austin to 1.242 seconds. He just got on that throttle and pushed, and he is going to do it just coming round now into those final few corners, and it will be Sebastian Kozlowski who will be crossing the line in first place for the first time this weekend. Perhaps we can see a bit more from him later on, but round he comes now. It is Sebastian Kozlowski just behind a bit of traffic, but into the final corner he comes, and it is Sebastian Kozlowski who takes race win. You see that little celebration from him there. Brilliant stuff from him. And Rex Austin has just came over the line in second place. Looking
back to say, where is my opponent? Kozlowski, normally so calm and collected. You can tell how much that race win means to him in the fight for the championship. But it is advantage Kozlowski. The gap extends by 5 points heading into the rest of the weekend, and it just makes it even more tricky for Rex Austin to try and do the business and take it to the final round. The pair riding in to the pit lane. Big splash of water there. Kozlowski hits a puddle. I'm sure that's exactly what he wanted to do after a race win. Get his leathers soaked. But the 64 with a brilliant race win, and what a fantastic move it was on Rex Austin as well. Spent lap after lap after lap following his opponents as Wilson Dilks, last year's Mini GP 70 British champion and Extreme 200 champion, congratulating Rex Austin there. But it will be Kozlowski that comes in to take the plaudits from his camp and, of course, take a bigger lead in the title picture as well. Kozlowski looks more and more likely he's going to be leaving this weekend as a double champion. Absolutely brilliant stuff we saw from him there, and it looks like someone may have come down on their last lap, but gutting for them. It is Callum Maxwell on that 111 bike. Unfortunate end of the race for him there, but it is what happens in these conditions, unfortunately. All of our riders that did come off in the race just coming now round to bring their bikes back into the grid. Yeah, another rider down at Luna Bend as well. Unfortunate situation there for Maxwell, but he's up and on his feet, which is the main thing. Chaos in the 50s race. We lost our fair few riders. I'm just trying to figure out how many we actually lost. Looks like we lost, 7, I think, at least in that race, and all of them going down at 2 corners. So really tricky through there. Of course, we're now got a little bit of a break while the track gets reorganised before we go back to our mini moto races and kickstart our race 2s. but still a little bit chaotic out there. What a great race though in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Tool Centre. They'll be out a little bit later on for their race 2s.
Yeah, we're just waiting now for the second races of the weekend for the mini motos to be getting started today. These guys now will not be having 2 warm-up laps. They will be having 1 lap around to the grid, then we'll be starting their races. So it'll be interesting to see what happens for these guys here. We will be having an AC40 Inters up first. The championship battle at the moment between Finley Styles and Nelly Nuth. It looks like both of them this weekend haven't been having the best of weekends with the weather conditions. Both of them struggling a little bit, not as far forward as we normally see them, but the points that they get this weekend will still be mattered to them.
Absolutely. After race number 1 yesterday, gaps now up to 45 points with Styles leading the way ahead of Nelly Nuth. It was a P5 for Finley Styles, P8 unfortunately for Nelly Nuth. So mathematically, it's looking like it will probably go down to the final round. But again, if you come off the bike here during a race at Three Sisters, you are not allowed to rejoin the race. So it can all change at the drop of a hat, at the flip of a coin. Some marshals, I think, just doing a bit of inspecting there. We can see that's Louise Thomas, one of our race directors here at FAB. I think they're just checking down at Luna Bend, see if there's any fluid that's been dropped. We had a fair few bikes go down there in the last race, and it was clearly very slippy. Don't want to have any oil or fuel down at that part of the track as well. So they're just doing a bit of checking. We may be delayed if there is any fluid that's dropped down. We need to get that sorted. And you can see, Louise is desperately checking out, giving it the old sniff test to see if that is fuel. I think she's found something she's not entirely happy with. I'm not certain it's water. So we're hoping we can get out soon, but if of course there is fluid down on the track, we are going to have to wait, get some sand on it.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. We want to make sure the track is as safe as possible for all of our riders before they go out racing. So if some oil has spilt, like some of our other riders came off just in the previous race, need to get that sorted before we let the mini motors out and get underway on their second race of the weekend. And we got another 2 races for these guys coming up today. Like we were saying, it is Finley Styles and Nelly Nuth in the battle for the championship at the moment. They're not been having the best of weekends. We knew coming into this weekend that Nelly does struggle in the rain. It is not a condition she really finds the greatest to ride in. But Finley Styles also not having the best of weekends.
No, unfortunately not. Both of our championship contenders struggled massively in qualifying. And just wasn't really quite going their way on a Saturday morning, unfortunately. Nelly Nuth as well. We know that this is a track that she has struggled at in the past, both here at FAB and competing in other series as well. So it really isn't a great picture, especially when we're coming here twice for the final 2 rounds of the season. Marshals are walking back around Luna Bend. I'm not sure if the checks are done or not. I can't see Lee Clowes out of the commentary box window, so I can't see if she's getting ready to send them on their way or not quite yet. And in fact, Lee is just walking back now with the clerk of the course, I believe that is. We'll just be out of your picture shot there, but they are walking back towards the start-finish line, so we might be ready to get going pretty soon, hopefully. But yeah, struggles for our championship contenders. The final 2 slots on the grid are they. But Finley Styles, again, upping that advantage to 45 points. If you have just joined us, hello and welcome. We have started today's action early here at the 6th round of the 2025 FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship Sunday's coverage here at Three Sisters. Again, unfortunately, due to delays yesterday, we weren't able to get as much done as we had on the schedule, and due to tight time limits, we have started very, very early this morning to ensure that we can complete the day's racing. No rain at the moment. We are expecting it to get pretty torrential in a couple of hours' time, and it will still be wet tyres though. Track is damp after the riders they didn't get a warm-up lap, unfortunately. It rained overnight, and because of these time limits, you get 2 sighting laps for the race 1s. That may be given for the first race of all of the classes as well. We'll just have to wait and see if they get sent around twice in this one. And that's it. That's all you get until you start going racing. So Izzy, really, really tricky for these guys because, again, they've not run since yesterday. Track may have changed. Of course, conditions are going to be different. It's slightly colder today. Shaking off those morning blues, getting those bleary eyes wide awake. And then you've got 2 laps to figure out what's going on. And then it's flag drops and off you go. And if you're in a championship picture like Finlay Styles, like Nelly Knuth, that is brutal because you want as much preparation as you can get.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be feeling the pressure of it today. The weather, the conditions on track, the fact that they haven't had that warm-up this morning is really going to be playing on their minds. They know that they've got to figure it out really quick. If they have 2 or 1 sighting laps, they've really got to know what they're going to be doing in just seconds. There is Nelly Knuth just leaving now after having a little pep talk from her dad, but they are coming round now for their sighting lap. Let's have a little run through of how our grid is looking. Starting on pole position is Randy Carter. In P2 we have Austin Dilks. P3 we have Noah Barfoot. P4 we have Zach Athasic. P5 we have James Dermott. P6 we have Seth James. Starting in P7 is Austin Baton. Starting in P8 is Finlay Styles. And starting in P9 is Nelly Knuth. So our 2 leaders in the championship currently, Finlay Styles and Nelly Knuth, starting at the back of the grid. We know yesterday wasn't great for them in practice, in qualifying, and then in that first race. So they're really going to have to see how they fare today.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, and again, with so little sighting laps, I think they are going to get sent around for 2. Yes, they are. So they are going to get sent around for an extra sighting lap, so just give them a little bit more time to prepare. So that'll be for the first races of every class A. So when we get to Moto Team Race 2, that's when we go back to 1 sighting lap. But yeah, very tricky conditions, and as you said, Izzy, our championship rivals encountering problems and bother in both qualifying and the race. And of course, this championship is the one that millions of eyes around the world have been locked into across this season. The story between Styles and Knuth has captured hearts across the globe, and to see them struggling, it's just another twist, another turn in what has been a fascinating year. Austin Dilks took his first win of the season yesterday in the AC40 Inters, brought to you by Britain Electrical Services. Let's see if he can follow that. Wilson Dilks' younger brother, he's not quite had the immediate success that his older brother has had when he first started racing, even though the pace is clearly there. Let's see if that first win in the class finally unlocks him and he's able to kind of almost remove that mental barrier. Riders making their way into their grid spots, though. There is your pole sitter, Randy Carter, doing some last weaves and checks, making sure he's happy with the grip levels from the tyres. It's almost time to go racing here, Izzy, and this could be a massive one. Again, a 45-point gap in the championship. Advantage Styles going into race number 2 here. That could all change at the drop of a hat.
Absolutely, it could, Ross. Our final few riders just getting to the grid now. Everybody just being encouraged by their parents and their loved ones who are here supporting them this weekend. Final few checks on a couple of bikes. Lee Clowes just holding the red flag up there, holding everybody just before we get the racing underway. Our flag marshal Lee Clowes with us every weekend at FAB-Racing. Brilliant help we see from her. She is just going over now to pick up the green flag, and it is a flag up, flag down. Racing is underway. Brilliant start there for Randy Carter and Austin Dilks starting in P2, Noah Barfoot in P3. These guys got good start from the start-finish line there, and are breaking away from the rest of the group rather quickly.
Good start there from Nelly Knuth as well. She's gone up to 7th place away from the line. Styles has dropped down to last, P9, so a reverse of what happened yesterday. And Knuth, of course, will want to be getting that gap back down, so that's exactly what we need as we start the first lap proper, as they come across the timing being now. So now we really are racing and almost going 3 abreast, coming into Penteth Climb. But of course, we drop back down into the club circuit, similar to the original layout. There goes Austin Dilks looking to the inside, but backs out of that one. That's going to cost him as well. Through goes Noah Barfoot on the 36th. Like we saw in race number 1 yesterday, we've got 3 riders at the front who are looking really, really strong and happy to get the elbows out.
Yeah, definitely. You can tell these 3 running out in front really enjoy the wet racing conditions. They've really found themselves on the track this weekend. Randy Carter leading amazingly ahead of these 2 guys running in P2 and P3. Randy Carter, though, unfortunately yesterday did come off the track, so he wasn't able to complete his race. But right now he's staying, holding on to P1. Coming round now. We are going to have just 8 laps left to go of the second race of the weekend for the AC40 Inters. All 3 of them ever so close to each other, but Randy Carter holding on to that lead ever so slightly ahead of Noah Barfoot, who did put in the fastest lap time last time round. So there we go. Noah Barfoot just sliding up on the inside of Randy Carter, really made that move beautifully, saw his opportunity and took it.
Noah Barfoot's clearly had his Weetabix, the 36 feeling supremely racy this morning as they come through the S's section after Paddock Bend, of course. On the full circuit, you come off to the right-hand side. That is Randy Carter, down and out from second place. He drops it, coming to the exit of the left-hander. And of course, you cannot rejoin the race here at Three Sisters if you come off the bike. His race number 2 is done, and the Britson AC40 Inters. Lucky to see that he's up on his feet. That is fantastic, but a big off, and he'll be devastated.
Yeah, he definitely will. That is really unfortunate for Randy Carter, but there is our race leader, Noah Barfoot, who has really got a gap building between him and Austin Dilks now. Austin Dilks doesn't seem to be finding his way as well as he did yesterday around this track, but Noah Barfoot has now got a 1.106 second lead ahead of Austin Dilks. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from him, running in P3 and P4 currently. We have Zach Athasich and James Dermott. Brilliant race we are seeing from them, but on our screens at the moment, that is our Nelly Newth, who started last on the grid, currently running in P5. An amazing start to the race for her. She seems to be a bit more comfortable today than she was yesterday.
And that's great to see for Nelly Newth as well. Again, we know she struggles in the wet. We know she struggles at Three Sisters. There's obviously maybe made some changes to the bike overnight. Had to sit down, had a look, maybe did a track walk this morning, feeling a bit more confident, and the pace is clearly there as well. While meanwhile, a championship rival, Finley Styles, who did extend that gap in the championship up to 45 points after race number 1 yesterday, he's suffering the opposite. He's gone backwards. So Newth clearly feeling slightly stronger on Sunday and putting the pressure on to Seth James as well. That's the number 13 just in front of them. They actually traded places on the previous lap, so Newth is now down into P6. This battle for 5th though rages on as they head into Paddock Bend. Yeah,
it really does. Nelly Newth, you can see she's pushing on that throttle down those straights, doing anything she can to get up and past that number 13 of Seth James. She knows it could mean good points for her if she finishes ahead of Finley Styles today. So she is going to be looking to do that over race 2 and race 3. We've got just 5 laps left to go. There is Nelly Newth catching up with the 13 of Seth James, looking to make the move, and she just slides on down through the inside past Seth James to take 5th position away from him. That was a beautiful, really clean move from Nelly there.
Yeah, look at the warp speed that Newth is getting on the straight. Of course, she does have that advantage. She's a smaller rider than Seth James, one of the smallest riders we've got in the whole Fab paddock. A very slight frame, of course. That gives you a mass advantage. It also gives you an aerodynamic advantage as well down the straight, so she will have that little bit extra pull heading down the 40cc motor as well. It'll be appreciating less things on the bike, so that plays well to her advantage. Moves up now to 5th place. It'll be 4 laps left to go for these guys when they come to the line. There is race leader. He's heading through into the S's section on the run into Joey Dunlop Ben now before coming onto the pit straight. His advantage at the front now to 1.4 from Austin Dilks. Barfoot has taken 2 race wins this year as the bike gets a bit squirrely underneath him, but again, looking very confident. He's pushing onwards, getting the knee down as well, which a couple of riders haven't quite fully committed to yet in these conditions. Again, Barfoot, he's just woken up this morning. Chosen violence is the wrong word, but he's chosen to win.
Yeah, definitely. Barfoot has come out this morning on to the grid, ready for this race, and said, I know I'm good in these conditions. These conditions were what we had on track yesterday. I got P2 yesterday. I'm going to go for that P1 today. And he is pushing on that bike of his. He is getting his knee down, but you know, he doesn't seem to be struggling with it. He doesn't seem to be in competition with his bike, trying to push it too much. Him and his bike are really working together as one, and that is really favouring him in this race with just 3 laps left to go. Noah Barfoot is leading.
Yeah, doing a great job as well. Back onto the pit straight he goes. Again, no rain yet. You can see nothing splashing down on a couple of puddles that remain around the circuit as we go back to Nelly Nuth. We are expecting it to get torrential later on today. As there we see Nelly Nuth. Looks like she may have got through Zach Athasich on the 76. So she's now up to 4th place. Finley Stiles still holding on to that P7. So again, further extending that advantage if she has done so. So Nelly Nuth, after a disappointing race number 1 yesterday, doing a fantastic job early on Sunday morning. Race number 2, she's narrowing that gap back down in the title race.
She is. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from Nelly. She has made that move on Zach Athasich and is now running in P4. Nelly was last on the podium the first weekend of August. We saw her, she won the first race then, but last race weekend she didn't quite make it on the podium at all. It was when we were at Clay Pigeon that we last saw Nelly Nuth on the podium with just 2 laps left to go. She's got to gain a little bit of time on James Dermott on that number 27 bike, and potentially she could get there.
Yeah, that was the start that weekend of this bizarre downturn of form we've seen from Nuth, and there was questions about issues with the bike potentially, and as well you could tell she wasn't riding at her best. Yeah, it was really bizarre, especially because she took that race 1 win that weekend. But yeah, whatever issues she's had seems to have combated them. Final lap of the race though for Noah Barfoot. 1 more tour to go and he will take his 3rd Brits and AC4 into race win of the weekend. That is a big one. That is the 76 of Zach Athasich we just saw fighting with Nelly Nuth for P4. We'll let you know that Athasich is okay as soon as we know. We've got local yellows waving at the moment. The race continues. Noah Barfoot will head past through Paddock Bend in the S's section where the yellow flags are, but he does have a 1.5 second advantage. He's under no pressure. We're being told that Athasich is up and on his feet, which is great to hear. He is all okay. But coming through Luna Bend for the final time, it has been a fantastic ride. The number 36 of Noah Barfoot for the 3rd time this year is a race winner in the Brits and AC40 Inters, takes the checkered flag, and deservingly so, with a fantastic performance out of the gate. He got to the lead and never looked back.
Absolutely. He has shown utter control and really precision in this race. He's been really good with that bike, really just pushing it to where he knows he can without facing any issues. But there we can just see now Nelly Nuth crosses the line. 4th place finish for her, with Seth James in 5th and Finley Stiles in 6th. So a few more points for Nelly over Finley. We'll have to wait and see how that affects the championship in just a little bit. But on our screens now, there is our race winner, the 36 of Noah Barfoot. An amazing race from him there to take P1.
Yeah, fantastic performance from him, and the gap has now swung back down to what it was before we headed into race number 1 yesterday. So it's gone back down to 42. So it's straight back to where we were coming into the weekend. But still, great performance. There we see Zach Athasich. We saw him having that huge moments ago. Great to see that he's up on his feet and getting wheeled back into the paddock. Glad to see that he is A-OK. Three Sisters, of course, it's fast and treacherous. You do get a few big ones here. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of the circuit. It favours the brave, but it does punish you. So that's the championship picture then in the AC40 Inters. That as well means mathematically that cannot be wrapped up this weekend. So that is a championship that will be going to the final round when we come back to Three Sisters and onto the Valley circuit a couple of weeks' time. That'll be a Thursday, Friday, Saturday round as well, from October the 9th to the 11th. So that championship's going down to the wire for the very least, but it's Noah Barfoot taking the plaudits here early doors on Sunday, his 3rd win of 2025.
Coming up now, we have got the 2nd race of the weekend for the AC40 Rookies. These are our youngest riders on the grid, just starting out. They've been really looking forward to it this weekend. We've been speaking to a couple of them on the grid. They've all been feeling pretty confident in these conditions. We've got a big grid for these guys this weekend. 17 riders in the rookies class here at Three Sisters this weekend. But they have been absolutely brilliant. They're just coming out onto track now for their warm-up laps. We've got 2 for these guys, but let's just run through the grid, see who we've got starting where. Starting on pole position, we have Logan Paisley. Starting P2, we have Oakley Hipwell. Starting P3, we have Jensen Brown. Starting P4, we have Oliver Cheeseman. P5, William Skingle. P6, Chase Richards. P7, Louis Wood. P8, Chase Carter. P9, Caden Bailey. P10, Vinnie Glossop. P11, Keely Bailey. P12, Luke McMahon. P13, Savannah Polden. P14, Theo Tyler. P15, Adele Everett. P16, Izzy Cook. And rounding out our grid, starting in P17, is Oscar Bond. So a big grid we've got for the rookies this weekend. Going to be really good to see how they get on in this second race.
Yeah, it should be really exciting. The Rookies Cup this year, it's always been a delight to see our youngest riders going out there and showing the world their initial skills. Again, there's no championship for the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup anymore. Putting an emphasis from 2025 onwards on this being more of a developmental class. It is the first step into racing for these guys. It's more about just being used to racing, being out there on the bike with others around you on track. And you do get experience gaps. Yes, you've got riders who've been on the bike, since they could walk and have been, turning up here maybe for a year or so, and next year they'll be moving onwards and upwards. You'll have people here this weekend. This is their first race weekend on a bike, so you do get that split. But that's not a bad thing at all. And, in some classes, yes, you have stronger riders, you have weaker riders. Here, you just have rookies. They're all at different steps, but they're all developing. They're all looking to make that jump up and to really kickstart their racing careers.
Well, exactly, Ross. I mean, one of the riders we've got with us in the rookies class this weekend, Vinnie Glossop, son of Martin Glossop, who actually started out in FAB-Racing himself. We've already got a yellow flag, it appeared there, but everybody seems to be okay. Just coming around now, getting ready to get this race underway. They are coming around and beginning to form that grid now. Our front runners of the grid are just arriving now. Logan Paisley, Oakley Hipwell, Jensen Brown and Oliver Cheeseman, they have arrived on the grid. Everybody else just making their way around now through those final few corners to the start, finish straight and get this race underway.
Riders getting last checks and chats then from the roving marshals in the yellow. That's typically parents or chief mechanics, should we say, of the riders who, of course, want to help their kids, but also go out trackside to assist with the regular marshals clad in orange for our younger riders out there. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend for their hard work and ensuring that we can go racing as safely as possible. Checks and balances done then. Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, will drop the red, walk over to the side of the circuit, pick up the green. It is a flag start here this weekend at Three Sisters, and when the green flag drops, we can get going racing once again. If you're one of those picky people who's wondering why we're not using a union flag to start the race, which you typically do for flag starts, it's because there's not been a light failure. You only use a union flag to start a race when the lights aren't working. Here at Three Sisters, we don't have lights in this location, so that's why it's the drop of the flag, and the flag does drop now. We do get underway. May have been a little jump start there from Logan Paisley, looked really close, but he does get away well. Challenging though, Hipwell into turn number 2, but they all slide through one by one. There's the 27 there of Savannah Polden. She's just trying to make up a few places, but it all looks like they're keeping the status quo for the time being. Again, very cautious. These guys have only done 2 laps of the track this morning, which were their sighting laps before they got racing, so they're very much learning with every single corner. But as they cross the timing beam and start the first lap proper, it will be Logan Paisley from Oakley Hipwell, from Jensen Brown, your top 3.
Absolutely. Logan Paisley could have had a bit of a jump start, but a brilliant pulling away he is doing right now with just 8 laps left to go. Absolutely brilliant lead he is getting over Oakley Hipwell at the moment. 0.3 seconds separating them. What we've really seen so far in these second races of the day is those guys running out in front are getting that lead, getting comfortable in these conditions and just absolutely flying. Oakley Hipwell though looks to be under a little bit of pressure from Jensen Brown. He's just creeping up behind them, going to be looking to make a move soon, but our front 3 runners have really pulled away from the rest of the pack here at Three Sisters. Amazing stuff we are seeing from them. But it is Logan Paisley who leads this race and is building that gap.
Absolutely, just trying to push onwards as they come round Luna Bend to start their second lap of the race. Of course, the timing being halfway around the lap from where they start the race, down on the pit straight. So that's where the start-finish line actually is, crossing in front of their grey box that you just saw up there at the top of your screen. That's race control. That's where our race director, Roger Keys, and Louise Thomas hiding away from members of the FAB-Racing paddock. We push onwards, though, here, as you see the front runners ducking behind the Supermoto course there. Of course, they won't want to be going up there. I don't think mini motos are designed to take dirt roads. As whoa, goodness me, the 174 of Oakley Hipwell twitching all over the place. Somehow he's still on two wheels. Maybe the pressure from Brown starting to get to him, but that was a great save from Oakley Hipwell. Stays in P2.
It really was. Oakley Hipwell just looked to be a little struggle there, and he looks to be down on the straights is where he struggles a little bit. He's having a little bounciness from the bike, can't quite keep control of it. Is a sliding side a little bit, but it looks like Jenson Brown just isn't quite getting enough to be able to move past, but perhaps he is now down this straight here. These two look like they are neck and neck, and who is going to take it going into the corner? It looks like Hipwell, but Jenson Brown was a little bit late on the brakes there, but couldn't quite make the move up past Hipwell. Hipwell is holding on to his second place lead with just 6 laps left to go, but his bike is really quite bouncy. He really looks like he's struggling to keep hold of it on some of those areas of the track.
Yeah, maybe the conditions and change to the bike as well. You see it when he tries to sit up and almost tries to go the opposite way. It's really, really bizarre, and I'm not sure if it's a problem or something setup related, perhaps tyre pressures. But he's doing a good enough job out there anyway, even with those struggles, still holding off Jenson Brown, who's just can't quite find a way through. He had a look, we saw the previous lap, coming up the hill into turn number 1 and then into Joey Dunlop corner as well, but both times Hipwell left the door open for a little bit and then went, nah, you know what, I'm still holding on to this position actually, and slammed the door shut. We'll see if the same happens again. This time Brown goes to the outside, sees if he can get to the run as they go 5 laps to go as they cross the starting line, but this time he's nowhere near. Later on the brakes, might try and sweep through. Bit of traffic in front of Hipwell. That could hold him up. No blue flags at FAB-Racing, of course. You got to get through by your own accord, but it doesn't hold up Hipwell too much in the end. He'll stay P2. This battle for the podium places rages on.
It does indeed. Hipwell, though, really knows. He can see, he knows that moment where when he starts to straighten up, the bike starts leaning that little bit. He knows just the right position. He just needs to keep himself in to make sure he doesn't quite lose control. They've just come past us in the commentary box now, round into that sweeping S section of the track, but it is Oakley Hipwell who is leading ahead of Jenson Brown for P2 position. This is the battle we're keeping our eyes on at the moment with just 5 laps left to go. Oakley Hipwell is leading ahead of Jenson Brown for the P2 position, but Jenson Brown is putting pressure on, but he just cannot quite find the place to make the move down the straights. He looks for it, but he can't quite get enough out of the throttle, but he just went round on the outside as he managed to do it, and he has. Jenson Brown on a sweeping move around the outside of Oakley Hipwell, and he has now done it and gone up to second place with just 4 laps left to go. That kind of looked like it might not have fully been planned by Jenson Brown there, but that movement really worked in his favour.
Yeah, really nice move there. Bravery around the outside of the lap traffic, and now Oakley Hipwell struggling with the machinery underneath him. Has it all to do if he wants to get back up into second place, but still on the podium. Not down and out just yet. It'll be 3 laps left to go when these guys cross the tunnel line. Meanwhile, Logan Paisley's got a 5-second advantage up the front, by the way. So that's what's going on with your race leader. He's just vanished off into the distance, essentially, and can pretty much cruise on home at this point. 3 to go, though, for this pair, and Hipwell doesn't look like he's made any massive gains to try and fight back on this position coming through this one. Oh, Marshall signalling, can't do that one. I'm not sure whose parent that is. It's going to be one of Jenson Brown's or Oakley Hipwell, but that's very, very naughty, I'll say that much. Of course, the roving marshals strictly not allowed to signal to their children, so we'll leave that one there. 2.5 laps left to go, though, and is that our race leader going past? Yes, it is. Logan Paisley's got a huge advantage at the moment.
He looks to really be enjoying, and he's really comfortable in these conditions. His knee is right down as he comes round those corners. Logan Paisley, our race leader, is absolutely flying around this track with just 2.5 laps left to go. Brilliant performance we are seeing from him today. Absolutely amazing stuff. Logan Paisley is one we should be keeping our eye on for the rest of this weekend. he is just leading with absolute ease, just making his way through some of that back traffic, past some of our back runners, and then he can just carry on building that gap. His gap's now, he's just continuously building that gap between him and those running in P2 and P3. He's got a gap of 6.111 seconds. Now he's on the road to MotoGP, starting here in the rookies with FAB-Racing, the one and only place you want to be to start your racing careers, up to British Superbikes, MotoGP, all of the others.
Absolutely, this is the place to be. And, well, that's where these young riders will be heading in the future. The stars of tomorrow today, as we like to call them. Rounding Luna Bend, though, Logan Paisley is one lap away from a dominant race win here at Three Sisters. And, as I said, he can just cruise on home. There's no one really in front of him, apart from the odd lap traffic. Then there's no one anywhere near him. Gap went up to 6.1 last time round. And, again, he's just pulling at half a second every single lap. So Logan Paisley, this will probably be the easiest final lap he's ever had.
Yeah, absolutely. It is looking really easy for him on this lap. He's got no one really chasing him down, no one really to get past now. He's got through a lot of that back traffic, just coming past one now. But there's nothing else really he needs to be doing. It is Logan Paisley as he comes around it now. Just under half a lap left to go. Moves beautifully past that back traffic. He's moving with absolute ease around this track, getting a lot of speed from his bike, always on the throttle, knee down round those corners. This is a competitor we want to be looking out for. Logan Paisley now coming around into those final few corners, round that last corner now, and the checkered flag is flying, and it's Logan Paisley who takes the race win in race 2 for the AC40 rookies here at Three Sisters Circuit.
What a brilliant ride that was, and what a brilliant victory as well. Jensen Brown does hold on for second place. Oakley Hipwell, unfortunately for him, just wasn't quite able to get back into that battle, but does still finish P3. It's still a podium and a trophy at the end of the day, so I'm not sure he'll be that upset even if there was a second place on the cards. But it is Logan Paisley taking the win from Brown, from Hipwell, your top 3. William Skingle was 4th with Oliver Cheeseman P5, Caden Bailey in 6th, Louis Wood in P7, Chase Richards P8, Chase Carter P9, Vinnie Glossop in P10, Luke McMahon was 11th with Keely Bailey in P12, Adele Everett was 13th with Theo Tyler 14th, Savannah Folden 15th, and Oscar Bond in P16. I believe we may have lost the 32 of Izzy Cook during that one, unfortunately. So only the one DNF, to my eyes, 16 finishes in that one. Still one more race yet to come, though, in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. They'll be out a little bit later on in what will very much likely be very, very rainy conditions.
Coming up now, we have got the second race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Now, this is 2 different races, 2 different classes who are on a track at the same time. We've got Maxwell Keats and Jensen Sadras, our front runners, up there on those liquid-cooled bikes, which throughout the season we have seen they just get a lot more speed and a lot more throttle out of those compared to those running on the air-cooled bikes. So they have got their own separate little championship compared to the others running on the air-cooled bikes. But brilliant racing we see from them. Jensen Sadras yesterday looked to be struggling just a little bit in the conditions. Maybe he'll fare a little bit better today, but we'll just have to wait and see. They're just waiting now to be let out from the holding area for their 2 sighting laps, and then we will get the second race for these guys of the weekend underway. Here they come now, out onto track. Let's have a little look through who's starting where for this race. Maxwell Keats on that liquid cool bike starting in pole position, with Jensen Sadras starting P2. P3 we've got Tommy Williams. P4 we've got Freddie Taylor. P5 we've got Joey Athasich. P6 we've got Mason Frederick. P7 Claudia Dudman. P8 Reed Saxelby. P9 James Dermott. P10 Danny Longhurst. P11 Cooper Say. P12 Ethan Bayliss. P13 Oliver Wilson. And rounding out our grid is Finley Styles.
Yeah, really interesting grid we've got lining up here. Just a little touch on the championships as well. Race number 1 yesterday was set to be the moment for Tommy Williams. He was finally going to come home and take the glory in the AC40 Pros until he dropped it from the race lead about halfway through the race. So it has gone to race 2, but Athasich if he wants to take it to race number 3, needs to outscore him by 7 points. Danny Longhurst, if she wants to stay in it, needs to outscore Tommy Williams by 16 points to go to race number 3 later on. So it's a big ask. Tommy Williams, if he is able to finish this race, will likely be crowned champion when the checkered flag falls here. It is still this morning just about at Three Sisters, just on the outskirts of Wigan, of course. What a great weekend of sport we've got lined up for us, though. Of course, we've got our FAB Racing going on here. We've got MotoGP across at Mazzano. We'll all keep a strong eye on how Evan Belford gets on in Moto3, our latest FAB graduate to make it up to the World Championship. And Evan, sending you all our best. A good qualifying result from yesterday. Starts P24 in the Moto3 race today. Of course, just down the road, the Manchester Derby a little bit later on as well, as the riders come through. The mighty heartburn-inducing Reds take on those lads from Stockport. But of course, the main focus is this one. This is the one that we were waiting for, the championship that's lining up. Tommy Williams again was set to take the plaudits and take the crown in race number 1, but dropped it. Now it goes to race number 2, and maybe starting to feel a little bit of the pressure. He just needs to finish this race ahead of Athletic and Longhurst, and he is AC40 champion.
Yeah, exactly. Tommy Williams will be feeling the pressure a little bit, especially after his unfortunate incident yesterday. But on our screens at the moment, we can see him now just coming into his third grid position on our grid. Lee Clay's our flag marshal there, just holding up the red flag, just waiting for all our riders to get there. Jenson Sadras just having his bike checked over there, just in the bottom of our screens. Yesterday he struggled on the throttle at the race start and ended up a little bit further back in the pack and really had to work his way up. Maxwell Keats, though, had a flying start in race 1 yesterday and really got a gap forming between him and everyone else. That looks like there is someone with a bit of an issue there. That is the 27 of James Dermott, it looks like, having a few issues, just looking to try and get the bike restarted. So everyone just being held on the grid for a little bit longer at the moment. Gonna have to wait and see what happens for these guys here. See if James Dermott is able to start his race with everybody else. Lee Clouds moving over, though. She's going to be picking up that green flag, and it is flag up, flag down, racing underway. It looks like Tommy Williams had a little bit of a jump start there, but an absolutely brilliant start for everyone. Not as good for the 24 of Maxwell Keats. The 118 of Freddie Taylor, starting from P4 on the grid, has absolutely flown ahead and really got a good start in this race.
And that could cause chaos as well for the liquid cooled bikes behind Keats and Cedras, maybe getting held up like corks in bottles. They've got so much more straight line pace than the air cooled bikes, which also have an exhaust restrictor on them, unless, well, I mean, just look at that, they just blow on past, or Keats does anyway. Is Cedras able to get through as well to the inside? Yes, he is. So Cedras will get through as well. They can continue their race up the front. So the two classes now, as we expect, the liquid cooled bikes get through 1 and 2 up the front, and then behind them we have the air cooled bikes. Yellow flags down at the final turn. That's due to somebody. Oh, someone's gone down there. That looks like Oliver Wilson has started P13, has gone down. His race is over before it really gets started, and the yellow flag's waving coming through Joey Dunlop bend. That's for James Dermott, his bike and himself still stricken at the side of the circuit while they try to figure out what's going on. So we've lost 2 already before we've even completed the first lap, unfortunately. But it is Maxwell Keats that leads from Jenson Cedras. We see them there in the LC40 Elite class, the liquid cooled class, the faster bikes, and then as they start their second lap of the race across the timing beam, it is Freddie Taylor on the 118 who leads the way, and just behind him looks to me like it's Tommy Williams on the 51 in P2, which will make him champion if they finish as they do.
Yeah, just 8 laps left to go, but Jenson Cedras is putting the pressure on Maxwell Keats at the moment. He is really, really looking to try and take the race win from him today in race 2. But Maxwell Keats, speaking to him a little bit yesterday, he was really saying he felt comfortable and really ready to go racing this weekend. He knows he needs to be able to make sure he wins these few races this weekend to try and take that championship. It's been really tight between him and Jenson Cedras all season long, so it really is coming down to these final few races for these guys. But Maxwell Keats leading ahead of Jenson Cedras, just 0.3 seconds separating these guys as they come over the line to make it just 7 laps left to go of this second race for the AC40 Pros and LC40 Elites. These front runners, though, on those liquid cool bikes, like we said, Ross, they have so much more power down those main straights, they are able to just really fly ahead of all of the other competitors.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job as well. Jensen Cedras especially able to keep pace with Keto Lidors in this race. That's something we weren't seeing in race 1 yesterday from the elite guys. Meanwhile, Tommy Williams is P3, has not been given a penalty by the looks of things. He just seems to be struggling a little bit out there. He's P3 and facing he is P5 overall and P3 in class, because of course, let's remember we've got our 2 different classes out there on track. So as it stands, he's not been given a penalty. We thought there may have been a jump start for Tommy Williams, but race control clearly haven't decided anything or disagree, which of course is fair enough. They're the ones making the decision. He's got huge pressure from behind from Joey Athersic, one of his championship rivals, and Claudia Dudden. But if they finish as they do, or even if Athersic is able to get into P5 overall, P3 in class, Tommy Williams will still be champion. Joey Athersic really needs Tommy Williams to make another mistake here.
Yeah, he does. Joey Athersic is going to be putting the pressure on Tommy Williams as well. He wants him to not have the best of weekends, unfortunately, so that must mean he gets more points in their championship battle. But Tommy Williams currently leading in P3 for the AC40 Pro class, but P5 on track overall, because we have got those liquid cooled bikes who are leading just ahead of everybody else. But there is our 51 of Tommy Williams, followed by 2 of our other riders. This is a little battle we've got going on here, but Tommy Williams looking like he's comfortable at the moment, leading ahead of our other 2 riders on the track with just 5 laps left to go. It is Tommy Williams, who is P3 for his class at the moment, but looks like that's someone going and making the move on Tommy Williams. Who is that who has just done it and got past him? That looks like the 67 of Joey Athersic, but no, Tommy Williams has held on to it and is keeping that lead.
Yeah, Tommy Williams facing huge pressure. Athersic knows he needs to get past to stay in the championship picture, and I know he needs to move forward as well and hope that Williams drops back. The 51 holding on to P3 in class as it stands, and as we've said, that is more than enough. If he finishes in front of Athersic, if he finishes in front of Longhurst, no matter where they are, there is nothing that anyone can do. The 51 will be number 1 in 2025. 4 to go for these guys here. Maxwell Keith starting to extend the gap a little bit up the top of the table in the LC40 Elite class. That's now half a second between them. Keats, of course, is chasing in the championship. Cedras in P2 came into this round with a 45-point advantage. That's down to 40 points after race number 1, and if they finish as they do, we'll go down another 5 to 35 points. And Athersic now to the inside on Tommy Williams, but nothing quite there. As they've caught a little bit of traffic, Athersic, you can tell he's starting to get a bit desperate now. He's looking for moves that he hasn't set up. It's potentially going to cost him time.
Yeah, exactly. He knows he hasn't got many laps left of this race, and he knows that he needs to make sure he finishes ahead of Tommy Williams to make sure that the championship is still to play for. Whereas if Tommy Williams can finish this race ahead of Joey Athersic, then he has got the championship for the AC40 Pros. A very close battle between these guys going on at the moment, but back traffic here always causes issue, might cause a slight issue here for Tommy Williams, which allows Joey Athersic that opportunity to move it through. They've got to be really careful about where they go, but no, Tommy Williams then, a beautiful move on one of our back runners then. Amazing stuff we are seeing from him. Oh no! And that is a crash. That is Tommy Williams with some of that back traffic. That is Tommy Williams down and out of this race with just 3 laps left to go. Joey Athersic now leading.
What does this mean for the championship picture? Tommy Williams, 2 DNFs out of 2 races at a weekend where it was supposed to go so right. It's all going so wrong for the 51, and your heart has to go out to him. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with Athersic. We'll keep our eye on what's going on with Danny Longhurst. But to my eyes, at a glance, I believe that this title will now be going down to race number 3. Unbelievable scenes here at Three Sisters. More drama, more chaos in the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship with only 2 laps to go. This is now a fight for the race lead. Joey Athasic and Claudia Dubman now out there doing battle. What a great result it would be for Claudia Dubman if she is able to slide by and take a race victory. But she is running out of time. She needs to find something that little bit extra to get through.
Yeah, Claudia Dubman is running on one of those liquid-cooled bikes, so she is going to be just looking to make sure she has some points, because she is the only other bike running with Sadras and Maxwell Keats on the track. This is Jensen Sadras running at the moment. Maxwell Keats unfortunately has come off at some point. Maxwell Keats is now out of the race, so it is Jensen Sadras who is leading for the liquid cool bikes at the moment. What stuff we are seeing here. Not too sure what happened to Maxwell Keats there, but he is now out of this race, and it is Jensen Sadras leading with just one lap left to go.
And that massively changes the championship picture in the LC40 Elites as well. It's a huge 25-point swing the way of the number 2. Jensen Sadras takes victory as chaos happens out on circuit. There is championship drama, and that is a huge advantage for Jensen Sadras. The gap now up to 65 points at the end of race number 2 in the LC40 Elites. It will be Freddie Taylor who takes the win in the AC40 Pros. Joey Athasic will be second, and Danny Longhurst will be in P3. And I believe, yes, they both do just slide in, so both of them are still in contention for the championship going into race 3. Danny Longhurst by a solitary point. Athasic, though, with that second place, 20 points down, the gap to 86. Again, we've got to remember, if Tommy Williams leaves this weekend with a 76-point advantage, he is crowned champion. A lot of pressure now going into race 3 and all of the championship pictures. What a stroke of luck there for the number 2 of Jensen Sadras. Something happened out there to Maxwell Keats, and it means it's gone from a very, very tight championship battle to one that is not tight at all.
That was a bit of a crazy race there. We saw lots of issues happen then, especially for Tommy Williams and unfortunately for Maxwell Keats, which meant they were out of this race. These championships are really coming down to the nail on our last few races of the season. Really close-knit battles between these guys, but brilliant to see for the AC40s that Freddie Taylor got himself a race win in that class, with Joey Athasic in second and Danny Longhurst in third. But brilliant stuff also for Claudia Dubman, who ended up P3 for the liquid cooled bikes. We are just going to wait to get these next races underway, but we can see at the moment that looks like Pit Bike Sonic. He is just congratulating Danny Longhurst on that P3 finish. Brilliant stuff that we've seen from her. She's still keeping herself in that battle.
Absolutely. Jamie King does all of the social media for FAB Racing, so if you're ever wondering why the FAB Racing social media pages look absolutely terrible, now you know. Jamie King doing a great job. He's a great servant to the championship, of course. But wow, what an exciting race that was there for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elite. And again, huge drama. The championship picture changing once again. It is all action here at Three Sisters, and the rain hasn't even arrived yet, Izzy. It is set to be chaos. If you are just joining us, wherever you are watching from around the world, hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of round 6 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. It has been a pretty chaotic morning. We're set to have more brilliant races today. We're on a very tight time scale, so riders haven't had a warm-up session. You get 2 sighting laps, and then you're racing. That is it. After delays yesterday meant we had to shorten the day. And again, big rain is coming. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me, who, as I've mentioned, that started doing weather watch out of the commentary box window. Izzy, do you want to tell us what your eyes can see?
Well, there is very heavy clouds, which I don't know if you can see as well, Ross, but just behind us in the commentary box, looks like they are heading this way. You can see them on your screens there in the background there. Very, very dark grey clouds that look full of rain, which are really going to throw a spanner in the works if it does hit us today. But earlier on, like we said, we're having to fit in more races due to some delays yesterday because we were hit with rain yesterday. But when they didn't have those warm-up laps this morning, especially for our first races, the mini GP50s in particular, you could see they struggled without that warm-up, and it may have got in their heads a little bit because they're so used to having that process in the morning on a Sunday, doing their warm-ups, getting ready to go, then starting their racing, that they had a little moment of, oh no, I haven't warmed up, I don't know what I'm doing in these conditions, because the track, although we've had quite a few races, is still looking really damp. We've got a few patchy areas where the track is beginning to dry up, but overall we've still got some puddles out on track. It's still looking really wet, really greasy.
Yeah, looking tricky. I think they're just checking the circuit, see if there's any fluid laid down on the track in the last race, which is why we got a little bit of a delay before we get going with our senior mini moto action. This championship cannot be wrapped up in this race after a DNF from a championship leader, Matt Birkin, and a second place from Keaton Payne. It means it will have to go to race number 3 at the very least, if not next round. Of course, you want 76 points advantage at the end of this weekend if you want to be crowned champion. As you see Jensen Cedras getting his photos for social media, a great win in race number 2 of the LC40 Elite a moment ago. Of course, no Rhys Gentry this weekend as well, so he is now dropped out of the championship picture. Keaton Payne is Matt Birkin's nearest challenger, 70 points back heading into this race. 70 points back, yes, from the 2-time looking to be 3-time senior mini moto British champion. But as we see there, Oscar McAllister in the wheelchair after that big accident he had at Rara. Good to see that he's with us this weekend. Cast is coming off next Friday, although he won't be racing at the final round. It's still good to see that he's here. He said he'll be here for the final round, which is also at Three Sisters at the start of October, to support his friends, support his colleagues. That's always wonderful to see. Yeah,
absolutely. I managed to get a little chat with him yesterday down in the paddock, but he was saying, yeah, his cast is coming off on Friday, but he has been advised, due to the nature of the circuit here at Three Sisters, how it's very fast, very tight corners, that it would perhaps be best that he just takes a rest from racing at the moment. But he has said is looking forward to being back with us next season. So yeah, we won't be seeing Oscar McAllister again this season, but he will be here to support all of his friends that are racing, and that comes back to that whole idea. It's a big family in our paddock here at FAB-Racing. Massive support from everyone for each other. Can just see out of our window in the commentary box now, Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, looks like she's heading back up to the pit lane, so we're going to wait and see what's happening.
Yeah, as the riders standing around having a chat at the bottom of your picture, that is our 2 championship contenders on the right in the orange and blue leathers. That's Matt Birkin, the reigning champ, 2-time champ and championship leader. On your left, 18-year-old Keaton Payne, who I've been referring to having a Linsanity one. It's an American term you may not understand, but it basically means a rider who's pretty good, but, you know, not well-beating, who suddenly just explodes in form. Took 3 fantastic race wins last time out at Rara and has been looking spectacular this weekend as well. A brilliant second place yesterday from him. Something's awoken in that young man, and he is now suddenly again the main contender for the championship, with Rhys Gentry not being here, and will be taking it mathematically to at least race number 3. You can also see Josh Birkin, Matt's brother, a little bit further back again. He doesn't race anymore because he keeps hurting himself and his fiancée doesn't like it, which is understandable. But again, as you said, still likes to turn up. You know, you get that family affair, you know, even though he's not racing anymore, Josh still turns up, still puts in the support, and still loves coming to Fab and being with his friends.
Yeah, he does. We had a lovely chat with them the other day, Matt, Josh, and the other Birkin boy, Callum, their cousin. Absolutely brilliant chat we had with them the other day. They said Thursday night they had a bit of fun, but when we were speaking to them, Matt's bike was in pieces, and it doesn't look like he's actually going out right now for a sighting lap. He's kind of just still
having a chat.
And having a chat.
Oh, you know, he's getting going now.
So let's just see. But they are coming round for their warm-up laps now. This is a race 2 for the senior mini motos. Never fail to disappoint us with their racing. But let's have a little run through of the grid. So starting on pole position, Matt Birkin didn't have the best first race yesterday, so he's going to be hoping for better today. P2 is Nick Bennett. P3, Gary Eldridge. P4, Keaton Payne. P5, Callum White. P6, Harvey Jeremy. P7, Andy Whedon. P8, Tom Burt. P9, Chris Yeomans. P10, Chris Bain. And P11 is Nicky Lewis. But yeah, when we've been speaking to Matt over the weekend, or when we've seen him actually, his bike has been in pieces. Literal pieces, so we're going to have to see how he fares today. Yeah,
it's annoying as well, because I was supposed to have a go round on it on Friday, so that literally fell apart. So we're hoping coming into the final round. That his bike's a bit better, and hopefully we've got a camera there as well, so you can see me probably fail to complete a lap on Matt Birkin's Senior Mini Moto. I didn't even ask him to have a go. He just messaged me about a week ago, do you want to have a go on my bike? Yeah, sure. I was convinced he might have been under the influence at the time, but he swears he wasn't. So we'll wait and see. But again, 2 sighting laps for these riders, that's all they're getting. No warm-ups this morning, of course. Once again, if you just joined us, if you maybe not heard the news because of the delays yesterday, and we weren't able to run about 4 races we were hoping to do so. We're really tight on time today. We've got a strict cut-off at 6 p.m. tonight due to a corporate karting event that's taking place out on the circuit. I know, right? Total terrible reason to stop racing. Oh, God. But obviously we have to respect that. So we're running no warm-ups. You get 2 sighting laps the first time you go out on circuit to give you 2 laps to basically figure out what the track's doing and what's going on, and then that's it. Then you're diving straight into your racing. So it's brutal, it's chaotic. You've got to be absolutely on it from the get-go here.
Yeah, you have, Ross, definitely. I mean, and you just saw there as Keaton Payne was coming up to his grid position, there are areas on the track that are drying out, but there are also others that are staying really, really slippy and really, really wet. So it is really, you've got to play it by ear how you're going to do out on that track. You don't really know. You get a slight feel as you just do them out in laps, but it's really in the race, especially for these guys, where they're going to understand how it feels on that track. We can see some dark clouds really are starting to come over track, so we will wait and see what happens if we have any rain arrive with us. But yes, this is race 2 for the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin just on his throttle there, just having a bit of fun, it looks like, as they're getting ready to get started. Our final few riders arriving on the grid now. Lee Clowes telling everybody to get ready. She moves off to the side, our flag marshal. She is getting that green flag, and it is a flag up, flag down, and we are racing in race 2 for the senior mini motos. Good start there for Matt Birkin, brilliant start for Keaton Payne, but also Gary Eldridge, who started in a P3 on the grid. He had a really good start. Nick Bennett doesn't look like he had the best start, but now he is running in a P3, so he has just lost 1 place so far in the beginning of this race. But Matt Birkin, brilliant start for him, and he is building that bit of a gap from the other guys. Yeah, great start there from Birkin. Let's hope he doesn't bin it or the engine goes bang, as it seemed to be the regular order from the last couple of rounds. Yeah, Nick Bennett has got back past Keaton Payne, heading up the Conrod straight. Nick Bennett race 1 winner yesterday. Of course, his first win in the senior mini motos in a long, long time. It was great to see him up the top, and he looks like he's confident here this weekend. He's got a lot of pace on the bike, and gets through Keaton Payne as well. Keaton Payne will want to be maximising his points to try and take the championship to the final round. Again, it cannot be mathematically confirmed, the title picture for Matt Birkin in this race. It has to go down to race number 3. Move there to the inside. That's a nice little go. I believe that was Tom Birch sliding his way through. So on top 3, starting to break away now as they head through Luna Bend. Birkin bike moving all underneath him as they come to start lap number 2. Make it 8 laps left to run in this one. But a few riders close behind as well. Gary Eldridge and Andy Weedham all there, all in the conversation. I believe Callum White had an off or had an issue early doors, because he is right down the order, unfortunately. Cal, the other Birkin boy, Josh and Matt's cousin, they had a great race yesterday. For whatever reason, race number 2 this morning, not quite clicking for him. No, just 8 laps left to go. Matt Birkin still leads ahead of Nick Bennett, but Matt Birkin, you can see it whenever he gets on the streets, and we say this every race, he really packs himself in tight with the bike, really pulls himself in to get as much as he can out of that bike, and then through the S sections, through those corners, through those little chicanes, he manages to build that gap a little bit more. But with 8 laps left to go, he is leading amazingly. We've just got to hope he doesn't have any more problems like he did in race 1 yesterday. But Nick Bennett is hot on his tail. He is hunting down Matt Birkin, but he can't quite seem to get enough out of his bike at the moment to be able to make that move. Yeah, he's close, but he's not quite close enough for the dive. And again, it's one thing to catch and to follow, it's another thing to overtake another rider. You need to find that something extra, which at the current phase of this race, not entirely sure Nick Bennett has. But maybe he's just watching and waiting, playing the patient game, seeing where he's stronger than his opponent and thinking, okay, how can I set the move up into
here. How do I set up the setup to the move? When do I execute said move to get into the lead of the race and make it 2 race wins out of 2 this weekend? But it is still Birkin that leads up the front. A 4-bike train starting to form. Looks like Gary Eldred is starting to drop away from the leaders. Last lap, it was a fastest lap of the race for Nick Bennett, but he was only 300ths quicker than Birkin, so we're talking millimetres of difference out there. They're both running at very similar pace.
They are indeed, but like we were saying, Matt Birkin holding that lead ahead of Nick Bennett. Callum White, unfortunately, the other Birkin family member, really hasn't found himself involved in this race, but he is no longer involved in the race. He is out now currently, but on our screens at the moment we can see the number 12 of Keaton Payne and the number 7 of Andy Whedon. They look like they're really getting involved in a battle there. That is for 3rd place on the grid. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens for everybody involved in this race. No, actually, it's the 45 of Harvey Jeremy and the 92 of Chris Bain. They're battling out for 8th and 9th position. We are just looking now to see what happens for our race leader, Matt Birkin, followed closely by Nick Bennett on the 7-11 and Keaton Payne on that number 12 bike with just 6 laps left to go. Here we are now with Keaton Payne chasing down Nick Bennett. He's on the hunt for that 2nd position. Was looking to make a move and he's done it. It's a good thing Nick Bennett moved his knee then, else there could have been a really big incident between these two guys out on track with 5 laps left to go. But Keaton Payne up past Nick Bennett into 2nd place. They're going to look to be hunting down Matt Birkin.
I don't think Bennett saw it coming. You saw him suddenly have to stand the bike up there really suddenly. Great avoiding action as Keaton Payne was barreling on by and gets up into 2nd place. If they finish as they do, gap will extend up to 75 points heading into race number 3 later on today. 5 to go, soon to be 4 then here at Three Sisters in race 2 of the senior mini motos, and what a race it has been. Matt Birkin still leads, no mechanical issues yet for the reigning champ as he gets on his quest to claim title number 3 in the senior mini motos here at FAB-Racing. But he's got big pressure behind Keaton Payne, who came into this weekend 3rd place in the championship with no Reece Gentry here, suddenly the main title contender, and it's awoken something beneath him after sweeping the weekend last time out at Rara. 3 race wins, 3 very well deserved race wins going his way. He knows there is potentially a championship on the line if he digs deep, and digging deep is what he's doing because he's looking to the inside of Matt Birkin. Nothing on that occasion, but Keaton Payne knows he needs to maximise his points in order to keep this championship alive. And with a great move up the inside into Luna Bend, it is Keaton Payne back to the lead.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Matt Birkin then just looked over his shoulder the wrong way, and that really, Keaton Payne just saw that and went for the move. But Matt Birkin now looking to make a move on Keaton Payne. These two are neck and neck. Matt Birkin sliding back up and past Keaton Payne with 3 laps left to go. These two, it's going to be a cat and mouse game between them on these last few laps. But Matt Birkin now leads the race once again ahead of Keaton Payne, who had a short but sweet chance of leading the race for a little bit then. But Matt Birkin isn't going to let it slide, and he hasn't let it slide, and he is back leading this race. 3 laps left to go. Keaton Payne is looking to put on the pressure, looking for where he can on the corners, go down the inside, but he's just not getting a bit too close and not able to make the move.
Meanwhile, Nick Bennett is sat back going, if these two crash into each other, that's a right result, because I'm just going to get the race win handed to me. 2 to go then when they come to the line. Birkin holding on by the skin of his teeth. Keaton Payne putting all sorts of pressure on the championship leader. Bit of traffic to negotiate with. Looks like they're not really getting out the way either, so they are going to have to fight their way through, and Payne has dropped backwards a little bit coming down the straight and gets massively held up. Of course no blue flags, but that could have just cost him the race win.
That was really close between him and that back traffic. Then Keaton Payne really had to get on his brake, make sure there was no incident then. But that gave Matt Birkin the chance to increase that gap between those two a little bit more. And this is what we always say, back traffic can always cause chaos, especially on these sort of races where it is really big points that are up for grab now. They are so close in this battle for the championship that is going to keep on running for the final few races of the season. But when he gets this close and you hit that bit of back traffic, it can cause complete and utter issues for everyone, because we've got just 2 laps left to go. But no, we are on our last lap now, and it is Matt Birkin leading ahead of Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett in third. Like Ross was saying, Nick Bennett just keeping back that little bit. Sees it as if these 2 crash, if they stay close together and are really battling, that'll be first place for free for me if these 2 crash in their battle.
Unfortunately, I think Keaton Payne is too far back for that to really happen unless Birkin somehow bins it and Payne crashes in sympathy, because after getting held up by that traffic, he's dropped back. The gap 1.3 at the line last time, and with half a lap left to run, he really needs to dig deep if he is to find something here. Of course, the championship will still be alive. It will go to race 3, but it just gets that bit harder for Payne to stay in it. A check back from Birkin, sees he's in the good, and as he comes round Luna Bend, the gap goes up to 75 points. It is advantage this man in the hunt for title number 3. Birkin takes race number 2 here at Three Sisters. But it's a shame he takes it in the way he did, because a great battle was snatched away from us with traffic getting involved. Keaton Payne, what could have been, but it's another second place. His second place in a row, his 5th podium in a row, and still in the championship fight, still keeping it alive here at Three Sisters, with Nick Bennett rounding out the podium places. But Matt Birkin, no reliability issues this time, and he kept it on 2 wheels. And what else would have happened? He's gone and won the damn thing.
Yeah, you can tell he's been working on that bike overnight, and you can tell he's got it to where he wants it to be. What a brilliant way to finish that race for Matt Birkin. It was a disappointing day for him yesterday when he had his technical issues during the race, but now he has done it and he has took first place in a race 2 for the senior mini motos. A brilliant finish for him. Keaton Payne, though, was really chasing him down in that race, but Matt Birkin, we can see now, just having a little look at his bike, maybe just in those final few laps there was a slight issue he had happening. He's just looking at his bike, checking everything over as everybody else comes back into the holding area. But a fabulous finish from Matt Birkin ahead of Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett in P3.
He was taking the exhaust off, or some of the muffler off, I think. He's taking something off, definitely. Well, let's hope that's not something to be worried about going into race number 3. Again, Birkin's bike over the last couple of rounds has started to give up the ghost, so to speak. I know the motor, the primary motor that he runs, has been using since 2007, which is older than probably over half of the FAB-Racing paddock, to be brutally honest. Yeah, it's unfortunately nothing lasts forever, and that engine is starting to go the ghost a bit. Chats between Payne and Birkin, though, going over the race 3, it could be a championship decider. We'll have to wait and see. They'll be back out later on.
And now we have got the Mini GP70, our premier class of racing here at FAB Racing. Yesterday in race 1, we did see the championship taken by Harrison Day. I got a chance to speak to him a little bit, and he just had no words. He literally said to me, I am speechless. I don't know what to say, but he couldn't say a big enough thank you to everybody who has supported him this year. So yeah, yesterday we saw the championship run, but it is race 2 for these guys today.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, after Travis Shaw crashed out, Dave just had to cruise on home to take the crown. It's not the way that you want to win a championship, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because nobody remembers, unfortunately, for Travis Shaw, who finishes in 2nd place. And, well, Harrison Day joins a very elite club as a mini GP70 British champion here at FAB Racing. All of the top young riders in British motorsport at the moment have all won this title, and he has added that name to a very, very long list. And yesterday in the Extreme 200 race, and I can see he's not just got the a little bit out of your picture, unfortunately, he's not just got the gold helmet and the gold leathers on, he's got a gold fairing now on as well, just to rub it in. If you don't know his champion, you can see him there. He's hidden behind his title rival coming into this weekend, Travis Shaw. Yeah, if you weren't aware that Harrison Day is champion, you definitely will be now, because they can probably see that thing in France, how golden and reflective it is. But understandably so. It's a well-deserved championship. The boy's been absolutely superb the whole season. And again, as we realised yesterday, he's never actually won a FAB Racing title, which is an unbelievable statistic. because somebody as good as Harrison Day surely should have won something before. He's been vice champion before, but never been on top. He can finally scratch that on the bucket list, and of course, it's a great thing to have on the CV, MotoGP 70 British champion, and he'll be using that well moving forward, potentially going to the RNG British Talent Cup next year. I'm sure there'll be teams looking to have him. Let's have a run through the grid as we get out for our 2 sighting laps.
So starting on pole position, we have Travis Shaw. P2, we have our champion leader, Harrison Day. Starting in P3, we have Frankie Watson. P4, we have Taylor Tomlinson. P5, we have Matthew Thomas. P6, we have Logan Cousins. P7, we have Leo Soliu. P8, we have Taylor Davis. And rounding out our grid, starting P9, is Bojan Blazewski. So we will wait and see what happens for these guys in race 2. But like Ross was saying yesterday, a crash for Travis Shaw meant that Harrison Day really got comfortable in his lead and could just cruise on home to take that championship win. And he is celebrating today. If you look at him in that helmet, in his suit, his leathers and the fairings on the bike, all gold, all celebrating.
Absolutely, yeah. It was heartbreak for Travis Shaw. It was tricky conditions, of course. It was understandable why he went down at Luna Bend, which has been catching out so many riders across this weekend in the wet weather. It is still wet tyres out there. You can see a puddle there off the racing line, but the track surface is still damp. Rain has not arrived yet. That's about an hour and a half away, according to my watch, when it's scheduled to hit. And of course, if you've not been not aware, big rain as well. It's going to be absolutely torrential later on. So second sighting lap, of course, because of the no warm-up this morning, to try and get as much done today as we possibly can. And of course, Harrison Day, you know, he's, as there we go, patchy rain nearby, apparently, in Ashton in Makerfield. We're just a couple miles south of Wigan town centre, and of course just a few miles to the west of Manchester, where it's a very tense day today with the derby happening later on. But of course, still tense here at FAB-Racing, because there are still a few championships yet to be decided, even though this one has still been done. And of course, Harrison Day, his dad Josh, a former BSB rider before a huge accident a couple of years ago, forced him to hang up the helmet. But I know that he's enjoying taking his son on the journey that he once did, and he is probably even more delighted than Harrison was, because I went and ran and spoke to them yesterday to give them congratulations, and Josh was absolutely beaming.
Yeah, you know he's going to be proud of his son for doing this season here at FAB-Racing. We came into the season, we knew he was going to be one to be watching. We said it at our first race weekend in Lid when he performed amazingly. We said Harrison Day is going to be one to watch this season. And watching we have, and he has done absolutely brilliantly. Now champion of the MotoGP 70, like Ross said. Soon we can be seeing him in the British Talent Cup. Hopefully teams will be waiting to snatch him up, and we will know that he started here at FAB on his road to MotoGP, on his road to those big championship. But Lee Cloud's now our race. Flag marshal waves the flag, and we're racing is underway. Harrison Day just sliding on past the Travis Shaw, who started in P1 on the grid. Now takes the race lead, and the number 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, a really good start from him, up to third from P4. Travis Shaw on that number 4, still holding the second place, but it looks like Taylor Tomlinson on that 77 is just going to slide past him, and that was the number 7 of Logan Cousins, unable to start this race, unfortunate for him. But look at that lead Harrison Day has got in through those first few corners. Absolute amazing start for him. He's just showing what we all know he's capable of.
Absolutely. It looked like a clutch or a gearbox issue for Cousins, but he has got going now, but he is a long way back, unfortunately. It's not done and dusted for Day yet, because Taylor Tomlinson really started putting pressure on him at the end of race number 1 yesterday, as through goes Matthew Thomas up into P3. Nice move on the way into Penteth Climb before Coward Summit, one of the biggest corners we have on the FAB-Racing calendar. Downhill, blind, through a dip. It's unbelievably fast as well. Such a tricky corner. But yeah, Harrison Day, the pressure will be off. He'll be able to ride freely again, because he knows he's champion. He's racing for fun now. He's racing just because he can, because there is nothing else to race for his season. He could just pack up and go home if he really wanted to. So that pressure is off. He can now go at full attack. There is no worries in the mind. But you've also got to consider Taylor Tomlinson was looking really fast yesterday. Had a quick word halfway across the paddock with him as we got here this morning, and he was saying, yeah, I feel in fact like I'm going to be winning a race here today. It's been a long old time since we've seen Taylor on the top step of the podium in FAB. Maybe in race 2 or race 3 of the MotoGP 70 British Championship, the Macarena will return.
Yeah, maybe we will see that from Taylor Tomlinson. He did just put in a fastest lap last time round. Just 0.5 seconds separating him and Harrison Day running out front. Our other group, though, our main pack, running just 6 seconds behind them. But here they are, our race leads. Look at that. Taylor Tomlinson is hot on the tail of Harrison Day. Harrison Day is pushing his bike down those straights, really getting his knee to the floor around the corners, but so is Taylor Tomlinson. He is hungry for a race win this weekend, and he is going to do anything he can to pass Harrison Day, get that lead, and go flying around the track. 10 laps left to go. This is going to be a really close battle between these guys for a couple of laps. I can see it happening. Taylor Tomlinson hot on the tail of Harrison Day through that little curvature section there. Harrison Day, though, still holding on to his lead. And it is Harrison Day down and out of the race. Taylor Tomlinson now leads this race. That was a bit of a nasty off there for Harrison Day, just picking up his bike there. He's all up though, he's all okay, but with 10 laps left to go, that is not what he wanted to happen as the newly crowned champion.
Yeah, great to see that Day is up on his feet straight away. Not the biggest axe that we've seen, just slid off, although quite at pace, it must be said. But a real shame for Harrison Day. Must have just got it slightly wrong and it's just gone underneath him. It's still quite tricky out there. The track is still damp, it's patchy. It is, it is difficult. Again, his championship's done already, as we've been saying multiple times, and that's a very sad picture for your 2025 champion, isn't it? What's supposed to be a celebration race ends in a shame, but he's still got one more race to go out there. Again, his season's already done, but yeah, that's a really sad picture to have there. What a shame for Harrison Day, though, and it means Taylor Tomlinson, meanwhile, has now got a 10-second gap back to Matthew Thomas in P2.
This seems to happen a lot in our mini GP70s. Our leader gets a really good run away from those behind him, and when he builds that gap, he just gets really comfortable in his lead. I mean, like Ross was just saying, Taylor Tomlinson now has a 10-second lead ahead of Matthew Thomas and Leo Solio and Frankie Watson, all battling it out for second, third and fourth. Travis Shaw, though, starting from pole position, has dropped all the way back to P5 in this race. That is really unfortunate for him. But after his crash yesterday, perhaps he may be having a few issues with the bike. He's just been that little bit more cautious. Yeah,
something's just not working for that number 4, is it? Unfortunately, down to P5 after qualifying on pole position as well. A real shame for him. In a weekend where, of course, going into race 1 anyway, he needed to be maximising everything to keep the championship alive. Unfortunately, though, Harrison Day took it after he crashed down and out, but he's still in this race with 8 laps left to go. So I'll have to wait and see if he's got anything on. This is now the battle for second place with Day down and out. Matthew Thomas and Leo Soliu in P2 and P3 at the moment. Frankie Watson, though, we know how quick he can be when he turns it on. He's in P4, just behind on that number 14. Yeah, Leo Soliu on the number 36. He's having a really solid weekend, is that young man. Not a rider that you typically see fighting for podium, so great to see that this weekend he's been able to turn it up and turn up the wick. Yeah, I mean, his best finish so far this season. There's been a whole host of kind of 4th, 5th, 6th places. In fact, his best finish is 6th, should I say, this year. And now fighting on the podium, so what a story that'll be for the 36. But he is under big pressure from Frankie Watson behind, so he needs to go on the defensive. And he is doing so now as well, because it looks like Matthew Thomas starting to bridge a bit of a gap between.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew Thomas really is starting to bridge a bit of a gap between them now. That 47 of Matthew Thomas being hunted down by that 36 of Leo Soliu, but Leo also has to be careful of the fact that he's also got pressure from Frankie Watson behind. He's got himself stuck in a little bit of a sandwich here, where he's kind of knows he wants to go on the attack on Matthew Thomas, but he also knows any move he will make risks him being attacked by Frankie Watson, so he really has to be careful, really think carefully about where it is he's going to make that move, if he can make the move, and prevent Watson from getting up past him as well. So this is a really close battle with just 6 laps left to go. The 36 of Leo Soliu in the middle of the 47 of Matthew Thomas and the 14 of Frankie Watson. Matthew Thomas, though, really on that back straight, he really gets on that throttle, gets that bit of a gap, but then through into these corner sections, Leo Soliu just catches up with him that little bit more again and looks to make a move, but can't quite find the right position to do it. They're just coming now down past our commentary box, past our window. The 36 moved out a little bit on Matthew Thomas, but just couldn't quite find enough power to make the move.
Yeah, everyone taking slightly different lines, trying to find the grip as the track dries in awkward patches. You can see there some parts damp, some parts looking almost dry. All of the riders on full wets as well, so they will have naturally less grip because there is less tyre touching the road with those grooves compared to the slicks, and it just means it's a little bit slower. There's a little bit less grip. Corners like Pentith Climb, the first turn, that big uphill right-hander. If you're really, really brave when conditions are perfect, you can take that flat in the 70s. I know there's only a handful of riders who've been able to do it, and they're normally quite proud to tell you that they are able to keep it flat. Most of the riders normally have to have a little bit of roll-off through there. In conditions like these on wet tyres, you're having a big roll-off. You might even be throwing it down a gear if you're really that cautious. So it is tricky out there for them, and every lap again, because they've only had 2 sighting laps, they've not had any warm-up this morning. Every lap, when the track is changing as well, every lap is new, and every lap you're learning what's happening to the track. This corner, okay, how's it different this time? And it's a bit of a guessing game every single corner you approach, as that is Matthew Thomas a little bit deep there into Lucy's Valley. So it's tricky, really, really tricky for these riders out there, and they're doing a spectacular job. Matthew Thomas holding on to second place for the time being.
He really is. Just 5 laps left to go. Matthew Thomas is doing some really good defensive riding and really holding on to his P2 position in this race so far. Our race leader, though, Taylor Tomlinson, has actually flown ahead of everybody else, but it is this battle we are keeping an eye on right now, this 3-way battle for P2, P3 and P4. The 47 of Matthew Thomas is leading currently ahead of the 36 of Leo Soliu and the 14 of Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson did start P3 on the grid, so he has just lost 1 position at the moment, but that 36 of Leo Soliu really fast down these straights and really putting pressure on that 47 of Matthew Thomas, and then Thomas around into these corners, round into the little chicanes and sweeping sections, really gets that lead back and builds that gap up a little bit more. But that is the number 14 of Frankie Watson just down on the inside, and the 36 of Leo Soliu. That was a beautiful move from Frankie Watson. Not too sure what happened to Leo there, but Frankie Watson was able to just move really cleanly up the inside and take that P3 position. So it is Matthew Thomas who is now under pressure from Frankie Watson on that number 14 bike. A bit of a gap building between him and the 36 of Leo Soliu now. Perhaps Leo, he's just struggling a little bit with his bike with just 3 laps left to go, about to be really a quick racing from these guys. The 47 of Matthew Thomas got a gap building between him and the number 14 of Frankie Watson now, but that 36 Leo Soliu is putting on the pressure now. These guys really fighting with each other, Ross.
Yeah, it's getting potentially a bit elbows out maybe. No one's really sparked anything just yet, pulled the pin and thrown the grenade, so to speak, but you can tell there's this simmering tension, maybe starting to get a little bit hot under the helmet, so we'll keep our eyes peeled if this battle suddenly explodes. But for now, Thomas still holding on to that second place with Watson third, and Leo Soliu, after dropping down off the podium places, he's still right there with him and still on, even if he does finish in P4 for his best finish of the season in the 70s. So he is having a fantastic race, it must be said, on that number 36 bike. As they come round Luna Bend then, it'll make it the penultimate lap of the race for these guys. Taylor Tomlinson is gone. He's about 16 or so seconds up the road. Maybe I should have listened to him when he told me he was going to win a race this morning. I should have put a bet on him or something, because this is a masterclass. Yes, a little bit lucky with Harrison Day going down, but Tomlinson absolutely the class of the field here in race 2 of the Mini GP 70s at Three Sisters. Back to the battle for second we go though, and Watson looks like he's maybe starting to put a bit of proper pressure onto the back of Thomas as they come into Paddock Bend. Nowhere to really make a move yet. You can see them running slightly wider, trying to find a bit more of a wet line where they can utilise that grip and cool the tyres down through Paddock Bend. And also it means you avoid running on the slippery rubber, which gets really dangerous when it's wet. But right now, nothing for anybody. Watson is still sat there patiently waiting, and behind them, of course, Leo Soliu is just watching along, seeing if there is anything he can do. But right now, it's nothing. Final lap of the race for these guys in a few short moments. Does anyone have anything?
We have just got to wait to see that. With just 1 lap left to go, Taylor Tomlinson is really leading ahead of everybody else. There is our race leader now, just lapping past a couple more riders, but a brilliant race we are seeing from him. He's got that lead. Him and Harrison Day had a bit of a battle earlier on, but Harrison Day unfortunately crashed out, which gave Taylor Tomlinson the chance to get out up front and really lead this race. Like he was saying to you, Ross, earlier, he wanted a race win this weekend, and it looks like if all goes well in these final few sections of the track, he's going to get that win. Just under half a lap left to go now for Taylor Tomlinson. It is Taylor Tomlinson on that number 77, riding absolutely brilliantly around this track. Taylor Tomlinson is going to be your race winner of the second race of the Mini GP70, the premier class of racing. He comes round now and he is taking the checkered flag. It is Taylor Tomlinson who wins the race, doing the Macarena on his bike, having a brilliant celebration there. You can see just how happy and proud of himself he is. Brilliant racing we are seeing from him. And it is Matthew Thomas who comes across the line in P2 with Frankie Watson in P3 and Leo Soliu in P4. That battle we saw between those guys really stayed the same, really.
It has been a long old time, hasn't it, Taylor Tomlinson? How does victory taste? The Macarena returns to Fab Racing after so long away, and you could see just how much that means to the rider on the 77. Beside himself with joy. What a victory for Taylor Tomlinson, a dominating victory that we haven't seen from him in a while, the likes that we've seen from him in days gone past when he was in the Fab Racing Rookies Cup himself and Sebastian Kozlowski a few years ago with that titanic title battle. It is Tomlinson back on top once again in Fab Racing with Matthew Thomas second and Frankie Watson holding out for the final podium place from Leo Soliu only by 0.3 of a second. A shame for Soliu, but he does take his best ever finish this season in the Mini GP70's British Championship. Harrison Day, unfortunately, our champion in what was supposed to be a crowning ride, a victory parade, so to speak, down and out. But of course, I guess I'll have a chance to do that. Race 3 for these guys later on.
Coming up now, we have got race number 2 for the pit bike 1 for Izzy. Yesterday we saw a brilliant race from these guys, but in it we did see Jamie King unfortunately have an off, which meant he could not rejoin. Remember, if you are just joining us, one of the biggest rules of the racing this weekend is that if during a race you come off, you are not allowed to remount onto your bike and rejoin the racing. But these guys now 2 sighting laps, then their racing will be underway. Let's just have a quick run through of how the grid is looking. Tommy Ullman is starting from pole position with Jamie King in P2, Harrison Quincy starting P3, Simon Gates in P4, Finlay Cottenham in P5, Bailey Lawrence P6, Richard Holmes Williams P7, Keaton Payne P8, Ivano Di Francesco P9, Matthew McLean P10, Rory Jones P11, Mario Jelly P12 and Billy Sheldrake starting in P13. Tommy Ullman yesterday though, he has come and joined us this weekend at Fab Racing, and he really was showing everybody how it's done. He was really putting them to the test. But Harrison Quincy, our championship leader at the moment, handled the pressure beautifully and really pushed and got a race win yesterday.
He did indeed. Championship gap extended after that DNF from King up to 49 points. And again, we saw how frustrated King was when he went down. It was such an easy mistake dropping the rear to make, should I say, dropping the rear coming out of Lucy's Valley. And yeah, you could tell he was so frustrated. And when we ran into him later in the day and you went, what happened? Didn't want to talk about it. Wasn't having any of it at all. And even this morning as well, cracking jokes about not quite recovered from a PTSD and all of that. And I think he knows how crucial that moment was to this championship picture. And this round as well, where it looks like he is quicker than Harrison Quincy, even if only fractionally so. And he needed to maximise everything going into the final round when we come back to make it 5 Pit Bike 140 championships for Pit Bike Sonic. That could have been the season-defining moment. That was Rossi and Marquez, Malaysia in 2015. That was Sebastian Vettel in the wall at Germany in 2018. That could have been the moment that has decided the Pit Bike 140s. We're being told it's patchy like drizzle in the area now. That, of course, will probably be from the town centre of Ashton and Makerfield, which is a little bit up the road. Currently looking here, it is still dry. We know the rain is coming in. I've just looked at my fancy weather app and it said the rain's actually not going to be too bad. It's just to be consistent when it does hit for the rest of the day. But of course, my fancy weather app's also the free version because I'm tight. So who knows, quite frankly. I can see Izzy's looking at her own weather app now as well. So maybe we're getting different things, saying different things. We're just going to have to keep our eyes on the skies and see what's going to happen. And we're also going to have to see our eyes on the track as well. Izzy's weather app saying we've got a yellow wind warning and it's going to be proper heavy rain. So quite frankly, who knows? Let's just get on with race 2 of the Pit Bikes 140, shall we? Lee Clowes drops the red flag and raises the green. It is time to go racing. Oh, Quincy nearly stalls it and gets a huge wheelie away from the line that will allow King to slide on through. Almost a disastrous start there for your championship leader. It is still Tommy Alman that leads at the moment as we see smoke billowing out of the exhaust of Jamie King. We're used to that one now. King, though, under pressure from Quincy. Quincy to the inside. Brilliant move. Forces King to sit the bike up, and Harrison Quincy slides on by into second place.
He does indeed, but look at that gap Tommy Ullman is building at the moment. It is his first weekend of FAB with us this weekend, and he's just really putting on a show. He is saying to all of our regular riders, come on, come and get me. Let's see what you can do. He's pushing them to the limit, but it's Harrison Quincy running in P2 with Jamie King hot on his tail in P3. Simon Gates running in P4, and Finley Cotton rounding out our top 5 at the moment. But Harrison Quincy, nearly big jump start from him there, possibly nearly stalled it. He really raised that front wheel as he was coming off of the start line, but he has really collected himself now, got that P2 and running really well ahead of Jamie King.
Yeah, great start, or great second half of the opening lap, should I say, from Quincy, because that start nearly a disaster, but he managed to get over it. As we see action a bit further back, there's Keaton Payne, who's been setting the world ablaze recently in the senior mini motos. His Pit Bike 140 adventures, not quite achieving the same amazing form, but still doing very, very well is he. Currently running in P7 as it stands, and we'll have to see how Keaton is going to get on over the rest of this race. Currently doing battle with Bailey Lawrence and Richard Holmes Williams, the tractor boy, just in front of him. So we'll see how that's all going to unfold as we push onwards regardless. There is the number 93, that's Finley Cottenham, who I think's been shoved down the order. He must have made a mistake somewhere because he's dropped 2 positions on the previous lap. Ullman's extended the gap at the front to a 1.1 already, so he's starting to push away at the front. He sees that there is a potential race win here if he's able to break the gap to Quincy and King behind. Quincy and King, well, as I said, actually, that gap's come right back down. So either Quincy's up the pace or there's been a mistake somewhere for Ullman. So we'll wait and see. But it is still Ullman, Quincy and King, your top 3.
Absolutely, it is, Ross. We've got just 10 laps of racing left to go here in race 2 at Three Sisters for the Pit Bike 140s. These guys have never failed to disappoint and give us good racing this season. They're running in P5 at the moment is Richard Holmes Williams. He is hot on the tail of Simon Gates and looking to get up to P4, but our front runners running P1, P2, P3 at the moment have really got a gap forming between them, and Richard Holmes Williams up on the outside of Simon Gates. That was a really smooth move from Richard Holmes Williams there to take P4. Brilliant thinking, a brilliant move from him there. 9 laps left to go. It is Tommy Ullman ahead of Harrison Quincy and Jamie King in P3, but the gap between those guys running in P1, P2, P3 has got kind of equal between them. There's an equal gap between Tommy Ullman and Harrison Quincy, and then Harrison Quincy and Jamie King. So Quincy is really going to be looking to up the pace and really try and catch up.
Yeah, going really well. Tractor Boy slides on through. Being told that Race Control are investigating the start of the race now. So we'll let you know if there are any updates with that one. But they are having a look on it. A look at what? I'm not entirely sure, but my suspect would be Harrison Quincy for a potential jump start, which also may as well. Also been told they're also looking at Jamie King as well, so King may have gone too early. So both of our championship contenders potentially in hot water. I can see that Quincy may have jump started. That may have been why he got that huge kick up and nearly stalled, because he's gone too early, immediately jumped on the brakes. As he's jumped on the brakes, suddenly the flag's gone and he's gone again, dropped the clutch too quickly, and it's just gone upwards. So that would be a very easy explanation for what's happened there. And again, very may well be a penalty if Race Control are looking into it. 8 laps left to go though. Tommy Alman still leads by 9/10 of a second at the line from Quincy. Jamie King though, fastest lap last time, but by millimetres. All 3 of the top 3, all 104.7, separated by 0.03 of a second. That is as tight as you like.
That is really, really tight between these three guys running up at the top. We've got just about 7.5 laps left to go. Everybody else are looking to chase them down. Richard Holmes-Williams currently running in P4. He's got really close to Jamie King now, but we are just getting a notification from race control now that Jamie King is getting a 3-second jump start penalty. Mr. Pit Bike Sonic is not going to be best pleased with that penalty he has gotten there, which means that Harrison Quincy has got some really good points coming his way, hopefully, for the championship.
Oh man, I mean, Jamie King, not someone you see making jump starts like that very often. What a huge shock. It won't affect him too much. He's got a pretty healthy gap over Richard Holmes-Williams, so I don't think he'll drop off the podium at the end of this one. But it means, of course, he'll have to be ahead of the likes of Almond and Quincy by 3 seconds if he wants to win. Wow, what a change. And there is potentially a change for the lead as well as Quincy looks to the inside. Nothing on that occasion into paddock bend. Allman still holds the lead, but Jamie King, I'm stunned. I mean, I guess all our attention was focused on Harrison Quincy nearly going head over toes and doing a backflip, but wow, that's a huge moment for him. And after a DNF in race 1 with a simple mistake that was very costly, and with the rule at Three Sisters that you're not allowed to rebound, so he threw 25 points away there. Now he's getting more problems going his way, which are just hindering him from potentially getting pit bike title number 5. It's looking more and more likely that the racing gods are nominating Harrison Quincy to be king at the end of this season. The gap between Jamie King and Richard Holmes-Williams, I mean, it's big enough. It's 0.3 of a second now as we see a move there from Quincy, trying to go around the outside, doesn't quite get it on that occasion. But yeah, so the gap, Jamie King, the penalty has already been applied, so on the timing screen he's 0.4 of a second ahead of Richard Holmes-Williams at P4.
6 laps left to go. Allman still leading ahead of Harrison Quincy. Harrison Quincy did look to make a move up on the inside of Tommy Allman just moments ago, but he couldn't quite get enough out of the bike, enough throttle to be able to do it. But Jamie King is still chasing them down, but he does have that 3-second penalty, so it isn't going to make much of a difference for him. But Harrison Quincy and Tommy Allman running in P1 and P2 at the moment. This is our battle we want to be watching. Just 6 laps left to go, and Quincy really looks like he's just struggling to keep up with Allman's pace at the moment. He has occasions around a couple of corners, down a few of the straights, where he is able to catch up, but he still just can't quite get enough to be able to make that move. 5 laps left to go, and it is Tommy Allman ahead of Harrison Quincy, Jamie King in third, and Richard Holmes-Williams are running in fourth. But these two running P1 and P2 really are building a gap between them and Jamie King now. Jamie King was in that battle for a little bit at the beginning of this race, but these guys are just getting a bit more of pace out of their bike compared to Jamie King, and they are just leading. Harrison Quincy looking to go down on the inside, couldn't quite make the move. Then Tommy Allman really defensive riding from him, didn't give the space that Harrison needed to be able to make that move. He's going to look to do it again round the rest of the track, but he couldn't quite do it into that first corner.
Last lap, Allman and Quincy running 104.2, King a 104.7. They're really upping the wick and starting to extend that gap at the front as they push each other each an extra further mile. We are witnessing something really, really special here, I guarantee it. Of course, we are still quite a way off of lap record pace, given the conditions, about 4 or so seconds off the lap record, which is held by Jamie King around here. He's always been quite fast here at Three Sisters. A check back from King, still running in third place with that penalty. Quincy, meanwhile, through into the race lead at the inside at Pented Climb. Allman thinks about fighting back, but that's not a move you can really make unless you are the bravest man on the planet coming through Coward Summit. So with 2.5 laps left to go, it is Harrison Quincy that leads.
Absolute brilliant move from Harrison Quincy there. He's also got himself fastest lap last time round. He really was putting that pressure on Tommy Allman. The issue is now they're coming up into some back traffic. One of the riders there just running at the back of the pack, so they've got to move through that. Harrison Quincy's got to make sure he moves it in the best way to be able to keep his lead, that doesn't allow Tommy Allman the chance to take it back away from him. With 2.5 laps left to go, Harrison Quincy leading amazingly. He knows he's under pressure from Tommy Allman there, but he is the young gun. We've really been watching him all season long. Tommy Allman, one of our new riders this weekend, and welcome to all our riders who have joined us at FAB Racing this weekend. Due to to, unfortunately, another championship having to cancel their races, so everybody has decided to join us, which is really good to see. But in this race at the moment for the pit bike 1 it's Harrison Quincy leading ahead of Tommy Ullman. 2 laps left to go and he's holding on to that lead.
Yeah, really tight though. Ullman continuing to put the pressure on as King fades further and further away. These two entering a class of their own. Can Ullman find anything on Quincy? Or will that number 1, or 755 should I say, hold on to take a second victory in a row and to further eke out his championship advantage, which I believe will give him the mathematical possibility as well to clinch it in race 3 should Jamie King have an absolute disaster class. So we'll wait and see. There is King there. Again, that penalty has already been applied. It's just how penalties work here at FAB Racing. You just get thrown 3 seconds onto your timing board as we're getting more blue smoke out the back of Jamie King's bike. Apparently running like it's a 2-stroke. It's not, it's a 4-stroke. Probably shouldn't be doing that, but he says it's running well, so he hasn't changed anything with it. So yes, the penalty's already been applied. So even though on the road, as we do start the final lap of the race, he's kind of just at the back of this battle in the lead. On the timing board, he is only half a second ahead of Richard Holmes-Williams. So if he does make a mistake, he very may well drop out of the podium places, is he?
Yeah, definitely, but we've got just about half a lap to go in a second. They're just flying down past the commentary box now. Harrison Quincy looks aggressive on that bike in P1. He knows Tommy Ullman is really going to put pressure on in these last few moments of this race, but he is defensive, he is staying calm, and he knows what he needs to do to take that win. Harrison Quincy is leading ahead of Tommy Ullman at the moment. Round into these final few corners, it is going to be Harrison Quincy, this tight battle between these two all race long, and with just half a lap left to go, coming round into those final few corners now, it is going to be Harrison Quincy who hopefully takes this race win, but Tommy Ullman is putting pressure on round into that last corner now, about to take the checkered flag, and he does, and it's Harrison Quincy who takes the race win ahead of Tommy Ullman, with Jamie King crossing the line in P3. A little thumbs up there from Tommy Ullman to Harrison Quincy, but Harrison Quincy has done it again. He has won another Pit Bike 140 race, showing the older guys how it's done.
Brilliant ride there from Quincy once again, and extends that championship lead up to 58 points. Heading into race number 3, he can mathematically take the title before he leaves Three Sisters this weekend. Let that sink in. It was oh so close coming into the weekend, but it is Quincy who now takes a charge and takes control. It is Harrison Quincy that wins race number 2 of the pit bikes, with Tommy Almond in P2 and Jamie King rounding out in P3, even with that penalty applied. Richard Holmes-Williams was P4, with Keaton Payne 5th, Simon Gates in 6th, Finley Cotton was 7th, with Ivan Di Francesco in P8, Daniel Gilbert was P9, and Matthew McLean rounding out the top 10. We also had Rory Jones in 11th, Bailey Lawrence P12, Billy Sheldrake 13th, and unfortunately we lost Mario Geely from that one, so only 13 finishes there. King, of course, well, whether he knows he had his penalty or not, he finished in P3, but again, another little mistake from Pit Bike Sonic. I wonder if the pressure is starting to get to him, cracks starting to show, because 2 mistakes this weekend already. One ultimately didn't make that much of a difference. One cost him 25 points.
Number 2 for the Mini GP 50R. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from them this week, and absolutely amazing stuff they have given us in race 1 earlier this week, but we got a massive grid of these guys this week, and they are just coming around onto track now for their 2 sighting laps. So let's have a little run through of the grid. Starting in pole position is Mason Frederick, P2 Bradley Curtis, P3 Sebastian Gazlowski, P4 Josh Perkins, P5 Caelan Ratcliffe, P6 Riley Paisley, P7 Rex Austin, P8 Emilio Pereira, P9 Jensen Knowles, P10, Thomas Mead. P11, Jensen Ansell. P12, Max Johnson. P13, Tommy Keats. P14, Nicholas Dunwoody. P15, Kai Hawken. P16, Daisy Holden. P17, Leo Hams. P18, Austin Dilts. P19, Bo Morris. P20, JJ Manchester. P21, Callum Maxwell. P22, Mason Hams. P23, Daniel Tanton. P24, Rex Ullman. P25, Joey Athersit. P26, Harry James. And rounding out our grid, P27 is Claudia Dudman. This is a massive grid we've got for the mini GP 50Rs. Yesterday in race 1 we saw Bradley Curtis have a bit of a crash that wasn't the best of times for him, but we got their race back underway, and yesterday we saw Sebastian Gazowski take the win.
Yeah, we did indeed, after Bradley Curtis's DNF. And it was a real shame to see, but it's racing. Unfortunately, sometimes you have a big one. We did get the race done, and Gazowski ended up finishing in P2, in fact, which meant that he didn't clinch the title by a singular point. But I guess he was happy just sitting there playing second fiddle, letting other riders go out there and do their thing, because he knew that with Curtis down and out, he could just take it nice and easy. There was no real pressure on him. It was a real shame for Bradley Curtis, and a real big high side coming into Lucy's Valley as well. So we're hoping, of course, that he is all okay. But again, we'll wait to see if he is going to be joining us in this race, because I'm not entirely certain, and I don't see him immediately out on track. So we'll wait to see if Bradley Curtis will be back with us here today. But again, I say that, but all that needs to happen for the championship to go further from here is Gazowski needs to not score a single point for the rest of the season, and Curtis wins every race. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Bradley Curtis to go further from here is Gazowski needs to not score a single point for the rest of the season, and Curtis joined us. Okay, so Bradley Curtis is back. That's great to see. So I was looking out of the commentary box window, and in fact he just slid right under our noses and into your picture. So Curtis is here for the championship to go his way. He needs to win every single race left of the season and hope that Gazowski fails to score a point for every single race of the season. So I mean, it is mathematically possible. Realistically though, I mean, it's a done deal, let's be honest here. Yeah, really, it is. It would need Sebastian Gazowski crashing out in every race and Bradley Curtis to be at the top of every race. But Lee Clowes now just getting our riders prepped and ready. She's just holding up that red flag, telling everybody to be off and moved away from the track like they need to be. That is the rules and regulations. Just waiting for the final few to clear away off of the track. She's just holding the riders there for a moment. There's an issue further back, I think.
There looks like there is just an issue a slight bit further back, but now she is moving off to the side. Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, picking up that green flag, and it is flag down and away we go racing. Brilliant start from Mason Frederick there, really close between Sebastian Gazowski and Bradley Curtis into that first corner, but it is Sebastian Gazowski who takes the P2 away from Bradley Curtis. Brilliant start for him and Mason Frederick. Bradley Curtis now being hassled by Josh Perkins, who was running in P4, now running P3. It looks like Bradley Curtis was a little bit cautious on that race start, a little bit cautious in this race today.
Yeah, great start from Mason Frederick, though, using that four-stroke grunt from the Avali to power him off the line and maybe off into the distance, but a couple of metric hits behind him, that two-stroke high-end power band. This is where it comes into its own, flying up the Conrod Straight. It's climbing the Cowley Summit, but already as they start the first lap proper, crossing the timing beam, it's a pretty healthy lead for Frederick, it must be said, as they will make their way through 1.4 seconds already. As was that, oh wow, that's an amazing move there. Was that Josh Perkins, I believe, getting through? No, it's Rex Austin, in fact, doing a fight with Bradley Curtis for P4. What is going on here? Chaos as Curtis drops down the order. Ratcliffe slides through as well. Some brave stuff being pulled off here. Rex Austin up a couple of places.
That was a brilliant bit of battle in there from Rex Austin. He knew he wanted that place from Bradley Curtis. I think he's aware that Bradley Curtis isn't having the best start to this race, so he took that, played with it for his advantage, and got up past Bradley Curtis to be in a P5. And Caelan Ratcliffe now running in P6 with Bradley Curtis dropping down to roughly P7. Not the greatest day he's going to be having today, but now we've got Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe who are going to be battling it out with 10 laps left to go. There is nothing separating between those two riders. But on our screens now, we see the number 64 Sebastian Gazlowski being followed by Josh Perkins. But the 991 of Rex Austin is really being hunted down by the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. But on our screens at the moment is the 64 of Sebastian Gazlowski being followed by Josh Perkins. A brilliant battle happening here, but Sebastian Gazlowski is holding on to that second place. But our race leader, Mason Frederick, has really got a gap building. He's got a 3.5 lead ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski and Josh Perkins, who are currently battling it out for second. He's had an amazing start to this race, but in the background there we can just see Rex Austin still under pressure from Caelan Ratcliffe for fourth place position.
Yeah, battles everywhere you look on this humongous grid that we've got out here, as everyone is just flying through everywhere. It's everyone's swapping positions, everyone's causing chaos. It's difficult to try and keep track of going on right now. Of course, if you're sat at home with a Navali bike, as everybody who rides a Navali bike in the country apparently is here, we feel the one person that's not here after another championship cancelled their round. Feel free to come along for the final round. Also Three Sisters, of course the Mini GP 50R cars, as it has been for the entire season, is open to Avali machinery as well as petrol kits. So come and give it a go. And of course, if you're a young rider at home and fancy giving FAB-Racing a go, head over to the website. But it is absolute chaos out there at the moment. Austin, and come and give it a go. And of course, if you're a young rider at home and fancy go, but it is at the moment continuing to do battle as they head into Paddock Bend with 7.5 laps left to go for this group. Soon to be 7 in total, surely, because Frederick is so far ahead of everyone else. And these guys are entering Lucy's Valley. He's already going through the S's section. Such is his advantage ahead of everybody else. And there we see Gazlowski and Perkins. They've got themselves a 3.5 second gap ahead of this battle. That was a little look there from the 96 of Rex Austin, or of Caelan Ratcliffe on Rex Austin. Maybe just starting to get a little bit impatient because it was a bit opportunistic, but he was very much having a look just behind them as well. The 272's got through Bradley Curtis. Jensen Knowles on to P6.
Yeah, absolutely. With 7 laps left to go, and Caelan Ratcliffe, beautiful move then. 3-1 Rex Austin. That was really easy for him. He just slid on past. But yeah, with 7 laps left to go, Mason Frederick is leading ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski, Josh Perkins, and Caelan Ratcliffe now up past Rex Austin to be running in P4. Amazing stuff we are seeing from those guys in this race. That was really good pressure that Caelan Ratcliffe, he just kept on reminding Rex Austin that he was there, reminding him that he was going to make a move at some point. But now the 272 Jensen Knowles looks like he might be looking to make a move on Rex Austin soon. A brilliant bit of racing, this three-way battle we've got going on here for fourth position with 7 laps left to go. Caelan Ratcliffe though now has really starting to build a gap between him and Rex Austin on that 991 bike. But there on our screens is Sebastian Gazlowski and Mason Frederick. It looks like Gazlowski has made the move up past Mason Frederick and is now running in a P1 with 6 laps left to go. What a race we are seeing between these guys.
I think you might be getting your riders mixed up there, Izzy. Mason Frederick's still a country mile ahead of everyone else. Yeah, it's Josh Perkins. They were swapping place on the previous lap. So that's still a battle for second place there. But yeah, still crazy. As you said, Ratcliffe and Austin still getting involved. Knowles right there with them. That's a 3-way fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. Bradley Curtis in a little bit of no man's land behind. Pereira and Paisley are doing chase while they're fighting, so they're not too far away from them at all. 6 laps left to run in this one. And as they make their way through the S's, this is Gazlowski and Perkins fighting over the final 2 podium places. Into Lula Bend they go. Perkins has been tailing Gazlowski for quite some time now. Just hasn't been quite able to find anything to get through him as it stands. Again, Gazlowski is probably on just riding quite conservatively mode as they push through. So yeah, he knows there's a championship on the line. He knows he doesn't need to push at 100% through. On the line. He's happy happy just settling for second place. But yeah, Perkins, for some reason, unable to make anything quite work as it stands. But yeah, 5 laps left to go here. We are somehow ahead of schedule, despite the fact that we've technically got 4 more races to do today than initially planned, which means we are going to be having a lunch break. Our original plan was just to run straight through, so that's nice. There will be a break, and we will go down to the paddock during that break, and you can hear us chatting to a few of the riders. But as we see there, that battle between Goslavsky and Perkins still raging on. It looks like they've closed right up to... No, that's not Mason Frederick. That, in fact, is lap traffic. There goes Josh Perkins, though. Late move. Is he going to sit Goslavsky up side by side into Luna Ben? Goslavsky still has the inside. That was the first real move launched by Josh Perkins and almost got it cemented. But he knows now he can certainly draw alongside his rival. He just needs to get that little extra further to eke out in front.
Yeah, with just 4 laps left to go, though, Sebastian Goslavsky has really pushed on ahead of Perkins. He did look when they got stuck in that traffic to make a move there, but Sebastian Goslavsky, he knows he wants to hold on to that second place position, so he is just making sure Josh Perkins cannot get past him at any point. But with 4 laps left to go, it is an amazing bit of racing. Some really good battles we are seeing from these guys here. Rex Austin has now been passed by Jensen Knowles on that 272, so Caelan Ratcliffe is running in 4th with Jensen Knowles in 5th and Rex Austin in 6th. But on our screens at the moment, this running in 4th with Jensen Knowles in 5th and Rex Austin in 6th. But on our screens, and it looks like Josh Perkins may have just been passed there, or he's making his way through a little bit of back traffic. But with 3 laps left to go, Sebastian Goslavsky in 2nd place ahead of Josh Perkins in 3rd place. It was just some back traffic they were making their way through then, but our race leader Mason Frederick now has an 11-second, well, nearly 12-second gap between him and Sebastian Goslavsky. An amazing race that Mason Frederick has had. He is really comfortable with just getting around the grid, but this is Caelan Ratcliffe now just looking to make his way.
The pole is to start the last lap of the race.
Absolutely, Mason Frederick has really put on a show. Mason Frederick has really put on a show this race. There it is, the yellow flag with this race. There it is, the yellow flag with the black cross through, letting him know he is just the black cross through, letting him know he has just got 1 lap left to do. Just hold on to that comfortable lead. He is gained well ahead of everybody else. It's been an amazing show from him during this race. He's really put his bike to the test and really shown what he can do. Amazing stuff we are seeing from him. He's just coming round now, got about roughly half a lap left to go, just got some back traffic to make his way through, but it will be our pole position holder who wins this race. He started on pole and he kept the hold of pole. Although he had a little bit of pressure from Sebastian Goslavsky at the start of the race, he really has shot away and he's going to take this race win. It is going to be Mason Frederick who is winner of race 2 of the Mini GP 50R class. Really amazing stuff we have seen from him in this race this morning. Just coming around now into that final corner, and you can see the checkered flag is waving. Mason Frederick takes the win, and absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Mason Frederick, winner of a race 2 of the Mini GP 50R.
Brilliant race from Frederick, showcasing all of his skills once again as Goslavsky rounds out the podium places and does confirm himself as champion in the Mini GP 50Rs. Of course, it was a bit anticlimactic. We knew that it was happening. The circumstances for the championship to go someone else's way was so inconceivably difficult, but it is Sebastian Goslavsky that confirms himself as champion of the Mini GP 50R class, his first ever champion of this class as well. As looked at, there was an incident at the final corner. I believe it was Thomas Med on the last lap or so. So hopefully he's all okay. But Goslavsky confirmed as champion of 2025 of the Mini GP 50R class, and as well looking to the Mini GP 50 Championship, brought to you by Kings 2 Will Centre a little bit later on. He could be walking away here as a double champion as well. So congratulations to Sebastian Goslavsky, but celebrations muted. I think he knows what championship he would rather prioritise. The job not done yet. But champion of 2025 with the P1 board. I'm not surprised he's not celebrating either, because he is quite a quiet guy and quite cryptic, but still it's something. A huge congratulations to Super Seb on top, and our first ever 2025, or first ever champion, should I say, of the Mini GP 50s, ours in 2025. Congratulations.
And now coming up, we have got the second race for the Extreme 200 class. These guys yesterday were really, really impressive. It does look like we've only got one rider at the moment. No, there's everybody else starting to come up ready into the holding area, ready to do their 2 sighting laps and get this race underway. Ross, you were right though, the weather really is rolling in. We are just watching it get darker and darker over the track, but these guys now out on their 2 sighting laps. Let's have a little run through of who he's going to be starting where. So starting on pole position is the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. Starting in P2 is Leo Soliu. P3 Harrison Day. P4 Wilson Dilks. P5 Tyler Humphries. P6 Matthew Thomas. P7 Frankie Watson. P8 Taylor Davis. P9 Asher Durham. P10 Travis Shaw. P11 Tyler Hartley, and P12 Harrison Quincy. Now, one of the riders we've got joining us this weekend, Asher Durham, has come all the way along from the British Superbike Championship. He is currently racing in one of their classes. And I thought, Ross, it would be good to mention that at the moment in the British Superbike Championship, the top 3 riders, you've got Kyle Ride, Brad Ray and Rory Skinner. They all came from FAB-Racing. This is where they started their journey.
They absolutely did. And, you know, these guys are going to be the ones looking to be up in BSB in the future as well. Of course, Kyle Ride, the man who by name was destined to be in British Superbikes. It is quite literally the greatest day. It's kind of like going back to the 1500s where surnames were supposed to be in jobs. You know, like Miller's had the surname Miller. Motorbike rider, your name's Ride. There you go, saw it. I can't help but smile every time someone says his name. Sorry, I mean, he is a very good rider as well. You have to be leading the British Superbike Championship. But yeah, it is a great name. But yeah, Asher Durham, currently second place in the Pirelli National Sport Bike Championship. So, you know, he's certainly quick. Not quite switched on here, though, at FAB-Racing, course, jumping from the BSB paddock back into mini bikes and back onto shorter kart circuits. It's a bit of a jump. So he's not quite, if you've not quite sorted yourself out. So, yeah, we do get a few BSB riders coming along occasionally. So, you know, if you want to revisit the glory days of your mini bike racing career, come back to where it all started, guys. See what you can do if you are free on a weekend or something like that, and give it a go in the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200 Championship. Picture-wise, we do still have a battle going on here. We've got reigning champion Wilson Dilks, who, after, again, announcing his retirement from mini bike racing 3 weeks ago, returns here to FAB-Racing this weekend. He is 55 points behind Harrison Day in the all-gold leathers and helmet to celebrate his Mini GP 70 British title, the title which was Wilson Dilks last year as well. I know that Dilks will be wanting to go back-to-back in this one, though, to stop Day from being a double champion. Looks like we are missing Tyler Humphries from P5 on the grid. So something going on there, but Lee Klaus is all happy and we are ready to send them on their way. Race number 2 of the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200 is on the way. Great launch there by Wilson Dilks. Nearly comes together with his championship rival. It's Taylor Tomlinson that leads them through Paddock Bend for the first time, and on the run into Lucy's Valley. Does anyone fancy a move? No, not quite yet. Dilks has a sniff but can't quite find anything. It's the 77 from the 15 from the 85. Your top 3: Taylor Tomlinson, Harrison Day, Wilson Dilks.
Yeah, Leo Soliu, who was starting from P2 on the grid, had a really awful start there. Allowed Wilson Dilks to get up and past him and nearly come in contact with Harrison Day. But Taylor Tomlinson, once again on that 77, is flying ahead of everyone else. Got a bit of a gap forming between him and Harrison Day and Wilson Dilks. Harrison Day and Wilson Dilks are really in battle at the moment. Wilson Dilks looking to make a move on Harrison Day, but can't quite get it with the 47 on the number 14 at the moment. Matthew Thomas looked to make a move on Frankie Watson. Then these guys are all running really close in this mid-pack here. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from them. Harrison Day leading. Wilson Dilks moves moving out then, was going to look to make a move but couldn't quite get enough out of his throttle with 10 laps left to go. These three here, Harrison Day, Wilson Dilks and Frankie Watson all in a battle with it, and Wilson Dilks has done it. He's made the move through on Harrison Day really clean and really easy, and he's now in P2 in this race.
Yeah, nice move. The door was open at Lucy's Valley, and Dilks not one to say no to those kinds of opportunities, so slid on by. Brilliant stuff there from him. And now Harrison Day looks like he's struggling for pace a little bit early on in this race. Goes on the defensive once again. Dilks already starting to open up the gap and chase down Taylor Tomlinson. Although Tomlinson on the previous lap was 1 second quicker. Regardless how, oh, look at that. Matthew Thomas again to the outside of Henson's climb. That is one of the best moves you will ever see here at Three Sisters. Around the outside, up the hill, and then to the inside on the run into Joey Dunlop corner as well. Matthew Thomas up into third, past the Mini GP 70 British champion, is a man on a mission at the moment. The 47 flying here early doors.
He is really being impressive in the races we've seen him in today. 9 laps left to go. Matthew Thomas is just seeing his opportunities and he's really taking it, but that is the 64 of Asher Durham at the moment, looking to get up past Harrison Day. Harrison Day has lost a couple of places at the moment. The 14 of Frankie Watson has also got up past him, it looks like, so he is just struggling a little bit today.
Yeah, something going on there for Frankie Watson. Definitely something going wrong for Harrison Day as well. He's just really struggling for pace, and I don't know whether it's a bike issue or maybe he's just cruising. It's very possible. Matthew Thomas is on the back of Wilson Dilks now and has been getting aggressive with the moves and has pulled some spectacular things out of the bag. Does he fancy it again into Joey Dunlop corner? Not on this occasion, but stays hot in the tracks of Wilson Dilks. Maybe draws alongside it to Paddock Bend, but Dilks cuts across and slams the door. So we stay single file for the time being. Just behind them, the number 14. Oh, Dilks leaves the door open for Thomas, and through he goes up into second place. And Taylor Tomlinson, does he need to be worried now? Because he's got a 3-second gap as Dilks look back to the inside into the S's. But that was brave at the best of times, and it wasn't able to come into anything. So Thomas can now go on a charge. I wonder if he's maybe taken a gamble and gone on slicks. I wonder if that's what him and Tomlinson have done, because they just seem to have ridiculous pace compared to everybody else. I have to have a look out the comments box window next time they come past.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a high chance they have run a different tyre strategy. We've got 7 laps left to go. Wilson Dilks on our screen at the moment, currently running in third, under a lot of pressure from Frankie Watson, and Harrison Day are really trying to pull the more out of his bike to be able to get up and pass him again and get himself involved in the battle. But the 47 of Matthew Thomas, as soon as he's got past Wilson Dilks, has really been able to get the power out of his bike. There's a 3-second gap between him and Taylor Tomlinson at the moment. With 7 laps left to go, he's going to go hunting and really try and catch up with Taylor Tomlinson and get himself involved in a lead battle at the moment. But this is Wilson Dilks running in P3 at the moment, under pressure from Frankie Watson, and then Harrison Day as well. The mid-pack at the moment is separated into little groups. Harrison Day has just got that bit of speed over Asher Durham at the moment. Asher Durham looking to catch up but can't quite get the speed, but also Leo Soliu, who started it on P2 and the grid, getting himself involved at the back of this pack in P7. So from P3 to P7, everybody's really close together, really close battles going on here.
Dilks under pressure now from Frankie Watson as well. Tomlinson and Thomas aren't on slicks. I mean, it looked like you could probably gamble on slicks. The track conditions at the moment, they're on the wets. They've just apparently found something that everyone else doesn't have, and they're just running away with it up the front of the pack.
To P7, everybody's really close.
Who does know if he does fancy it.
No, Wilson Dilks still just holding that little bit of a lead ahead of Frankie Watson at the moment with just 5 laps left to go. Brilliant racing we are seeing from these guys here. Taylor Tomlinson, our race lead though, flying ahead of everybody else, but Matthew Thomas really cutting down that gap that he had formed between them. Now just down to 2.9 seconds. Matthew Thomas, each lap is just chipping off a little bit more of that time as he's trying to catch up with Taylor Tomlinson and really got a battle going. He's got 5 laps to do it and really catch up with him. But the rest of our group are really staying quite close together. Wilson Dilks ahead of Frankie Watson. Harrison Day has been involved in battles with Durham at the moment, but it looks like the number 36 of Leo Soliu now is actually getting involved as well in this battle. But Harrison Day leading ahead of, it's Leo Soliu at the moment, the number 36, who is behind Harrison Day. Not quite sure what's happened to Asher Durham at the moment. Looks like he could have been passed by Leo Soliu. Yeah, that's a battle we missed. Asher Durham now behind Leo Soliu. Leo Soliu now following Harrison Day with 4 laps left to go.
Yeah, Day's just really struggling out there, or struggling compared to his normal pace anyway. Matthew Thomas has really started to eat into Taylor Tomlinson's time up the front of 59.1. That was 0.6 quicker than the race leader on the previous tour. And over the last couple of laps, we could be set to have a titanic battle for race number 2 in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200s. Frankie Watson still unable to find a way through. Soliu also unable to find his way through Harrison Day as it stands. And that Day will be losing a little bit of ground in the championship. Of course, it's a 55-point gap back to Wilson Dilks. If they finish as they do currently, that gap will drop ever so slightly. It'll be a 3-point swing, so down to 52 points. So we also have a big lead, but it just makes it a little bit harder for him to clinch it in race number 3 later on. As they continue to push their way around through Coward Summit, they go. And once again, Frankie Watson close, just not close enough into Joey Dunlop corner as the bike moves a little bit underneath him. He's found something a bit extra maybe down the pit straight. No, maybe we'll have to wait for the Rogerson straight into Luna Bend once again. But he's running out of time now, Izzy. The clock is ticking. It's going to be 2 laps left to go. Going to be 2 laps left to go. As we've said multiple times, the gap getting closer and closer between the top 2. And now Matthew Thomas running in the 58. So he's really rapidly closing into Taylor Tomlinson. We could have a huge battle on our hands. Yeah,
definitely. That 47 of Matthew Thomas really starting to gain on that 77 of Taylor Tomlinson. He's now got a difference of 1.252 seconds separating those two. Absolutely brilliant work Matthew Thomas has been putting in to catch up with Taylor Tomlinson. That 77 is being chased down by the 47 of Matthew Thomas. Back here on our screens a little bit, we can see that Wilson Dilks has now been passed by the 14 of Frankie Watson, and Harrison Day is going to be looking to have a go himself. But with just 2 laps left to go, Taylor Tomlinson is leading ahead of Matthew Thomas, just 1.2 seconds separating them at the moment. The 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, our race leader, about to start his last lap soon, ahead of the 47 of Matthew Thomas. Brilliant stuff we're seeing from these guys. But Frankie Watson, now that he got that move made on Wilson Dilks, is really finding himself heading up past the grid. But these are our front runners. They've just come past that yellow flag with the black cross to tell them that this is their last lap. Thomas has got to really push his bike to the limit to try and make that move on Taylor Tomlinson, and he's going to look to do it. That was neck and neck. That was nearly a back wheel touching a front wheel there. The number 47, Matthew Thomas, is being really aggressive. Rain is starting to fall a little bit, but this battle is really, really tense into those final corners, and Matthew Thomas has done it. He's made a move on the inside of Taylor Tomlinson, but Taylor Tomlinson not happy with that. Goes on the outside and takes it back. These guys really battling it out into these final corners.
What a battle we are witnessing. 1 turn left to go. Luna Bend beckons. Can Thomas find anything? He's tried so hard and the pace has been brilliant. Is it going to be enough? Will we get a drag race up to the checkered flag? We will. Tomlinson to the outside, Thomas to the inside. Tomlinson nicks it by 8 thousandths of a second. Takes his second win of Sunday. Oh me, oh my. What an ending to the race. Another drag race there as well. For 4th, 5th and 6th, Dilks, Day and Soliu also separated by less than a tenth. But Taylor Tomlinson, how close do you like it? The second Macarena of the day. as the rain starts to fall here at Three Sisters. Taylor Tomlinson, it feels like he's got a whole calendar year without a race win, and now he's got 2 here on Sunday, and that one by the finest of margins.
Taylor Tomlinson has woken up today and decided he's going to be an animal in these races. He really has. Like, you had that little chat with him earlier and I could hear it as you guys were chatting outside. He really said, I want a race winner this weekend. And he's manifested it, he's done it, and he's got 2 already in the second races. Absolutely brilliant stuff we saw from Taylor Tomlinson there, with Matthew Thomas 0.008 seconds separating these 2 guys who finished first and second. It was a race that came down to the teeth of it, really, really close between them.
Yeah, absolutely was as tight as you like, and a well-deserved win for Taylor Tomlinson. You got to feel for Matthew Thomas because the pace was ridiculous, and you'd think if there was an extra lap at the end of that race, he probably would have slid by. He'll have to settle for second. The amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 class, though, they'll be back out for race number 3 later on. And just a quick touch on the championship before we move on. Harrison Day finished in P5, chasing him Wilson Dilks in P4. The gap back down to 53 points. Race number 2 coming up then for the Moto team, and we've already crowned one champion in the open class. The team Acme Racing guys, that number 8 machine is on top in 2025, but the standard class battle rages on, and as the rain begins to fall here on the outskirts of Wigan, it could be a pretty interesting race. This will be the last race before the lunch break, I believe. And the riders, as the conditions have been drying up all morning, now it starts to get a little bit more wet. So let's run through the grid then. And in fact, we've just been told we're actually going to have the Mini GP 50s before the lunch. So second to last race before the lunch break. So we will get all of our race 2s done. Let's run through the grid. It is your new open class champions, Team Acme Racing. Marco Pandolfo starts on pole position with Warren Grantario in P2. Row 2 is Phil Mapplebeck and Ian Jackson with Hayden West in 5th and Harrison O'Keefe alongside. Fraser Kinnard starts 7th with Linton Miniola, the South African, in P8. Gary O'Keefe is 9th. Paul Kelly runs on the top 10. Phil Joyce is 11th. Alistair Kinnard in P12. And Madison Martin in P13. The rain, it's not heavy, but it's starting to come down. We're seeing hoods and umbrellas going up in the paddock now. So with a light drizzle, these guys are getting 2 sighting laps, maybe because of the rain starting. These guys were supposed to be the first group that were back to just your one regular sighting lap, but I think with the rain now starting to fall, when the track was at its driest, as even though it was still full wet conditions, and also we are ahead of schedule somehow, despite the fact that we were 4 races short of what we had planned yesterday, and we were all panicking this morning about, are we actually going to get everything done, and we had to have no warm-ups. We're actually miles ahead of schedule at the moment, so we've done ourselves very, very well.
Brilliant stuff to see there. But yeah, these guys just coming round on their second sighting lap at the moment, getting ready to get their second race of the day underway. These guys were out earlier on this morning. They had similar wet conditions. Like, we had a little dry spot on the track just outside of our commentary box window, Ross, and I have watched it in just like a few seconds. It's wet again and slippy again. It's gone. The dry patches on the track are gone. The rain is starting to come down. It doesn't look awful out of our window, but I have a feeling if we were down on track or out in the paddock at the moment, it would not be an enjoyable experience like our paddock walk yesterday. Yeah,
absolutely. Saw Warren Grantario there on the number 55 machine coming through. As we also see a few other riders coming in. Grantario, whose transponder is the number 55 anyway, but I think he's actually on the number 42 machine. Yeah, with that again, the weird Durex sponsor, one of the weirder ones I've seen. I saw him looking up at the skies, thinking I probably should have worn protection for this wet, but I'll stop with the terrible jokes now. It's time for Moto Team race number 2. And we can't wait for it. One of the Moto Team classes championship has already been decided. The standard class is still open. The gap at 65 points. It cannot mathematically go in race number 2, but race number 3, keep your eyes on Ian Jackson's bike. Keep your eyes on Harrison O'Keefe and his lights out or green flag drop, and we're underway. Good start by both of the front pair. The number 8 will lead them out of Paddock Bend with the number 42 hot on their tail, looking to the outside, maybe into Lucy's Valley as everybody else tries to find grip with the rain now falling. The track's going to be evolving so quickly. It all looks like they're keeping the status quo at the moment. No one willing to stick their neck out just yet. Everybody perfectly happy staying in single file as they go through the S's and onto the Rogerton Straight. It's Marco Pandolfo, Team Acme Racing, your 2025 Open Class champions that lead.
Absolutely, and just behind him on his tail is Warren Guantario, but he is a brilliant racer as well. He's coming this weekend, a new racer for us, and he's really battling it out with Marco Pandolfo, really testing him a little bit at the moment, but that is fabulous to see. But these guys, they raced this morning on a wet track, and they're back out now on a wet track. However, they have got rain falling this time, so although the track was wet this morning, they had no rain falling. They hadn't got any real spray or anything to deal with, but now that the rain is starting to fall and the track is really starting to dampen up, and also where it hadn't dried up earlier, it's just falling and sitting on it again, it's going to be really tough conditions out there for them.
It certainly will be. As Guantario, a little look to the inside there of Pandolfo, more of just a check rather than actually thinking about it, I think. Just seeing what was viable as they head into the S's. Coming out of Lucy's Valley, of course, splitting the two banks there that make up the Supermoto course. Many a different class and championship come here to Three Sisters. They've got, of course, bike racing, kart racing, as that was a bit close between the leading pair. Supermoto. They race cars around here sometimes as well. They do time attack. It's quite narrow for full-size cars, but they still go for it anyway. 9 laps left to go as these guys cross the timing beam. Guantaro's starting to push a little bit. He's been looking at the back of Marco Pandolfo and thinking, yeah, I think I can take you on. He's just now got to execute the move as they come to the top of the circuit through Coward Summit. Let's see who leads out of here. Still Pandolfo, but to the inside goes Guantario, wheel to wheel onto the pit straight. That's a brilliant move by the 42 to get into the overall race lead, to get into the open class lead. The championship may be done and dusted, but they're still bringing aggressive racing.
That was really aggressive from Warren Guantario then. Very close. He got really close to Marco Pandolfo then. A little slip, and that could have been game over for both of them in this race. And we've got 9 laps left to go. But now that Warren Guantario has got ahead of Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme, he's really building that gap. 0.2 seconds roughly at the moment separating them, which is... He needed to do that. He needed to get past Marco Pandolfo and be able to build that lead. On our screens at the moment, we are seeing Phil Mapplebeck on that 191, currently running in P5, with Harrison O'Keefe on that 65 running behind him. For the Moto Team Standard, Phil Mapplebeck on a Moto Team Open bike and Harrison O'Keefe on a standard bike. So please do remember, guys, out on track at the moment for the Moto Team race, we've got 2 different classes. We've got Moto Team Open and Moto Team Standard, but with 6 laps left to go, it is Warren Guantario for Moto Team Open running ahead of Team Acme Racing at Marco Pandolfo. They are P1 and P2 respectively.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimactic race so far. Everyone's just kind of running their own races. Just a touch on the championship, of course, the 27 bike Ian Jackson's, which is being ridden by Matt Lindley this weekend, who has previously done a couple of races. The Team Acme number 8 bike this season. They are leading the standard class championship. It's a 65-point gap going into this race, ahead of second place in the championship, Harrison O'Keefe, who is also second place out on the road. So if they finish the race as they do, it'll be up to 70 points, and there is the opportunity potentially to clinch the championship at the end of race number 3. As there we see Hayden West, the number 37, who is new to FAB-Racing this weekend. Couldn't find any evidence of him entering into Moto Team before, so I hope he's enjoying the fun. Yeah, as we've been saying all throughout the weekend, lots of new riders joining us here at Three Sisters. As it looks to me, just seeing out the commentary box window, I'm wondering if Madison Martlew has a problem, because they're going quite slowly on the Triple 8 machine. We'll push onwards anyway. There's Matt Lindley on the number 27, Ian Jackson's bike. Again, possibly clinching the championship this weekend if things go their way. Harrison O'Keefe still pushing not too far behind either out on track. They are separated by the open bike of Phil Mappelbeck. There's about 3 seconds separating that Jackson bike from the O'Keefe machine. So things could change with the rain falling as well. It's getting trickier every single lap. Mistakes will start to slide in, problems. The bike will suddenly go from underneath you due to a loss of grip. It could change just like that. We simply don't know.
Yeah, we've got now 6 laps left to go. Guantario leading ahead of Pandolfo, but there on the 27 bike at the moment is Matt Lindley, who is racing for Ian Jackson this weekend. The bike he's on this weekend, though, is a Moto Team standard bike. A couple of weeks ago, he was filling in for Marco Pandolfo on an open class bike, so it'll be interesting to see what he's thought about the differences between the bikes, but he is a brilliant rider, is Matt Lindley, who is replacing this weekend. It definitely looks like Madison Martlew on that 888 bike is really suffering from some issues at the moment. They've just been lapped by Matt Lindley on the 27 bike. They are going really slowly around the track. It might just be they're not feeling the conditions are suiting them, or that perhaps they have got an issue with the bike, but they are really, really slowly, nowhere near getting knee to the floor, coming around that track with 6 laps left to go. We'll have to see if they manage to finish this race, but the 191 now of Phil Mappelbeck just sliding on past them, so it really does look like Madison Martlew is suffering from some issues in this lap. But with 5 laps left to go, which O'Keefe brother is that looking to make a move past them? It is
Harrison, I believe.
Harrison O'Keefe looking to make a move past Madison Martlew. But here is the 101 of Phil Mappelbeck running a P5 in the race at the moment. Really comfortable in their position on that Moto Team Open bike, really getting involved in a few battles with the guys on the standard bikes. But with 5 laps left to go, there is our guy running in second place at the moment. Just was on our screens, it was Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. Here we are now with our race leaders. That is our race leader on the number 42, Warren Guantario, followed closely behind by Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. Amazing stuff we are seeing from these guys. Warren Guantario now has really got comfortable in his lead ahead of Marco Pandolfo, and Marco Pandolfo looks like he's not really looking to get involved in a battle right now. He's comfortable with sitting in second in this race.
Yeah, I mean, the championship's done. You know, there's a rider out there that Team Acme's not seen a lot of competition across the year. Most races kind of pretty lonely for Marco up the front. And a bit of competition, but the championship's done. It's not great conditions. The rain's starting to fall. There's not really any point pushing and risking it. He's very happy just sitting in the tracks and following as they're having to work their way through a bit of traffic. Ontario, I think, had to get out of the throttle of I think that's Gary O'Keefe. They've just made their way through. Got a bit sketchy. Similar thing happening to Marco Pandolfo as he winds his way through as well. Almost has to get on the curb. That's not what you want to be doing in the wet. Curbs suddenly become very, very slippery, as do white lines and things like that. So you do need to be watching it. Is again traffic getting involved. People not realising that Marco's coming through and really just trying to take their normal line. So where is Marco Pandolfo? Has he gone down? Where's Marco Pandolfo gone? And Marco's come to a stop. The Team Acme bike has come grinding to a halt, and he has gone down. You can see there's grass on the right-hand side of the bike, and that must have been getting together with some traffic. Surely the champions of 2025 race 2 comes to an end. What happened there? The traffic getting involved. Surely the champions of 2025 race 2 comes to an end. What happened there? The traffic getting involved. It was chaos, and he just, well, to our picture, didn't come round the corner. What a shame there for Marco Pandolfo. And the bike looks okay, but he's clearly come off it.
Yeah, they're in the first and second at the moment, so they're going to be really happy with that. But there we go. On that 42 machine is our race leader, Warren Guantario. He has really performed amazingly this weekend. He really copes well in these conditions compared to some of our riders that have been with us longer. He is really confident on that bike, and he has now got just 2 laps left to go. Warren Guantario, of our riders that have been with us longer, he is really confident on that bike, and he has now got just 2 laps left to go. Warren Guantario leading ahead of Hayden West in second and Ian Jackson in O'Keefe 5 at the moment. It does look like Madison Martlew as well is really struggling around the track. They're really behind everybody else, and I think they've really got some issues with the bike. They've just come past our commentary window at the moment. They really are going slowly round this track at the moment.
Yeah, rain's starting to get a little bit heavier. Still not torrential, but it is starting to come in, so everyone's just being very cautious out there on the circuit. Well, Guantario, yeah, he's got a pretty easy ride home to victory as it stands. He's got a 24.5 second gap. Back to the next bike out on the track, which is Hayden West, a standard class machine. The nearest open class bike is Phil Mappelbeck, who is nearly a lap down, I think, trying to figure out where he is on the track. He's half a lap down, something along those lines. Yeah, it's been a hell of a performance, it must be said, from Guantario. Withstood that pressure from the Team Acme bike, and when they got caught out by tricky conditions, the 42 able to prevail out there into Paddock Bend then for the very final time. Just want to quickly look at the championship within the standard class. Ian Jackson's bike with Matt Lindley on it going to be finishing in second place. Harrison O'Keefe looks like he's going to be coming home in P3. Of course, that could change over the last half lap, but that will extend the gap up to 69 points going into race 3 later on. And as we come into the S's, bit of traffic further up the road, but I don't think Guantario needs to worry because he's got a momentous lead. And as he comes through Luna Bend for the final time, well, nobody else in sight for the number 42. It's been a masterclass of a ride in tricky conditions, celebrating before he even gets to the line. Guantario takes the checkered flag and wins race number 2 in Moto Team Open. And now we sit and we wait for everybody else.
Yeah, that we do, Ross. Everybody's just got to make their way around the rest of the track at the moment. He absolutely flew on that 42 machine, Warren Guantario did. Absolutely amazing stuff we've seen from him this weekend for his racing with us at FAB-Racing. Obviously a new face to us along with Hayden West, but these guys really have done well in this race. Here he is on that 42 bike now with his lovely sponsors all over his bike coming in to the holding area. We can see just there he's behind that P1 position, and he has done it in race 2.
He has indeed. A fantastic job from him, and in the standard class as well, second and third place, the championship fight finishing exactly where they did in race number 1 yesterday, so the gap extends by a further 4 points there. Again, the standard class championship still open, could be going in for race number 3 later on if things go the way of Matt Lindley on Ian Jackson's bike. You can see the rain really starting to fall now. Riders have got the umbrellas out. Some of them even got branded umbrellas. I mean, we were saying yesterday it gets more and more BSP by the day, but like, come on, like it's impressive.
Yeah, we can see some MasterMac, who are our sponsor here at FAB-Racing. Some MasterMac umbrellas up, a monster one there. Everybody's really getting into the spirit though of this rain as well, getting their umbrellas up, all getting ready to head round to the grid. It looks like it could potentially be just one warm-up lap for these guys, and then their racing will get underway. They had their first race this morning. Yeah, I can see our flag marshal Lee Close has just said one warm-up lap for these guys, and then their race will be underway. Let's have a look through their grid. This is race 2 for these guys. They had race 1 this morning. Rex Austin on pole position with Sebastian Gazowski in P2, Tommy Keats in P3, Caelan Ratcliffe in P4, Kai Hawken P5, Josh Perkins P6, Nicholas Dunwoody P7, Riley Paisley P8, Daisy Polden in P9, Jensen Ansell in P10, Preston Baker in P11, Emilio Pereira in P12, Bo Morris P13, Max Johnson P14, Bojan Blajeski P15, Callum Maxwell P16, Harry James P17, Mason Hams P18, and rounding out our grid in P19 is Oliver Wilson. Now, in their first race this morning, we did see a few crashes for these guys. Everybody was struggling a bit in those conditions earlier on today, so we will have to see how they fare in this race 2.
Yeah, we'll keep her out, especially for Lucy's Valley and Luna Bend. That was the two corners that seemed to be catching everybody out, and understandably so. Lucy's Valley, a lot of lean angle for quite a slow left-hand hairpin that goes uphill and is slightly off camber. And then Luna Valley, quite a fast right-hand sweeper where you're also putting in a lot of lean angle, and it's a quick change of direction from the left over to the right as well. So you've got to think about the weight transfer coming into a fair as well. Championship-wise, this can be done in this race. The gap is currently 95 points between Sebastian Gazlowski and Rex Austin. If they get to 100 points at the end of this race, Gazlowski will win it on countback. So even if it's not, even though mathematically Austin can still equal Gazlowski out there in this mini GP50 race brought to you by King's Tool Centre, Gazlowski has more race wins to win it in countback. So this could be the race where Sebastian Gazlowski makes himself a double champion in 2025. Someone a bit slow coming in at the back of the grid. Oliver Wilson, I think, having a little bit of an issue on this sighting lap, but we are ready to get going racing then. Lee Clowes will head over and pick up the green flag. Does destiny beckon for second place Sebastian Gazlowski, or can Rex Austin keep his title hopes alive? It is green flag down and we go. The pole sitter gets away well as they sweep into paddock bend immediately. Gazlowski following though now Lucy's Valley. Let's see, are we all able to stay on two wheels as we head through here for the first time? A few dives up the inside, but it looks all clean. No, there is someone down. That's Riley Paisley. He's clipped Emilio Pereira. They're all having to stop as Paisley's in the middle of the circuit, but Riley Paisley down and out. The 17 dropped the rear as he got on the throttle, and I wonder if there's damage to Pereira's bike as well. They put the fairing destroyed on that number 17. We push onwards anyway. Gazlowski's got through, oh, not quite through, should I say, still in second place. As we come to the timing beam then, it will be Rex Austin that leads them onto that number one, but championship hopeful Sebastian Gazlowski's right there with him.
Absolutely, yes, he is. Rex Austin has got the slightest of leads ahead. Rex Austin has got the slightest of leads ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski at the moment, but we're just going to have to wait and see which flag we have at the moment. There might have been a little bit of stuff which came off the bike of Riley Paisley, but it doesn't look like it. Rex Austin is holding that lead ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. The rain is getting heavier out on track. These guys have got to be super careful now. They've got a lot of conditions to be keeping in mind while they're racing, but these two have pulled out ahead of everybody else. Tommy Keats running in P3 at the moment, with Caelan Ratcliffe in P4, Josh Perkins in P5 and P6 Kai Walker. These guys back here a little bit who got caught up in that issue we had for Riley Paisley, but these guys on your screens now are race leaders. These are the guys the championship battle is between, with 10 laps left to go. It is Rex Austin leading ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. The rain is really starting to come down now. They said the heavens would open at some point, and we are starting to see that now, Rob.
Yeah, it's getting very, very difficult out there at the moment. 9 laps left to go in this King's Tool Centre Mini GP50 race. You can see as they bomb down into Joey Dunlop corner, our two championship rivals and our two race leaders separated by absolutely nothing. Gazlowski looks to the inside into paddock bend. Nothing there for him on that occasion. If they finish as they do now, the championship does go down to race 3. If they swap positions, Gazlowski is champion. I know he's aware of this, and I know he's not particularly worried, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't really launch a move in these conditions. I think he's quite happy staying and just letting it go to race 3, because in race number 3, instead of putting pressure on himself to win the championship here, all the pressure's on Rex Austin, because he needs to do amazingly well and have Gazlowski have a terrible race for it to go to the final round of the championship. So smart thinking there by Gazlowski. Of course, he may well slide on by if he fancies it, but that's what I think he's currently doing. He's not too fast about getting into the lead.
Yeah, we're just down to 8 laps left to go in this race now. You can really see that it is getting really tough out there for these guys with the rain. Rex Austin is still leading ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski, but like Ross said, Gazlowski is just going to be thinking about what will be better for him in terms of the championship. Does he try and get past Rex Austin? I think he's looking to do it now when they're getting stuck in that bit of traffic.
That?
Oh, Sebastian Gazlowski was really closer to that traffic then. That was nearly a crash as they came round past paddock corner then. That was really, really, really close.
Wow, that was Oliver Wilson we saw in Paddock Bend there. I know that this is the first step onto gearbox bikes and there's different experience levels, but Wilson's currently lapping 20 seconds slower than anybody else, and in conditions like this, that is dangerous, and we've just seen that could have been really, really horrible. Back to the action regardless. It is still Austin that holds on. Goslavsky had the opportunity before he was denied with that moment there. Anyway, 7 laps left to go then. Austin still leading from Goslavsky. The rain starting, it's actually lightened up just a little bit, but it's still coming down. Conditions still tricky out there as they come up to the top of the hill, up the inside at Coward Summit. Sebastian Goslavsky, that is super brave, that is super brilliant, and that is super Seb. What a move in horrible conditions at the hardest corner on the calendar. Sebastian Goslavsky, take a bow, son. Unbelievable.
That was an absolutely amazing move from Sebastian Goslavsky there to get up and past Rex Austin. He really had to think and plan that carefully, but he did deliver it with ease and really showed, like you said, Ross, why everybody calls him Super Seb. These guys have really pulled away from the rest of the pack. It's looking like at the moment, if Sebastian Goslavsky can hold on to this lead throughout the rest of the race, we're looking about 6.5 laps left to go. He will take the championship for the Mini GP 50s. But if Rex Austin manages to take back that first place position, not looking like it at the moment.
No, absolutely not. So Goslavsky with the move potentially of this season up the inside at Carwood Summit. Wow, I still can't get over that. It was unbelievable how good that was through there. Puts a smile on your face and reminds you why you love this sport so much. So Goslavsky then, if they finish as they do, yes, he will be crowned champion when the checkered flag falls. And again, he doesn't look like he's pushing too horrendously hard. Got waved local yellows in this part of the racetrack, and that's why somebody's gone down there, up on their feet, which is good to see. That looks to be the number 82. That's gone down. That's Bojan Blachevsky, but he's up and okay. That is the main thing. That's coming through Lucy's Valley. I think he must have just dropped the rear because that's what everybody else has been doing when they're crashing there. With 6 laps left to go, Austin will be pushing. Goslavsky, I don't think he is. Again, it was a brilliant move. I think he just saw the opportunity and we'll give it a go, because he doesn't look uncomfortable and he's not getting the knee down properly and committing to the corner. He's just kind of out there on a nice Sunday afternoon ride, but he's just so happens that it's a Sunday afternoon ride that's going to add his name to the history books.
Yeah, and Caelan Ratcliffe at the moment, currently running in P3 on that 96 bike, has got the move that done on Tommy Keats now. He was running P4 previously, but has now got up into P3. But on our screen at the moment, we can see this battle here going on between Emilio Pereira, Max Johnson, Nicholas Dunwoody and Daisy Polden. These guys all battling from P7 down to P10, but the rain really is coming down. You can see it there on the track now. They are being so cautious, so careful. With 5 laps left to go, the rain really is coming down. That is the 141 of Max Johnson ahead of the 35 of Nicholas Dunwoody and the 127 of Daisy Polden. This is the battle going on for 8th position at the moment. They're really close to Emilio Pereira running in 7th, but no one can seem to quite make the move on him just yet. With 5 laps left to go, everybody is clearly just being really cautious around the track now, having a few slower times coming through now as everyone just makes their way around.
Yeah, conditions just getting worse and worse, lap after lap. The track's evolving every single corner. The next time you get to it, it's going to be different. Conditions are going to be different. There's going to be water in new places. You just have to kind of guess your way around it, essentially, because each time you go into somewhere, it's going to have changed from the previous laps. Such is the nature of the changeable weather that we are getting here this afternoon. And again, we are expecting the rain to start falling heavier during the lunch break as well, which is after this race. As the guys head up that we're seeing here, that's the 141 of Max Johnson, the 127 of Daisy Polden. They're fighting for P9 and P10. Johnson just lost out to Nicholas Dunwoody on the previous lap, and Polden looks like she fancies trying to make a move. These guys all in this train following Emilio Pereira. Just behind them as well, we see Preston Baker and Bo Morris also potentially getting involved. So 6 bikes all in a row, even though it's a 2x2x2 battle, as they head up to Lucy's Valley. Try not to lose the rear. Was that a move up the inside? Maybe it was an attempt at it by Bo Morris. Quick check back. Was that a problem maybe for the 57? No, I think they're okay. It's all catching traffic again. And what is this one? Oh my goodness me, come on. I'm going to hold my tongue on this because it's getting silly out there on the track. Daisy Polden gets through on Max Johnson as the riders get through. 3 laps left to run in this race.
Absolutely, yeah. 3 laps left to go. That is 31 of Amelia Pereira on our screens at the moment, running in 7th ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody, Daisy Polden and Max Johnson. Daisy Polden made that move through on back Max Johnson when they came past some traffic, and is now going to be looking to make the move on Nicholas Dunwoody for P8 on the grid. But weather-wise, it is really coming down now. We've got just 3 laps left to go. They're coming round now, down past our commentary box, and that is the 93 as well of Preston Baker and the 22 of Jensen Ansell. Everybody just coming around now past the commentary box. The weather really, you can tell, is really starting to get to everyone. Everyone's a bit cautious about what they're going to do. But here is our race leader, Sebastian Gazowski. Just got 2 laps left to go now in this race. He's built that gap between him and Rex Austin. Now, Caelan Ratcliffe just a little bit further behind them, but this is Super Seb showing what he can do best. Just absolutely flying around the track. Still looking really confident in these conditions. Just gone around Paddock Bend now. But our race leader, Sebastian Gazowski, looking like he's going to take the championship for the Mini GP 50s. Really impressive stuff from him today. Sebastian Gazowski coming around the final few corners of the track now, getting ready to start his last lap.
He's extended that gap up to over 2 seconds now. Kozlowski in his element, already a champion this year in the Mini GP 50 R class. And as he rounds Luna Bend to make it 1 lap to go, it is almost coronation time. He has been so superb this entire year. And as he comes through Penton Prime, Coward Summit, where he made a season-defining move, the overtake of the year perhaps, to get him into the lead of this race, the lead of the race that's going to crown him king in just half a lap's time. Onto the pit straight, Super Seb has been untouchable at times this year. He's had ferocious battles. Yes, he has been beaten every now and again, but he has really come along so much over the last 12 months as a rider. And the young man, as he comes in at Toulouse's Valley for the final time, well, everyone knew it was going to happen at some point, didn't they, Izzy? Because this boy is a superstar in the making, and he's got half a lap left to go.
It does look like there's a local flag being waved there, though. So Sebastian Gazzotti, with just half a lap left, is coming round now. He's going to take the checkered flag, and he is going to do it. He is going to take the championship in the Mini GP 50 class. What an amazing... It is Super Seb at his finest, and he has done it. You can see the celebrations there from him, standing up on the bike, controlling that with just 2 wheels. I'm very impressed by that, actually. But Sebastian Gazowski does it. He wins the Mini GP 50 championship.
Ice in the veins of Super Sebastian Gazlowski. You are the King's 2 Wheel Centre Mini GP 50 champion. You are a double FAB Racing champion in 2025. And what a way to do it in tricky conditions. Dominates after a fantastic move, the move of the season perhaps. And we know he likes his slightly unorthodox celebrations as well as he comes through. And look at that, the plaudits will come in. And surely there are big things up next for this man. The Mini GP 70 surely await next year. And as he attempts to do a burnout, I think it's a bit too wet for that, unfortunately, Seb. You got to be thinking a couple years' time, R&G British Talent Cup, British Superbikes, MotoGP, the world awaits, because we've got a real talent on our hands.
We have indeed, with Sebastian Gazowski. He really, first race of the season, you said Super Seb is one to watch, and he is the one that we have been watching. He's just down in the moment in the holding area with friends and family, just celebrating that championship. Look, he's got his P1 board. Amazing stuff. We can also see our guys who came in P2 and P3. Caelan Ratcliffe in P3 and Rex Austin in P2. We are going to break for lunch now, guys, so we will be back with you very soon. But in the meantime, have a little look at what we got up to on our paddock walk yesterday. Meantime, have a little look at what we got up to.
Hello and welcome to the 6th round of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. You join us at the legendary Three Sisters circuit on the outskirts of Wigan with a big threat of rain in the air. It's a track that's provided many a classic across the years for FAB, and with many championships set to be decided this weekend, it is all to play for. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me. Izzy, how are we feeling for the weekend?
Really, really good. First time for myself here at Three Sisters, but it looks like a really good track so far, and we've had a couple of words with some of the riders so far, and everybody seems to be looking forward to get going this weekend.
They absolutely do. We're going to have a bit of a wander around the paddock now, so if you'd like to just come along and follow us, and we're just going to do our classic, see who we can run into and find. I can see we've got a couple of the O'Keefe boys up ahead. We might see if we can just tail them into wherever their awning is, because that makes my life very much easier. In fact, why don't we do a bit of a walk and talk, boys? How does that sound?
That sounds okay, sounds good.
How are we? Are we all okay?
There's only two of us here this weekend.
Shocking, what's happened to the other one? Have you abandoned him?
He's had a hemorrhoid operation, a very serious hemorrhoid operation, yeah, so...
Yeah, that's...
can't be here this week, yeah.
That sounds difficult, so there's only the two of you, unfortunately, but I believe it's the two of you that are technically in championship contention, if I'm correct.
Yeah, as usual, just me and Harry in championship contention, yeah. Ben's not really, he's not really up there, never has been, probably never will be. Half man, half chimp.
So, Gary, how's things feeling on the bike going into this one? All okay so far out there?
Yeah, I'm looking for a top 10 finish in the open class.
Yeah, is that it? You know, you're not expecting to win, just top 10 and you'll be happy?
Just top 10, yeah, this time, yeah.
Well, thanks very much, Gary. We'll move over to the younger, more fresher model, shall we say? And again, technically championship contention this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we'll see. We've had enough already. It's a little bit slippery, but we're going to see what happens. See if we can tag on to anyone in qualifying.
Yeah, a lot of rain in the air, unfortunately, this weekend, but we'll wait and see. Again, I say technically in championship contention because you are there, but I feel like it's more a mathematical rather than a realistic fight. Or do you think otherwise?
No, there's some good odds there for the top three at the end of the season, but yeah, who knows? Any plan goes out the window when you get on the track, so yeah.
And obviously you've lost one of your teammates as well. The trio's become a duo. Do you think that's going to have an effect, or are you're not worried about that? It's all about you at the end of the day.
No, it's definitely had an effect. It's not as uplifting spirits, and yeah, we're all worried about hemorrhoids now. So yeah, there is that to think about.
So anything to share maybe to on this tough time for the rest of your family, to viewers watching at home?
Yeah, don't do drugs.
It's pretty solid advice, to be fair. Well, thanks very much for joining us, mate. We'll let you get on.
See you later.
Great to speak to the O'Keefes, as always, even though they are a man down. Unfortunately, we see a few more guys man down. Unfortunately, we see a few more guys. It stands. So let's just continue our walk down. If we go to the bottom end of the paddock and then make our way back up, I feel like that probably is going to work best. But as you can see, it's been raining already this weekend. Lots of puddles along the floor. And Izzy, I know it's your first time here, but people heading out as well as it stands. So let's just continue to our viewers at home. And is this your first time at FAB-Racing this weekend?
No, we did Hooton.
Fair enough. So you're out there before, but you're out there on the Avali. How are you feeling? Looking forward to the weekend?
No, I like the wet. I'm really excited for this weekend, so we'll do my best.
Well, that's brilliant to hear. So we'll have to see how you're going to go out there. But still, we're getting up to the end of the year here in FAB. Anything you want to say to anybody at home, maybe?
Follow your dreams.
That's some great advice. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talk to us, that's really, really nice. See, there's got a couple of other riders coming back in, but I'm being pointed this way. It looks like we may have a couple of people to speak to. I know that the Birkins are around this part of the camp, as we can see some of the other guys heading out, and indeed they do appear to be. Let's see if we can jump. Feeling on your own bike though, all good out there? Feeling on your own bike though, all good out there?
I didn't think I was going too well, but P2 so far, so I'll take that.
Maybe a bit of a, fresh machinery underneath you, maybe that machine advantage.
Let's see if it lasts.
I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, even with the rain this weekend, I'm sure things will be all right with you guys. I don't think there's that many of you here this weekend in the senior mini moto. So do you think it's just going to be quite close at the top potentially, or is it going to be everyone just kind of spaced out, running their own race a bit?
I think it'll be mid-pack will be close. Matt will run away with it like normal, but anything else goes.
I mean, you've got to consider that Matt's engine's going to blow up at some point this weekend.
Or he'll crash.
One of the two, probably both across 2 races, so we'll wait and see. Only 2 more rounds though, including this one as well. We're coming to Three Sisters again at the start of October on a different layout. Any plans for 2026, or just doing the same again next year?
Just same again, come and have fun. Yeah, spend some money.
That's great to hear. Thanks so much for talking to us, Cal.
Thank you.
Go on, we'll turn around as well. Do you fancy one as well, or are you not that interested? May as well. I would think this is the first time we've spoken to you this year on camera. So do you want to introduce yourself to the people at home?
Yeah, Harvey started riding this year. First round was at Ella.
Yeah, and you did quite well. So thanks for joining us, Harvey. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
It's not too bad. Every track comes is new to me, so I'm just learning it still. Learning the bike as well.
And it must be tough kind of jumping on a mini moto, in your first year. They're quite different from your regular bike, I suppose.
Yeah. Not doing too bad considering it's my first year though. Getting used to it.
Yeah, no, you are doing really well. What's the objective for this weekend then? Again, you're just looking to get some more experience, learn the track?
Yeah, as long as I finish, I'll be alright.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be too hard. I mean, everyone else is going to fire it off at some point. So if you stay on, you could win. Yeah. And see, but yes, go for that championship potentially.
Yeah, I'll try.
Well, we'll have to see how it goes. Thanks, Harvey, for talking to us.
See ya.
Let's just poke our head around here, see if there's any of the other mini moto guys around here. Anyone else fancy a quick one? You're running away, so I guess not. And they're both running away, so I guess not. We'll keep on walking around unless, Josh, you want one, or is that going to be a no as well? You can have one. You can have one if you want, Josh. I know you're not racing this weekend. You are a wanted man, though. Let's just come round this way so we can get a bit of a better picture of the light. Josh Birkin, a legend of years gone by, I suppose, in the senior mini motos. You are old now, yeah. Good to have you back with us, though. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's nice to be back. I was going to ride, but this is the only other round I can do this year, and I just didn't want to spend 190 quid on wets. So probably spend that on beer instead.
I do not blame you at all. But yeah, I mean, you did do one round earlier this year, to be fair. So, it's not like you've fully retired just yet. The bug's still there. But yeah, so you're just kind of here, supporting the family, enjoying the scenery and seeing everyone else again?
Yeah, literally that. Just have a few beers at night, tell Matt where he's going slow, and that's my day.
Yeah, and I heard about the stories of you doing your best Liam Gallagher impression on about 1 a.m. on Friday. So you've been enjoying yourself, to say the least.
Yeah, you can definitely say that. I don't think everyone else was enjoying it as much as me, but it was fun nonetheless.
That's great to hear. What's the expectation in the Birkin camp then? Where do you think everyone's going to be finishing?
I'm guessing Matt's probably going to win unless he throws it away. And Cal's going really well in the wet, so we'll just have to see what the weather does, I guess.
Yeah, so Matt winning until he crashes, and then Cal winning when Matt crashes, basically.
Yeah, that's literally the Birkin way.
Yeah, sounds about right. Josh, we'll let you get on with the day. Thanks so much for speaking to us, mate.
Thank you very much.
Great to speak to Josh Birkin, of course. Had to retire because he kept hurting himself, and his fiancée didn't like him doing it anymore. Izzy, I'll pass over the microphone to you now. I'll let you go around and run and speak to a few people.
Thank you very much, Ross. So this weekend, obviously, like Ross has said, we've got a heavy chance of rain falling. So far this season, we haven't had much rain. So it's going to be a very interesting weekend, and it's our second to last race weekend of the season so far. So we've got to wait and see, because this could decide some of our championships. I do see a rider has just come in from a quali session. Let's have a little chat, see if they're up for a little chat. Up for a quick interview? Yeah? I'll let you get your helmet off and then we'll get some chatting. Do you just want to introduce yourself to all of our viewers at home?
Yeah, I'm Bailey Lawrence and I race in the Pit Bike 140.
Bailey, lovely to see you here with us at Three Sisters. Have you just come in from a qualifying session?
Yeah.
How have you been finding it out on track?
It's been alright. That was my first session out because I didn't get here until yesterday night. So for the first session out, I don't think that was too bad, but I do know that I can push it more in other places on the track.
And obviously, heavy chance of rain this weekend. How do you think you'll find controlling the bike and keeping in on the races?
I don't mind the wet. I think because this is a really grippy track as well, so I think it will be fine. I'm really confident in the wet on this track, so I'm not worried about it.
And how have you found your season so far with FAB Racing?
It's been really good. It's been up and down at some points, especially because there's varying amounts of people in the pit bike championship. But it has always been really fun, and I've never not had any fun. So.
And where are you looking to finish for the season?
I hopefully top 5, but I'm not sure because I'm not doing the last round. So, but hopefully top 5, yeah.
Well, good luck for this weekend. Have fun, and sorry you won't be joining us for the last round.
Thank you.
So that was Bailey Lawrence there, racing in the pit bike 140. It's lovely to see the girls that are joining us in FAB-Racing. Let's see if we can find anybody else to interview. Let's see. Have a little look just around here. We are being informed we've got lots of riders just hiding. Hello guys, up for a little interview real quick? Yeah? Do you just want to introduce yourself for all of our viewers back at home?
I'm going great, but faster on the corners.
And what are you racing in?
The rookies.
The rookies. Is it your first season with us here at FAB?
Yeah.
And have you been enjoying it all so far?
Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to rain a lot this weekend. How have you been finding the bike in the rain?
Good.
Feel like you're going to do well? It's not going to scare you at all?
Yeah.
Good. Well, have fun this weekend.
Thank you.
Hiya, mate. You okay?
Yeah.
Do you just want to introduce yourself for all of our viewers at home?
Yeah.
What's your name, mate?
Chase.
Chase, what are we racing in at FAB this weekend?
Rookies.
Rookies. And how have you found the season so far?
Pretty good.
Just started. It's his first race.
Is it your first race this weekend?
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah.
How come you've joined us this weekend so late in the season?
I don't know, generally. I just wanted to do it because since my assistant used to do it, Payne Richards,
yeah,
I just wanted to take over her.
That's good. And how have you found this track, being your first race weekend?
It's pretty easy, but there's some corners that catch me off.
And where do you think you're going to struggle the most this weekend?
It's when my sister high-sided. So you know the last corner into the straight? Yeah, that one.
And is that where you've been finding, in practice, you've been struggling?
Yeah.
And rain, looks like there's going to be lots of it this weekend. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty good.
Confident you're going to do well in the rain?
Yeah.
Well, good luck in your first weekend here at FAB Racing.
All right, thank you.
Let's see. I wonder if we'll find anybody else down here. Looks like we've got someone here. Down here, looks like... Up for a little interview? So we are here with... You just want to introduce yourself to the camera? What's your name?
Jensen Brown.
Jensen Brown. And what are you racing in, Jensen?
The AC40 Rookies.
And has this been your first year racing with FAB?
Yeah.
How have you found the season so far?
Great. I like the track.
You like it here at Three Sisters, yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you like it so much?
I like the back straight.
Why?
It's fast. Because it's fast.
Very good. And how have you found the bike spin this weekend? Are you comfortable on it?
Yeah.
And with the rain that looks like is coming, either today or tomorrow, how do you think you're going to find racing?
A bit hard and a bit slippy.
And where are you hoping to finish this weekend?
First.
That's very positive and looking forward to doing that.
Yeah.
Well, good luck this weekend and have fun.
Thank you for Team 17 sponsors.
Brilliant. Looks like you've got a good amount of sponsors there.
Yeah.
Well, have fun this weekend.
Thank you.
Let's see. Let's head this way, see who we can find. Lots of riders in this paddock. We've got a big paddock this weekend. We've got a few riders that have joined us from BMB this weekend, as unfortunately they could not run their weekend this weekend. So we've got a few new faces in the paddock, which is really going to make for some interesting racing later on today and tomorrow. Let's see, have we got any riders hiding about? Yes, please. They're just hiding in the motorhome, so we're going to get them out and then we're going to chat to a few of the riders. Any of the parents want to have a quick word? Anybody? I think someone's just running behind me here. Hello, do you want a quick interview? You sure? Okie dokie. Some of our riders are a bit camera shy here at Fab Racing, but hello, we got one of our riders here. Do you just want to introduce yourself for all of our viewers at home?
Randy Carter.
Randy, what are you racing in this weekend?
Inters.
And how have you been finding it so far?
Practice, I came first a few times, came second once, but yeah, I still had a good time.
Brilliant stuff to hear. And how have you found the season so far this year?
Hard, but I'm fourth in the championship, and if I win all these rounds, I could become second in the championship.
Confident you're going to get some wins this weekend then?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Well, I'm not far off second and I'm not far off third, so if I come out of them, yeah, I'm definitely second.
And what's your favourite part of the circuit here at Wigan? Where do you feel like you get the strongest and the most out of the bike?
The corner right here.
And how are you feeling about racing today? You got your first race in a little bit. Are you excited, looking forward to it?
Yeah, really fun.
Well, have fun this weekend, Randy, and good luck.
You're welcome.
That was a brilliant little chat there with Randy Carter. Just down here, I can see a few more of our riders. Let's see if we can grab some of them for a quick chat. He's just putting away a chair at the moment. Let's have a look. Where's he heading? Hello, guys. Anybody want a quick interview? Up for a quick interview? Yeah? Where do you want to go? Here with us now, we have got Cooper. How are you, Cooper?
Good.
How have you been finding Three Sisters so far?
Yeah, it's nice. I find it really good in the rain as well, because I just think it's more grippy in the wet.
So you're feeling pretty confident with the wet conditions?
Yeah, I love it. I say it's better than the dry.
That's good to hear. And what are you looking to get this weekend? Where are you looking to finish?
I'm looking to finish fourth, because if I came fourth, that'd just be brilliant.
And who do you think your biggest competitor's going to be this weekend?
I think Danny Longhurst and just the people in front of me.
And are you just going to be looking to get your head down and get past them and try and get on a podium, get some wins this weekend?
Yeah, try and get into race mode.
Well, good luck for this weekend, Cooper.
Bye. Thank you.
Now, I wonder where anyone else is, but I have caught up with my colleague Ross. Ross, I'm going to pass the mic back over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm immediately going to head this way because I think, we've just missed him. He's just headed out. I was going to try and grab our Mini GP 70 Championship leader, Harrison Day, but unfortunately he has just headed straight out. I think the Extreme 200 session's about to start because I can see the guys in the LRA Moto tent about to go out as well. They've got a couple of special riders on their machines this weekend, so hopefully we can speak to them when they come back. And yeah, Harrison Day poised potentially to take his first ever Fab Racing Championship this weekend, which is an unbelievable stat. I genuinely have zero idea how he's gone his entire career, in fact, without clinching a championship. There we see Travis Shaw on the number 4, also in the title picture this weekend, but albeit on much more of a defensive standing. He's fighting to stay in it rather than fighting to win it. Here we see one of our younger riders though. Hello, how are we?
Good.
That's good to hear. And what's your name for our viewers at home?
Caden.
And Caden, great to have you here with us. How's things on the bike so far here at Three Sisters?
Good.
And where do you think you're going to finish this weekend?
5th.
5th? That's pretty good going, to be fair. Not a bit higher, not a bit lower, just 5th.
Yeah.
And then when we come back to Three Sisters in a couple of weeks' time, are you going to be 5th again, or are you going to be slightly higher?
Slightly higher.
That's good, so maybe on the podium.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Might be raining this weekend. Is that something you're a little bit worried about, or is that all okay?
It's all okay.
So you like the rain, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see how you get on. But again, you're feeling confident with 5th place. Is the bike all good? You're all good? You're happy?
Yeah.
And you're just looking to have a good weekend, is that it?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, Caden. Well, we'll let you carry on. Thanks for talking to us.
Bye.
See you later, Caden, buddy. Always great to see. We see Claudia Dubman, I'm just seeing going in there. See if we can catch her. Any chance of a quick chat, Claudia, or is it a bad time and are you about to head out?
It's never a bad time.
It's never a bad time, and is there any chance of a few words at least? Yeah, sure. How's things going this weekend so far? All okay?
Good.
And how's things feeling on the bike?
Pretty well.
Yeah, pretty well. So just, you're just going out there running your own thing. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Started to rain a little bit here. Is that something you're worried about, or are you just going to get out there, get on with it?
I'm just going to get out there and get on with it.
I like the attitude. That's smart going. So where are you aiming to finish this weekend, do you reckon?
At least 3rd.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure 3rd's very much in the card. Claudia, I can see you getting ready, so we'll let you get on, but thanks for talking to us.
All right, goodbye.
Great to hear from Claudia there. And 3rd place, feeling confident, clearly, as we'll squeeze our way back out of the awning. The rain is starting to fall now here at Three Sisters, so shelter may very much be on the cars. You can see a few more riders making their way through. Very busy paddock here. Again, as Izzy's mentioned, other championships have had to cancel their rounds this weekend, unfortunately, for a variety of reasons. So it's led to it just being absolutely rammed this weekend at Three Sisters. I can see, we've been, Izzy's come and collected somebody for me. That's very helpful. Hello, how are we?
Good, thanks.
That's great to hear. And what's your name for the viewers at home?
My name's Keely Bailey.
Keely, great to have you with us once again. I like the hat, by the way, very stylish.
Thank you.
So, how's things feeling this weekend at Three Sisters?
Good, but I don't really like this track and it's a bit slippy.
Yeah, it's looking like it's starting to rain now. It's looking like Sunday it's going to be really, really wet, so we might have to wait and see. But even if you're not a big fan of it, are you still feeling fast?
Yeah. I think I did really well today and yesterday, so I think that's good.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I guess it's not good that we're coming here twice for the last 2 rounds for you then, if you don't like it.
No.
Go on then, let's play a game. If you could pick any track in the world that we could go to instead of the final round here at Three Sisters again, where would you go?
I'd probably go to Hooton.
Really? Okay, interesting choice. You must have liked it around there then.
Yeah.
So you're hoping we're going back to Hooton next year, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
And on the subject of next year, any idea what you're doing yet, or not yet?
I think I'm going to stay in the rookies for another year, but if I keep getting consistent podiums, then my dad's going to move me up.
We'll have to wait and see. It's started to rain now, so I'll let you get back to your ornament. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
We might have to take some shelter and see if there's anyone about to take shelter with. Yeah, it looks like we're a little bit stuck at the moment. The rain's started to fall and everyone in this area has got out. But still, Izzy, spirits high at the moment here at Three Sisters.
Very high, Ross, indeed. Everybody we've spoken to has said the rain's not putting them off at the moment. They're all very excited to push their bikes to the limit in the rain and see really what they can get out of them. Because like we were saying earlier, we haven't really had a proper rainy day so far this season. We've had a few showers here and there, but this weekend has just been downpour after downpour, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, Three Sisters is a circuit that provides the best of racing at the best of times. When the rain comes in, what kind of factor is that going to? I will have to wait and see. I can see Jensen Cedras there. I might just see if I can run and grab him. It looks like he's going back into his awning, actually, so that's nice and easy. One of our championship contenders this weekend in the LC40 Elites. Let's see if we can grab the number 2. Jensen. Hello, is there any chance we could come and shelter in your awning and by any chance grab you for a few words? Is that allowed?
Do you want me to tell you this out?
No, it's all fine. It'll be out of the way. We'll just try and squeeze in while the rain's coming down. How are we feeling, young man?
Yeah, good.
That's good to hear. And, could be a big weekend for you. You know, there's a lot lying on the line in the championship fight, but are you feeling confident?
Yes, definitely.
That's really good. And how's the bike feeling out there so far?
Because it's on the wet tyres, it skips a little bit on turn 4, but everywhere else it's fine.
Yeah, so do you think you're just going to stay on the wet tyres, or if it dries up, maybe try off the wets, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know really.
Looking to Dad for approval, but he's too busy fixing something at the back of a bike currently, so maybe we'll see what the weather's doing in terms of tyres. But yeah, you said you're feeling fast, you said the bike's feeling good. Three Sisters must be a track you like then?
Well, last year, not really, but this year, maybe.
I mean, maybe's better than not really, and I mean, we're coming here in a couple of weeks again for the final round, so I guess you gotta like it because we're coming here twice.
Yeah.
So what's the objective then? Just, maximise as many points as you can get, to stay in that championship hunt and take it down to the death?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, Jensen. We'll let you get on with your day, but thanks very much for talking to us.
Goodbye.
Great to hear from him there, as I've knocked my head on the horn on the way back, but thanks very much, guys, appreciate it. And that means the rain's actually dried up a little bit as well, as there we can see a man who I know loves to talk his head off. That's great timing, isn't it? Hello, Jamie King, how are we?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. We just had our first qualifying, which it went well. We lost pole on the last lap. Problem is, because track was drying every single lap really quickly, and Harrison just got me on the last lap, so bit unfortunate, but I think I'm feeling confident if we're going to have a wet race, because obviously until it dried up I was going well in the wet, so feeling confident in the wet, and it's going to be really close in the dry. It always is at Three Sisters because of the slipstream effect, so it's going to be close.
Have to wait and see. Shame about pole position, but
yes, we've got another qualifying yet, but I think it might be dry for the second one, so
yeah, so shame about pole position then. Obviously we saw last time out, if anyone was viewing into your Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel, issues with the cam chain and the cam chain timing.
Yeah.
Sounds like you may have had an issue with the piston coming into this one. Have you replaced that as well?
No, it's smoking a little bad, but last night we decided not to touch it because the bike is still running really well. I don't feel I'm losing a lot of time on Harrison, even though he has got a bit of the weight advantage. We're not losing a lot of time on him, so I've decided not to touch it. But yeah, the bike's running mint. I can't question the bike on running performance, it's running mint, so that's all good.
That ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Championship-wise then, I mean, as it stands, it looks like it's going to go to the final round, just looking at it, if everything runs as we'd expect. So I guess this weekend is just about getting as much as you can out of yourself, out of the bike, just to keep it as tight as possible for when we do come here again in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, it's a bit different at Three Sisters, because unlike all the other tracks we go to, if you crash, you can't remount. So there's a lot of points on play this weekend, because either if me or Harrison have a crash, you potentially lose 25 points on the rider if you get the win. So I'd like to go into the final round with it under 25 point gap, because then it's a race winning then, and then if that unfortunate situation does happen, then we're right back in it. But it's going to be tough. It always is in the pit bikes, as you can see. It's been really close this season, so yeah, fingers crossed we can get ahead of Harrison a few times this race meeting. There's a few other quick boys here this weekend, so unlike Rara, there is going to be other riders around us, where it was just me and Harrison at Rara, so try and get a few riders in between us as well.
So yeah, at the end of the day, it's just go out there, do your thing, and then hopefully in a couple of weeks' time you've got championship number 5.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we're 100% sure know what the layout's going to be for the final round. I don't think we're going to run the same as this one, so that
I can confirm that we're not. I know which one it is. I'm not going to tell you, but I know which one it is. So
okay. I'm sure I'll find out soon, because I'm going to have to put a post up on Facebook. But it'd be interesting going into the final round. And obviously we're going to be later in the year, so we're probably going to have more adverse conditions like this. So I do like the wet, so fingers crossed. We're going to the last round with the points a little closer.
I'll try to see. Jamie King, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Great to speak to Jamie King, as always. Always such a great character, and again, a brilliant ride as well. 4-time pit bike champion here in Fab Racing. A 2-time Moto team champion as well across the year, so he has technically got 6 titles under his belt, but whether you can consider them in the same category, given he used to give out his Moto team rides like they were going out of fashion, I don't think you can really compare. But we'll keep wandering around the paddock anyway. Looks like we've got a couple of other riders hiding away from the rain a little bit. Let's see if we can slide in and maybe grab a quick word. Hello, how are we?
Good.
You're hiding away from the rain. I guess you're not a fan of the conditions.
Not really.
That's fair enough. Do you want to just introduce yourself to anyone at home who doesn't know who you are?
I'm Oliver Wilson, and I'm 10 years old, and I race in the teen mill and also the MotoGP 50 class.
Thanks very much, Oliver. And how's things feeling out there? Of course, racing across a couple of different classes. That must be pretty difficult out there, especially with the layout change.
Well, I mean, it isn't too bad, but it's also quite good as well, because the more you get practice in the wet on the MotoGP, you probably get quite good on it, in the wet on it.
That's fair enough. So are you wanting it to rain this weekend, or would you rather it was dry?
I wish it was dry. I don't really like the wet much.
Well, maybe the racing gods will be kind to you. We'll have to wait and see. But what are you aiming to get this weekend? You know, wins, podiums, strong points?
Probably just to beat Ethan Bayliss, probably. Because, I mean, stuck behind him like every single race. Because at Rowra, I was battling with him, absolutely. And also in the last race, I had to wear my match kit boots because we didn't realise that it was we were out before lunch.
So maybe a bit of a rivalry forming there. So is that something we need to watch out for?
Maybe.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, I mean, there's 2 rounds left of the season. There's still a chance to get the elbows out.
Technically, there's only 1 round left after this one.
Well, 2 rounds including this one.
Okay.
We'll wait and see. Well, thanks very much for talking to us anyway, buddy.
Thanks.
Great to hear from some of our younger riders there, of course, riding across 2 different classes, 2 different layouts here at Three Sisters. The Mini Motos run the club layout, much similar to the original layout used here at Three Sisters, and then the full course used by the bigger gear bikes. And there's a man who bizarrely is approaching me, given that he's been hiding from me all weekend. Hello, how are we, Sebastian Goslavsky?
Good.
Yeah, that's good to hear. This could be a huge weekend for you. You could be wrapping up a couple of championships here. How are you feeling looking into that?
Well, nervous in a way, but quite excited in the same.
I mean, I don't know why I give you advice, because, you know, I don't race, but I mean, I guess my advice for an outsider looking in would just be to stay calm and do your thing. Is that something you're already thinking about?
Yeah, but just try, push. If you crash, it's okay. Just try.
So you're not too worried about having, you know, a bad weekend or whatever?
Quite worried, but it's all going to be okay.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So, you know, obviously you're worried, you want to win the championship this weekend, and you're telling yourself it's bad if a crash, as through goes Harrison Day, but it's not the end of the world. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I understand you. Three Sisters, though. Truck you've had a fair bit of success at in the past, so on paper, it looks good for you.
Yeah, I like the track. It's good, funny weather, but grippy.
Yeah, grippy and fast, of course, and in the rain as well. As some fan support there. See, you've got the whole paddock behind you. You shouldn't be worried about that.
50-50.
50-50. All right, well, Seb, we'll let you get on with your day. Thanks very much for speaking to us, buddy. And again, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to speak to Seb. We'll just quickly see if we can grab Frankie Watson. Are you about to head out, or have you just come back in, Frankie? Just come back in. How did the session go?
Not great.
Not great. Oh, problems with the bike? Are you just struggling a bit in the weather, maybe?
I was just struggling.
That's sorry to hear that, but are you looking forward to the weekend still?
Yeah.
That's great. And is the bike feeling okay in general, or do you need to make a few tweaks, maybe?
Yeah, the bike feels good. I've just got to send it.
Yeah, just got to send it, kind of get your head down, figure out what's going on with the weather, and you'll be fine, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, Frankie, we'll let you get on and sort your debrief out, but thanks for chatting to us, buddy.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Before I hand back over to Izzy, I do just want to run down here now that Harrison Day is back in, because I am very desperate to speak to our potential Mini GP70 British champion at the end of this weekend, potentially. And with the lead he's got, you've got to be thinking maybe, certainly by the end of the final round, pending a disaster. It doesn't feel like a coronation as such. But looking at it, when I was looking through my notes and all that coming into the weekend, it was a bit like, it seems like one, if that makes sense. Because again, the boy has never won a championship in FAB-Racing before, which seems absolutely bizarre. But he's had such a strong year. So let's see if we can slide in and speak to him. Is this a bad time, guys, or can we grab a few words from Harrison? We'll come on in because it is raining, if that's okay, and try not to knock all the bike over while we let the man himself take the helmet off. But here he is, Harrison Day, potentially your British Mini GP70 champion at the end of this weekend. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Pretty solid, to be fair. Feeling good on the bike in the wet and the dry. Just hoping we can just have fun for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, feeling confident in changeable conditions is always a massive benefit. But you've had a huge season, of course. You know, you could be wrapping up the title this weekend. Is that something you're thinking about, or is you just going out, just doing your thing? You know, the title's not really the main story here.
Well, try not to think about the title, because 70s is 103 points, because, like, 103 points is a lot. So even if I just send it this round, I still have a high chance of winning it next round.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got that advantage on your side going into the final round. So even if it doesn't go here, when we come back to Three Sisters in a few weeks, you could be good anyway. But yeah, you said you're feeling confident in the dry and the wet. Is there one, you know, weather that you're hoping it would rather be, dry or wet, or are you just happy just going out in whatever?
Well, I don't really mind, to be honest, but just myself, I enjoy more riding in the wet, 'cause it's more relaxed. And in the wet, you can let it flow as well. You don't really have to be aggressive.
Absolutely. And if the championship does get wrapped up this weekend, what's the celebrations? Where are you going? What are you doing?
Maybe a Casper's. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Well, I hope you enjoy that one. Again, this could be a huge weekend for you. So we're wishing you all the best, Harrison. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Great to speak to Harrison Day. We'll try and navigate our way back out into the rain from the awning and hopefully quickly find our way to another one. But Izzy, I'll pass the microphone back over to you as we continue to wander around.
Thank you very much, Ross. So, yeah, if you couldn't already tell, the rain has really started falling. We have got a lot of riders at the moment. Everybody's coming in and out of the paddock for their qualifying sessions. I do believe we have just stumbled upon a rider here. Hello, how are we?
Good, how are you?
Not bad, thank you. Do you just want to introduce yourself for all of our watchers at home?
Yeah, my name's Tyler Humphreys, and I'm riding at Valley 190.
Taylor Humphreys with us for this weekend at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
Pretty good. It's just annoying with the weather today. It's been all over the shop, so...
And how has your season been going so far?
Pretty good. This is our first round here. We've been doing B&B, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, B&B got cancelled this weekend. How have you found it so far with FAB?
It's really good. The community's good here. Like, with everyone, all the kids and stuff, so...
And how are you hoping to do this weekend?
Hopefully first, if not second, but we're aiming for first.
And who are you feeling is your biggest competitor here?
Pretty good. Oh, sorry. I don't really know. Wilson, yeah, probably Wilson.
Well, here at Three Sisters, is it your first time at this circuit, or have you been racing at Three Sisters before?
We've raced at Three Sisters before. That was our last round at B&B, so it was really good.
And how was the weather compared to this time round?
A lot better in B&B. It was probably like this, but with some dry races.
And have you found anywhere on the circuit that you're struggling with, especially in the wet?
It was probably like this, but with some dry races.
And have you found anywhere on the circuit that you're struggling with, especially in the wet?
I would say Luna. It's not really my favourite corner, but I'll try to get it better there.
And is there a part on the track that you can find you get the best out of the bike?
Probably the hill. I usually hold it flat, so that's where I get more confidence on.
Well, good luck and have fun this weekend, Taylor.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, that is one of our riders who has joined us from B&B this weekend, because like we said earlier, they have not raced this weekend. Coming back over here, how is everyone finding the wet at the moment?
Loving it.
How are you feeling at the moment, mate?
Good.
Have you been out on track again?
Yeah.
And how did you find it, especially with how much the rain is coming down?
Good.
Well, good luck and have fun. Is there anywhere that you were finding is the most difficult on the track?
No.
Feeling confident then?
Yeah.
Well, have fun. I do see someone who shares the same name as me right here. Izzy, how are you feeling this weekend?
Good.
And what are you racing in again? Just remind me.
Pardon?
What series are you racing in?
Mini Motors 10 mils.
And how have you been finding it so far this weekend?
Good.
How are you finding the track, especially in the rain?
Good.
Are you feeling pretty confident with how much the rain is coming down?
Yeah.
Is there anywhere you're struggling slightly in the wet?
On one of the corners because I feel like I'm going to slide out.
Only one of the corners though, that's not bad. Looks like you're feeling pretty confident coming into this weekend.
Yeah.
And it's our second to last race weekend for the FAB series this year. How are you feeling you're going to score in the championship? Are you going to do pretty well?
Not sure.
Not sure. Where are you about at the moment? What position?
I think I was in 17th or 16th.
And has this year been your first season with FAB?
Yes.
So have you enjoyed it, getting to know all the new tracks and really getting a feel of what it's like racing?
Yes.
Well, good luck in the final 2 races, Izzy, and hopefully we'll speak to you at the next round.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So we are coming back out now. The rain is really still pouring. We'll have a look. We will head down this way, see if we can grab anybody else, but qualifying is still underway at the moment. But obviously we're never really going to know what's going to happen. I do see a rider just over here. Don't run away. Ah, here we are, 2 of our riders sat down. How are we, guys?
Very good, thank you.
And just remind the viewers at home what your name is. Tom, and what are you racing in this weekend, Tom?
Senior Mini Moto.
Now, we've just been speaking to a couple of the other senior Mini Moto guys. There's not many of you here this weekend,
right.
So it looks like it's going to be some tight, close racing between you all.
Well, it might be. We'll see. I haven't really ridden in the wet before, so it'll be quite novel.
So if you haven't really ridden in the wet before, how has it been feeling so far in practice and qualifying?
All right, actually. Yeah, just been going around, do my own thing, building up steadily.
Well, how are you feeling about this weekend in the races? Where are you hoping to finish?
Still on 2 wheels. That'd be nice. Yes.
Well, yeah, because in the races, where are you hoping to finish?
Still on 2 wheels. That'd be nice. Yes.
Here, you cannot get up and rejoin the race, so I think that could possibly cause a few issues for some people this weekend.
I think it might, yes. We'll see who pushes hardest.
And have you had any issues with the bike at all, or is everything running really smoothly?
No. Took it out of the car, started up, ready to go. Just be nice if it stopped raining.
Well, brilliant stuff, Tom, and have fun this weekend.
I will, thank you.
No problem. Head back out, see who else we can find. All the umbrellas are coming up now. We're still just heading down the paddock, trying to find all of our riders. But yeah, everyone's saying it's looking like it's going to be a really good weekend this weekend for racing. They're all looking forward to it. And like I was saying, it's our second to last race weekend. All the excitement is coming together now. We've got a few championships looking like they're going to be won. Have we got any riders hiding anywhere?
No, one's just gone out and the others are hiding.
Right.
Take that top off.
Up for an interview, mate? Anybody else? Hello, how are we?
Good.
And remind us what's your name and what you're racing in this weekend.
My name's Logan Cousins. I race in the Mini GP 70s.
So, Logan, how have you been finding it this weekend here at Three Sisters?
Really fun. My first qualifying session was a bit, slippery. And yeah.
And here at Three Sisters, is it a circuit you've been finding that you enjoy?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Everything been okay with the bike here on circuit?
Yeah.
So it's our second to last race weekend this weekend. Nearly finished the season. How are you feeling? Where are you hoping to finish in the championship?
Hopefully third or second, and I'm feeling quite confident for the last 2 rounds.
Now, especially in the wet, who do you think will be your biggest competition this weekend?
Probably Leo.
And what are you going to do to make sure Leo doesn't get past you and you get the higher position?
Play the fences and wish for the best.
Well, have fun this weekend, Logan. A couple more riders have just appeared. Let's see who else we can grab. Hi, are you okay? Yeah, not too bad. Just remind us of your name.
I'm Leo Solian. I'm in the 70s and the extremes.
So, Leo, Logan's just mentioned you could be some of his biggest competition this weekend. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I just feel really proud of myself this weekend.
Have you been finding that you've struggled a bit in the wet, like earlier races and this weekend?
Yeah, but we've found some stuff that's worked and it's gone good.
That's brilliant stuff. And Three Sisters, a circuit, is it one that you enjoy?
Right now I'm enjoying it.
That's very good. And how has practice and qualifying been going for you?
Qualifying's been okay. I've just crashed, and practice I was first and second in the extremes.
So what do you think your biggest challenge is going to be in the racing this weekend?
The starts.
And what makes you say that?
I just don't give it enough revs.
Is it that?
Revs.
And something you'll continue to practice before we're in the last round?
Mhm.
And so, obviously, second to last race weekend here at FAB. Where are you hoping to finish in the championship overall?
I'll be happy 5th or 4th.
Well, that's brilliant stuff, and you should be proud of yourself. Well done, Leo.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's just head back out. Oh, we got another one. Just hiding. Do you just want to introduce yourself to all the viewers at home?
Yeah, I'm Maxwell Keats and I ride in the LC40 Elites and Pros.
So this year we've seen a really tight competition between you and Jensen. How are you feeling it's going to go this weekend?
I'm feeling good. Get some good race. Well, if you call them, I forgot what they're called.
Hoping to get some good points this weekend.
Yeah.
And how have you been finding it in the wet here at Three Sisters?
Yeah, I like it actually more than in the dry. I don't know why. It's just like more funner.
And is there anywhere on track you've been finding you struggle a little bit that could allow Jensen to get past?
No, not really. Find it good everywhere.
Have you done both qualifying sessions now? Have you still got one more left to go?
Still got one more. Just we're gonna go out in a minute, I think.
How did you find the first qualifying session went?
Yeah, it went good. Did go good.
Where did you come?
First.
Well, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're looking forward to this weekend of racing?
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Maxwell, and we shall see how you do this weekend.
Thanks.
Just weave our way through all the bikes here in this little tent. Let's see who else we can grab. I have just found Ross. Ross looking very wet at the moment. Has it been raining quite a bit, Ross?
It has, but it's just stopped as you've come out. You are the luckiest person in the world, so I'm absolutely drenched and you're fine.
Well, I'm glad I did that then. I think what I might do is hand the mic back over to you for a little bit.
Go on then, to wrap up our paddock walk, and we'll head down this way because there is a couple of people down here I'm particularly desperate to speak to. One of them is Wilson Dilks. I'm not sure exactly where he is, but he is here this weekend, the reigning 70s and Extreme 200 champion. And this comes about 3 weeks after he put a post out on social media saying he was retiring from mini bike racing, was never doing it again. So, yeah, hopefully we can find him and speak to him. But I do want to head into here and speak to Marco Pandolfo on the Team Acme Racing bike. When I said that Harrison Day wasn't getting coronated as champion earlier, this man certainly will be. So let's see if we can poke our head in. Marco, can we come in and maybe grab a quick word, if that's all right?
Hello, guys. Yes, of course. Matt is also with me.
Yeah, Matt's running away, but we'll grab you anyway. How are we feeling, Marco?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, this is obviously a big weekend for you. You guys are set to wrap up the championship for Team Acme Racing. How are you feeling?
Yes, good. Don't want to take any risks because of the weather. I want to stay in one piece, me and the bike. So, yes, hopefully we will get the job done.
So I guess it's this weekend, it's, you know, not going for out-and-out pace and race wins. It's just be gentle, get the bike home, and then when you've won it, you can go out and have your fun again.
You got it.
Awesome stuff. So what is the plan then for the rest of the year? If you are to win the championship this weekend, of course, there's one more round. Are you going to maybe get some other people on the bike potentially, or are you just going to have fun out there?
No, I think Sam needs to get here. So next race, we're going to have some fighting again.
Awesome stuff. So you can, you know, again, the championship will be in the past, hopefully, and it can just be you and Sam fighting.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, is having fun, no?
Absolutely. Marco, we'll let you get on with your preparations, but thank you very much for talking to us.
Cheers.
Great to speak to Marco Pandolfo, and again, Team Acme Racing all set to wrap up the Moto Team Open Championship this weekend. Let's just head down to this end of the paddock, actually, because we haven't spoken to anybody down this way. Just make sure there's no one coming across either. It's all been a chock-a-block with action here this weekend. Again, as we've said a couple of times, other championships this weekend have unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, had to cancel their rounds. So a lot of the riders that would have been there have come here to the outskirts of Wigan and Three Sisters, and of course the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. So I tried to park my car here yesterday when I turned up, and I couldn't even find a spot. I'm not going to get an interview from Rob because he'll be very annoyed with me. We've got some of the Moto Team guys in there. Let's see if maybe we can grab a few words off of them. I think I've got a couple of minutes. Is there any chance for a few words off of anybody, guys, very quickly, literally 30 seconds?
Hi there. Hi.
How are we doing? You okay?
Yeah, we're just licking our wounds after a crash here. But I was all right.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very wet and windy Three Sisters circuit as we get ready for our race threes here at round 6 of the 2025 MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. The rookies, or the inters, should I say, about to head out onto the track. And this is a championship that is very much likely going down to the final round. And in fact, mathematically, it will be going down to the final round. Finley Styles can no longer clinch the title in this race. The gap is 42 points. Nelly Nuth will be looking to try and get back some points to give herself the best chance to come back heading into the final round of the season when we return here at the start of October. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me. Izzy, we've had a great day of racing so far, but the weather now rolling in, unfortunately. Some people have already packed up and gone home. They're not having any of it. We're getting proper northern weather for some proper FAB racing.
We are, Ross. That is what's happening right now. Over lunch break, the rain has picked up a lot more. The track is now looking very, very slippy and very, very wet. We can see there in our shot at the moment, proper rain hitting down. It is bad out here at Three Sisters. We are just waiting for the third race of the AC40 Inters. They are just in the holding area at the moment before they do one lap around to the grid, and then they will get their third and final race underway. Looks like everybody is going to be on wet for this one. If you're not, I'd question why you haven't decided to do that strategy, but they are out at the moment. Let's just run through the grid, remind you where everyone's starting. So on pole position, we have Randy Carter starting in P2. We have Austin Dilks. P3, Noah Barfoot. P4, Zach Athasich. P5, James Dermott. P6, Seth James. P7, Austin Baton. P8, Finley Styles. And rounding out our grid, starting in P9, is Nelly Nuth. Now, the championship battle we have been seeing between Nelly Nuth and Finley Styles all season has continued into this weekend, but both of them have been struggling in the wet conditions.
Yeah, it's been tricky for them, and maybe the pressure of the situation starting to get to them. They came into this weekend a 42-point gap between them, going towards Styles as the championship leader, back up to 45 after race 1, then back down to 42 after race 2. So the AC40 Inters, brought to you by Britson Electrical Services. A lot to play for in this final race of the weekend. And of course, eyes all around the world will be watching this one. These young superstars have captured hearts across the globe, and we hope that wherever you are watching around the world, you are enjoying the action. Just seen Rossi Bannon watching along. That's a name from years gone by. Hiya, Rossi. Hope you're enjoying the show. Maybe come back and dust off the old pit bike. See if you've still got it at FAB Racing in a couple of years' time, maybe. Yeah, good to have Rossi in again. Hope everybody is enjoying the show. Lee Clowes has got a very thick coat on. She's not enjoying the weather, but we are getting ready to go racing for the final time this weekend in the Britson AC40 Inters. She walks out of the way. Race number 3, again, lots to play for in the championship. It can't be decided here, but it could very well be advantage one way or the other. Green flag goes up in the air. It's a jump start there from Austin Dilks, but we do go racing. Good getaway from Noah Barfoot. We saw that again in race 2. Nelly Nuth also away strongly from the green flag as they crawl their way through the S's section. It's the wettest it's been this weekend out there, and the riders have only had one sighting lap to gauge the conditions and figure out what is going on. It is Randy Carter that leads this race as they come to start the first lap proper, but right now it's more of a test of your confidence, a test of your bravery, not necessarily a fight for survival, but with these conditions, it's a guessing game.
Yeah, it definitely is, but that definitely was a bit of a jump start there from Austin Dilks from P2. It looks like Noah Barfoot is going to be looking to make a move on him, but now that gap has opened up that little bit more. Randy Carter still leading this race at the moment. We've seen this from Randy over the past 2 races. However, unfortunately, he has had an issue and has come off his bike in the past 2 races. So we're going to look and see what happens here. But everybody just getting a feel for these conditions. It looks like the 36 of Noah Barfoot got past Austin Dilks now, and he's looking to hunt down Randy Carter. But like Ross was saying, these are the wettest conditions we have seen so far from this weekend, and it's the first real Fab race of the season. We are waiting to see. We did think that it was Austin Dilks who had a little bit of a jump start at the start of the race. Race control have now said that the start is under investigation, so we're just going to wait and see what's happening there.
Absolutely. 8 laps left to go. Carter leads this race, but Barfoot looking racy. Out of the top 3, well, we've had one race won by Dilks, one race won by Barfoot. Barfoot looks to the inside to take the lead in this one. Can Randy Carter fight back and make it 3 different winners for 3 different races? Not immediately. Barfoot into the lead, a nice move down into the Joey Dunlop corner as they make their way through Paddock Bend. It's a bit more like a boat race out there, how much standing water is on the circuit rather than a bike race, as they're all fighting for grip, all fighting to see what they can eke out of the machinery underneath them. It is a 3-second penalty for a jump start for Austin Dilks then. So that on the timing screen demotes him down to P4, but only 0.4 of a second behind James Dermott. The penalties, of course, applied straight away. He very well may be ahead of Dermott on the timing screen by the time they complete this lap, make it 7 laps left to run. So he should still be on for a podium if the pace is there and he stays on 2 wheels, but fighting for second or the race lead, he's going to have to build up a 3-second advantage.
Austin Dilks also putting the pressure on Randy Carter there, and just through on the inside into that corner there goes Austin Dilks, takes that second place position away from Randy Carter. Randy Carter doesn't seem to be having the best of time in these conditions at the moment. Noah Barfoot, once he'd got past him, has really started building that gap between him and Austin Dilks and Randy Carter. Everybody else in this grid, though, seems to have spread out a bit now that the race has started. We've got James Dermott running in P4, Austin Baton in P5, Zach Athasic in P6, Seth James in P7, and Finn Stolz and Nelly Newth still in the positions they started this race in. But all the eyes are on the front runners of this race at the moment. The guys running in P1, P2 and P3, they are really pushing their bikes in these conditions at the moment with just 6 laps left to go. We'll have to see how much they really are going to push these bikes in these conditions.
Well, the front 3 actually quite separated at the moment. We've been used to seeing them all weekend running side by side. Of course, Dilks second on the road with that jump start penalty applied. He is in 3rd place. That's why he's in the number 3 spot on your timing tower. So that's a free position, I guess, for Randy Carter, even if he doesn't know that yet. So we'll wait to see if Dilks is able to build up a big enough of a gap ahead of Carter to maybe actually slide into second on the timing screens as well. There's James Dermott currently in P4. He's had a very steady but very quiet weekend. Just been consistently picking up good results, good finishes, strong points as well. And just been doing his thing out there. So that's all you can really ask for in changeable conditions. Yes, some people rise to the occasion. Others, like our championship leaders, have been struggling all weekend long. But this is ideally where you want to be, you know, just consistently solid.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were saying, Ross, James Dermott is really just getting consistency with his results, really finding his pace with his bike, and really figuring out how in these conditions and what racing style is going to be best for him in these conditions. These guys are all pretty new to racing. They are on the road to MotoGP. They are beginning their journey now, especially here in the Inters class. They've just come up from rookies, so it's a different style of bike from this year. We haven't really seen any rain so far this season, so this weekend, our second to last weekend, is the one for them to really figure out how they're going to cope in conditions like safeties. We got 5 laps left to go. There on our screens is Randy Carter, who is currently running in P3. Austin Dilks is now ahead of him. But it is really nice to see that he's staying in the race at the moment with 4 laps left to go. He struggled in the first 2 races this weekend to stay on his bike, but at the moment Noah Barfoot is running in P1. On our timing sheets, it says that Randy Carter is in P2 due to Austin Dilks' penalty. There is a 6.747 gap between him and Noah Barfoot, and then between Randy Carter and Austin Dilks, there is just 0.365 separating those two guys out there on track. So it is a really, really close race between these guys.
Yeah, Noah Barfoot streaking away at the front of the pack. We haven't really had a proper wet weekend until this one this year, despite the fact that we live in the UK and it literally rains all the time, apart from those like 5 days in summer where it's like 40 degrees. And maybe, just maybe, we're seeing the development of a bit of a rainmaster in Barfoot. So that's something that we need to keep in our mind moving forward and watching the progression of his career. So it's Barfoot from Dilks now has got up into second place. He's 7 seconds back on the timing screen from Barfoot, and that'll be 4 seconds with the penalty removed on the road. So Randy Carter has now slid down into third place, as that is Finlay Styles on the move up through Athasic, that looks like. So Finlay Styles gets through a couple of guys, and that's what he wanted coming into this one, because again, he wants to try and maximise the points he can from this race to give himself the biggest advantage possible in the championship coming into the final round. The gaps haven't fluctuated massively this weekend. If he could give himself a bit of a boost, it's all to play for him, and he's the one really with all the cards when we get to the championship finale.
Yeah, exactly. Finlay Styles had built his way up through the ranks in this race at the moment. Him and Nelly Newth were both running at the back of the pack. He's now got past Seth James, looking to hunt down Zach Athasic. He's finding his groove in the rain now. He's finding his kind of movement, and he's really pushing his bike hard. We got 2 laps left to go, and it is Barfoot at the moment who is still leading ahead of Austin Dilks and Randy Carter, but Finlay Styles has now made that move up on Zach Athasic, now running in P6. Those points are going to mean the most to him in terms of the championship. He knew he really wasn't going to be looking at a win after qualifying. He knew he was going to struggle in these conditions. So he's just pushed in every race to the best of his abilities, got where he can, finishing higher than Nelly, getting those points he needs to try and extend that championship lead.
Absolutely. It won't be a massive swing if they finish where they do at the end of this one, but it will be a swing nonetheless. Meanwhile, we're on to the final lap of the race. Noah Barfoot has disappeared off up in front, the 36, putting on a masterclass in torrential conditions here at Three Sisters as he makes his way into Paddock Bend for the final time. And even with the rain falling, look at the commitment, look at how the knee is getting down right onto the racing surface. He has not even blinked, he's not worried at all. And you can see it's a well-deserved win. The gap is massive, nobody else in sight. And it is a masterful display in the wet in Wigan. Noah Barfoot rounds Luna Bend and will take race 3, his second race win of the weekend in the Britson Electrical Services AC40 Inter. And what a win it is, taking the checkered flag by an absolute country mile. Austin Dilks does finish in P2, even with that penalty. Randy Carter set to come home in P3, although a big challenge laid on by Dermot, who is unable to get there by 2/10. So Carter does hold on to that podium, but it's Noah Barfoot who takes his second victory of the weekend with a brilliant performance in wet weather conditions. Meanwhile, championship-wise, looks like Finlay Styles is going to come home in P6 and Nelly Newth in P9. So it is Advantage Styles coming to the final round.
It is, Ross, you're right there. But Noah Barfoot, 2 out of 3 race wins for him this weekend. These are conditions he is really, really good in, really confident. He knows what he's doing in the rain. Randy Carter, though, P3, he is on the podium for the last race. Been a pole sitter all weekend, but he has managed to do it in that final race. Bring home a podium finish, which is really nice to see for him. But yeah, like you were saying, that Styles now got those few points ahead of Nelly, and we will see their championship going into the final round.
We absolutely will. But what a performance that was from Noah Barfoot. A masterclass in the wet and showing everybody else how it is done. That's it for the Brits and Electrical Services AC40 Inches. They'll be returning to Three Sisters at the start of October for the final round. And their championship very much still up for grabs. Nelly Nuth and Finlay Styles going at it to decide who will be crowned on top.
And coming up now, we've got our third and final race of the weekend for our rookies class. Now, these guys really are at the beginning of their journey. We've got kids as young as 6 who have joined us in this class. They're just out on their warm-up lap at the moment, but starting on pole position, we have Logan Paisley. P2, we have Oakley Hipwell. P3, Jensen Brown. P4, Oliver Cheeseman. P5, William Skingle. P6, Chase Richards. P7, Louis Wood. P8, Chase Carter. P9, Caden Bailey. P10, Vinnie Glossop. P11, Keely Bailey. P12, Luke McMahon. P13, Savannah Polden. P14, Theo Tyler. P15, Adele Everett. P16, Izzy Cook. And P17, Oscar Bond. Now, we've got a pretty big grid for these guys this weekend, but this is for them to really get used to what it's like to race and really get a feel of what it's like in all conditions.
Absolutely. Again, because this is the first properly wet round we've had all year. Again, bizarre that is the case, but it is the case. So many of these riders won't have had a properly wet race. So this is time for them to get that experience and learn how the bike behaves and learn how other bikes and other riders deal with these conditions as well. So that's something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on as the riders make their way into their grid slots. Logan Paisley on pole position. A great race too earlier on today. Rest of the riders slowly making their way in. Last couple of checks from the parents / chief mechanics / roving marshals who go out there to ensure that our youngest riders can go around as safely as possible. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals this weekend for their efforts and for allowing us to go racing. It has been a proper race weekend here in Wigan, and without them we wouldn't have been able to enjoy ourselves and have our fun, so a big thank you. Looks like a couple final checks at the back end of the grid as Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, I'm amazed she's still in the Crocs. The massive coat she's wearing doesn't quite reach down that far, so she might be getting wet feet, but she's still committed to the cause. She'll walk off track, drop the red flag, pick up the green, and when that drops, we'll go racing for the final time in the Rookies Cup. It is lights out and we are go, or the flag drop should I say, into paddock bend we go, and everybody 2-3 wide trying desperately to see what the grip is like before they flick back round to the left. But looks like it's a clean start from everybody, but very tentative to say the least, as again just trying to get used to these conditions, see what the bike is capable of doing on those wet tyres as we come to Luna Bend to start the first lap proper. It will be the pole sitter Logan Paisley that leads the way. I believe Oakley Hipwell and Jensen Brown also holding station behind them.
Yeah, definitely, Ross. Oakley Hipwell staying in second, Jensen Brown in third. William Skingle has gained a place, gone up into fourth, and Oliver Cheeseman now running in fifth. So those two have done a little swap, but everybody staying up, staying on track. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Logan Paisley, though. He has had amazing race starts all weekend, and for these guys it really is just about getting the feel for what it's like to race. But Logan Paisley absolutely flying ahead of everybody else, which is brilliant to see. A little bit of a struggle there for our guy running in P2, Oakley Hipwell, just struggling to hold on to control his bike that little bit there. But the 171 of Jensen Brown following behind him, and William Skingle in P4. Everybody's staying pretty bunched up together from P2 onwards. Our guy currently running in P1, Logan Paisley, is absolutely run off from everybody else. But we've been saying this all weekend, Ross, and it's who's going to cope the best in these sort of conditions.
Well, so much of being quick in these conditions is about your confidence in your own ability and in the machinery underneath you as well. You can have all the ability in the world in the wet, but if you don't have that confidence, you're not going to go anywhere. That's a nice move up the inside there. That was Jensen Brown getting past, I believe that was William Skingle. I think those guys have been fighting a little bit. And yes, they have. So that's back into third place for Brown. But yeah, the confidence is the most important thing in the rain, and it's clear that coming out of the gates, Logan Paisley is the most confident of the bunch that we've got here at the moment, because he has just started to drive away at the front of the pack. So a brilliant start for him. There's a Hipwell, Brown, Skingle, all of them pretty close together in the fight for the podium places, not too far back. Oliver Cheeseman, Caden Bailey also there or thereabouts as well. So we can all change at the drop of a hat. And again, you've got to remember, if you come off the bike in these conditions, you can't rejoin the race here at Three Sisters. You're down and out, you are down and out. There is no chance of you taking the checkered flag. So the riders will be aware of this, and they'll be keen to try and keep it on two wheels as well.
Yeah, they definitely will. We've got just 6 laps left to go now, but these are our guys battling it out for P2 at the moment. Jensen Brown is currently in P2 with Oakley Hipwell running in P3 and William Skingle in P4. This battle we have got going on here for these positions 2, 3 and 4 is really, really good to see. They're really being quite competitive at the moment, and it's amazing to see how well they are coping in these conditions. Everybody bunching up a little bit at times around the corners, but then coming to be straight. So this is P6 at the moment, Oliver Cheeseman, and it looks like Caden Bailey running behind him is going to look to make a move, but just couldn't quite find it there to be able to do it. But like I was saying, everybody is really close in their racing for race 3 in these conditions. This is our leader, Logan Paisley, who has absolutely ran a mile ahead of everybody else. He is really, really performing, putting in some really quick times. A 59.609 last time round for him, and he's built a 10-second gap between him and the guys running behind him. He's about to start at 6th lap of the race, just 4 laps left to go for him in just a few moments.
Yeah, interesting that he's still running a tinted visor as well. Normally when the rain comes in, you see everybody switching to a clear visor just to give you the best possible visibility, to make things as clear as possible, because obviously visibility in the wet, it's a little bit tricky, but he's got out there, still got the dark visor on, and it's not affecting him at all. Logan Paisley is on an absolute tear. Around Luna Bend, make it 4 laps left to go when he crosses the timing beam with the number 25. He's currently lapping. His last lap was his best lap time. It was 3 seconds quicker than anybody else has managed. He's the only rider running under 1 minute lap times. That time he was a little bit held up, so it's a 1 minute dead, 0.134, but still the pace is unbelievable from that number 25, as he's now lapping a lot of the riders towards the back of the field. There's going to be a fair few people who are going to be completing full race distance here.
Yeah, definitely. He has really lapped a lot of the field. From around P8 onwards, he has lapped everybody, so he's really, really just putting in those times, really pushing his bike in these conditions. He knows he's pulled away from everybody else. He knows he hasn't really got anybody close to him who's really going to be looking to put pressure on and battle him. So right now, Logan can just really find his comfortable speed on the bike, find how he's wanting to look in these conditions, really figure out his driving style, and it's absolutely brilliant to see from him. He's coming around now to have just 3 laps left to go, lapping a couple of others there. Looks like he is lapping the guys running higher up at the moment, and it's absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, certainly. He's flying along at the moment, here's Paisley. 3 laps left to run, and he is in a class of his own. He's 12.6 ahead of Jensen Brown in P2, and is just flying on by, making his way into the Joey Dunlop corner before getting on the power. Likes to splash through that puddle a little bit. Doesn't actually take it that time, but he's been going through there a little bit. Just, just a bit of fun. It can be quite lonely out there when you're running such a good race that no one else is there. I guess it's how Marc Marquez feels sometimes, because you're just that much better than everybody else in the conditions, as the riders continue to push their way around. But yeah, I guess he's probably just trying to keep himself entertained perhaps. It'll be 2 laps to go when he breaks the beam this time by. And yeah, it looks like he's lapped up to 9th place when he crossed the line previously. He may have got even more on this lap as well. So penultimate lap of the race then for Logan Paisley. And what a performance we are witnessing.
Absolutely. Look at him. He is on your screens at the moment. He is just absolutely flying on this bike, properly getting his knee down to the ground, around those corners, really testing his bike, lapping some more of our riders now, and he's just gliding past them. He's not letting himself get stuck up in any traffic at all. He sees them, he knows he needs to go around them, so he just performs it really cleanly, and it's absolutely amazing to see from him. He's just coming down past our commentary box at the moment, and the control he's showing in these conditions as well. He doesn't look like he's fighting the bike. He doesn't look worried about how it's going to fare in these wet conditions. He just knows it is good, and he is doing what he needs to do to get far in this race, and he's increased that gap between him and Jenson Brown now to 15.578 seconds. He is absolutely flying around this track, and there is the flag marshal letting him know that it is on his last lap. That yellow flag with the black X through it tells our riders that they are starting the last lap of the race. A lot of people aren't going the full distance in this race due to the fact he is absolutely flying in first position is Paisley and lapping a lot of them. Oh, and that is someone who's off there. That is the end of his race weekend. He does not look best pleased.
No, that looks to be the number 50 to my eyes. That's Louis Wood. What a shame for him. Coming from a big racing family, of course. Louis, his dad, a British Championship racer. His granddad, a TT sidecar winner over in the Isle of Man, and also a Manx Grand Prix run as well. So racing running strong in that family. But unfortunately, his weekend ends with a DNF in the final Rookies Cup race. But as Logan Paisley comes around Luna Bend for the final time this weekend, sailing his way through rather than riding such as the water. What a performance we have just witnessed. The number 25 dominates in horrid conditions and will take the checkered flag in race number 3. Logan Paisley, that was something spectacular out there. What a performance from him, and the fastest lap on the last lap of the race as well, a 59.2. That's 2 and a bit seconds quicker than anybody else could manage out there. Unbelievable lap times. We're just waiting for everyone else to come to the line. Jenson Brown and just crosses now. Oakley Hipwell nowhere to be seen. A 20.2 second gap between Paisley and Jenson Brown in P2. Hipwell does finally round out the podium places, and he lapped everybody up to 8th place in that one, Paisley.
Absolute brilliant finish from Paisley there in the final race for the AC40 Rookies of this weekend. Just coming into the holding area now, going to a screeching stop there behind the P1 podium sign there in the holding area of the paddock. Jamie King just stood nearby, ready to congratulate him alongside with some other family members. Absolutely brilliant finish to the weekend for him. You know Logan Paisley is going to be feeling really proud of himself for that one. Still just waiting for some of the other guys to come around into the paddock. Logan Paisley has flown that much. We are still waiting for everybody else to start arriving in the paddock.
Unbelievable. That's just how good that was. Yeah, remember this day, because when Logan Paisley's up there racing in British Superbikes, racing in World Superbikes, racing in MotoGP, you'll look back at this moment as the moment we thought, yeah, that kid's all right, you know. Logan Paisley with the performance of a lifetime, a very young lifetime, yes, but I'm sure we'll get much more like that from him in the future. What a race from him, what a ride. And well, what a weekend it's been for our Rookies Cup riders. Three Sisters is a very challenging circuit for the guys out there as young as 6 years old. They'll be back here once again for the final round of the season in a couple of weeks' time.
Up now, we've got the third and final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros and the LC40 Elites. Now, in this race, we've got two different classes out on track at the same time. We've got those on the liquid-cooled bikes and those on the air-cooled bikes. They're just waiting to be released out of the holding area. Now, earlier on in race 2 today, we did see our championship leader at the moment, Tommy Williams, did crash out. So that kind of ruined his chances of winning the championship this weekend, so we'll have to wait and see what happens to him in this race at the moment. But let's just have a run through of our grid. Starting on pole position, we have Maxwell Keats in P2, we have Jenson Cedras in P3, Tommy Williams P4, Freddie Taylor P5, Joey Athasich P6, Mason Frederick in P7, Claudia Dudman P8, Reed Saxelby P9, James Dermott P10, Danny Longhurst P11, Cooper Say P12, Ethan Bayliss P13, Oliver Wilson. Rounding out our grid in P14 is Finlay Styles.
Right, let's just run through the championship picture this one, because obviously we've got two different championships and they both can be wrapped up in this one. The LC40 Elite, I think it is unlikely, but it's possible. It'll be Jenson Cedras needing to outscore Tommy Keats by 11 points, which basically means Keats has to do what happened in race 2 in DNF and Cedras wins in order for it to go. The pros, though, 2 DNFs from Tommy Williams obviously haven't helped, but in this one, I will be shocked if he didn't take the title, because even if he DNFs, you have to have Joey Athisic scoring 11 points at least, and then Danny Longhurst scoring 24. So Danny Longhurst, if Tommy Williams DNFs, has to win to stay in the championship picture. Joey Athisic basically has to finish in the top 5. So it may go to the final round, but I think it's very likely that after what has been a pretty miserable weekend for that number 51, it is finally time that he gets his hand on that championship, although maybe a little bit later than they were expecting. There we see Jenson Cedras getting the visor wiped down. Of course, vision is quite important in a motorbike race, and when it's raining, it doesn't help either. So not too long to go now until we get racing, Izzy.
Yeah, not too long at all. Just looking out of our commentary box window at the moment, looks like we are missing a few riders from this race at the moment. Mason Frederick, who should have been starting in P6, he looks like he's missing maybe a couple more as well. These is what is happening with these conditions at the moment. Some people are just deciding they're not really feeling it at the moment. Lee Close, our flag marshal, is just telling people to get off the track so we can get this race underway. She's moving off to the side now. She is raising that flag and she drops and it's lights out and away we go. Racing starts underway. The 51 of Tommy Williams on that air-cooled bike has just flown past our guys running on liquid cool bikes. What a fantastic start to the race for him. We've still got Maxwell Keats, the number 24, and Jenson Cedras following behind him in P2, and then Jenson Cedras in P4. Freddie Taylor has got himself caught up in the mix of those, but what a start for Tommy Williams. He comes round now to properly start the lap of this race and start the countdown. We've got 9 laps left to go. I wonder what's going to happen here.
Well, he's got a point to prove, does Tommy Williams, after 2 DNFs. He wants to take this championship in the best way possible by winning the race and potentially even beating out some of the liquid cool bikes to an overall victory as well. Do just want to point out that Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, the hood did go down. It did stop raining very briefly, but I can now see that the rain has started falling a little bit again and hoods are going back up. Challenges there. That's Joey Athisic and Reed Sachs will be getting side by side coming into paddock. Ben, Claudia Dubman watching along patiently behind them to see if anything happens. But as we're going to start lap 2 in a short moment's time, it's still Tommy Williams that leads overall. Behind him, Maxwell Keats leads in the LC40 Elite class. Then you got another air-cooled bike, and then you've got Jenson Cedras in second place, P4 overall in the Elite class of bikes. So lots of things to think about. Here you see the warp speed of Maxwell Keats. He's so fast on the straight and gets back into the overall race lead. Almost contact there between Williams and Freddie Taylor behind, and they're starting to get the elbows out because they're fighting for a race win in class. 8 laps left to go in the top 4, pretty close together. 2 in the elites, 2 in the pros.
Really, really close together, Ross. You're right there. But these guys, absolutely brilliant stuff what we are seeing from them so far. Tommy Williams now been passed by Maxwell Keats. Maxwell Keats currently leading this race overall, but Tommy Williams, even from second place, is leading his air-cooled bike race. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from him. Obviously, like we were saying, 2 DNFs for him. 2 DNFs for him so far this weekend. We are just hearing in our ears at the moment that race control have noticed that someone is riding around the track with their visor up at the moment. So we got to wait and see who that is. But everybody else are running at the front of the pack. It looks like, though, whilst that is happening, Freddie Taylor has made the move past Tommy Williams. Tommy Williams is now running in a P3 overall, but P2 of the air-cooled bike race. Freddie Taylor is now leading that race, and Jenson Cedras on the liquid cool, just having that bit more power, that bit more throttle compared to the air-cooled bike. He's now got past Tommy Williams. Running at P3 overall is Jenson Cedras, but P2 in the liquid cool bike race.
Yeah, I don't think Tommy Williams will be too upset by losing that race lead in class, because as it stands, he is still going to be taking the championship when he gets to the checkered flag. And Freddie Taylor actually starting to try and fight with Maxwell Keats. He's got through, he's running really quickly, is Taylor. Fastest lap of the race last time, a 54.3. That was 0.8 quicker than Maxwell Keats. So Taylor, suddenly an air of confidence around that young man with 6 laps left to run, and the top guys still pretty close together, it must be said as well. Taylor and Keats are starting to break away, with several moves being made. That is Joey Aftasic up the inside of Reed Saxelby. Nice and simple into Joey Dunlop corner, gets it done, but Saxelby on the switchback. Does he try to the inside in paddock? No, Aftasic confirms that position for the time being. But you can see just how close these guys all are. All it takes is for someone to go down or someone to start really fighting, and suddenly we've got a huge battle all for the race lead.
Yeah, exactly, Ross. These guys are running really close together with just 6 laps left to go. Maxwell Keats is leading this race ahead of Freddie Taylor, but Freddie Taylor just put in the fastest lap last time round. It was 54.343. We are starting our next lap now, just 5 laps left to go, and Freddie Taylor is really hot on the Taylor of Maxwell Keats. Freddie Taylor on that air-cooled bike is really catching up with Maxwell Keats on that liquid-cooled, just 0.2 seconds separating these guys. Freddie Taylor has come out like an animal for this last race and really shown what he can do. They're just coming round Joey Dunlop corner now, coming down past the commentary box. Maxwell Keats is still leading ahead of Freddie Taylor, but Freddie Taylor is hot on his tail. But this is brilliant to see. He keeps moving out on the straights, does Freddie Taylor. He doesn't want people thinking that these liquid cooled bikes are any better than the air cooled. He is wanting to prove a point.
He's just got so much confidence, he's been able to find grit where no one else is really able to. This is an amazing race we're seeing from Freddie Taylor. He won't be getting Keats up the straight, because Keats up here as they get through a bit of lap traffic. That's James Dermott, I believe they go through. No, in fact, it's not. It's the 89 of Cooper Say that happen to make their way through. Of course, no blue flags, but Cedras going the long way around gets it done. But especially down this bottom end of the circuit, coming on to the pit straight, Freddie Taylor's just so good through here. Not close enough to draw alongside into paddock bend this time. He did try it on the previous lap. 4 laps left to go though. There is still plenty of time for Taylor to launch another attack, although Cedras is starting to get involved. Looks like Tommy Williams has been massively held up there by Cooper Say, so it's now a 3-way fight for the overall race lead. 2 LC40 Elite bikes and 1 AC40 Pro bike. As it stands, the liquid cooled elite class, that championship is going to go down to the final round, and the gaps in it'll go to 60 points separating Jensen Cedras from Maxwell Keats. But again, Tommy Williams P4 overall, currently in P2 in the air-cooled class. When the checker flag falls, if he is still there, he will be your 2025 champion.
Yeah, Williams is really looking to keep a hold of this 4th position overall, running 2nd currently in the AC40 race at the moment, but if he holds on to that position, he will be your championship winner for the air-cooled bikes for this year. A brilliant performance he is putting on for us. He's had 2 DNFs already this weekend. He doesn't want a 3rd one. With just 3 laps left to go, he is going to make sure and do everything he can to stay on that bike, deal with the pressure from people behind, but try and get himself into that comfortable position where he's not really under that much pressure and he can just look to hunt down the guys in front. But we're coming right now, 2 laps left to go. Just in the corner of our camera there, we could see our race leaders. Tommy Williams is ever so slightly beginning to catch up with them. He is really pushing his bike to the limit.
Yeah, everyone really stretching. They all want to be winners in the final race of the weekend to cap off a successful time at the racetrack. That can only be one, unfortunately. Currently, it's looking like it's going to be Maxwell Keats in the LC40 Elites and Freddie Taylor in the AC40 Pros, who is still there and still fighting with the 2 liquid cool bikes. Jensen Cedras has got past him, though, so it is now an LC40 Elite 1-2 overall. That means that Cedras can maybe try and fight Keats to further open up the championship gap potentially as they come round Luna Bend, though. 1 more tour to go. Keats from Cedras in the LC40 Elite. It's Freddie Taylor who leads in the AC40 Pros.
Absolutely it is. We are on the last lap now. It is Maxwell Keats who leads ahead of Jensen Cedras now. Jensen Cedras has just got up past Freddie Taylor. on the last lap now. It is going to be a battle to the bone between these guys. Jenson Cedras has really caught up with Maxwell Keats in these past couple of laps, and it is all to play for now as they come round Joey Dunlop corner. Jenson Cedras up on the inside. He makes a move on Maxwell Keats. He now runs in P1 in this race, and P1 for the Liquid Cools ahead of Maxwell Keats running in P2 overall and P2 for the Liquid Cooled bikes. This is a battle between these guys going right down to the nail, right down to that last and final corner. Let's wait and see who is going to win this race, and it is going to be Jenson Cedras. Absolutely brilliant for him. He has won for the Liquid Cools, and it is going to be Tommy Williams who crosses the line as your championship leader for the AC40 Pro class. Brilliant performance there from Tommy Williams. He has worked hard all season long, and for him to take that win, he's going to be really, really proud of himself.
You can see there riders stopping to congratulate him after a pretty torrid weekend. 2 DNFs in the first 2 races, but finally Tommy Williams confirms it. He is the 2025 AC40 Pro champion, and congratulations to that number 51. A well-deserved title to stick on his CV, and I'm sure he will be absolutely delighted. Congratulations to Tommy Williams. It was Freddie Taylor, of course, who won the race in the AC40 Pros, but coming home in second place, Tommy Williams is your champion. Elsewhere as well, looking at Jenson, or in the elites, that is now a 70-point gap heading into the final round in the way of Jenson Cedras, who left it very, very late to get past Maxwell Keats. So even though it does go to the final round, it is a very tall order for Keats to be fighting for that title beyond the first race. It is advantage Cedras there.
It really is, but there he is on our screens now. Tommy Williams, take a bow. You are the champion of the AC40 Pro 2025. Brilliant work and a brilliant performance in that last race.
As he takes the plaudits from his colleagues, his friends, family as well. See there, Sebastian Goslavsky, already a double champion this year, saying well done. What a performance from Tommy Williams, your 2025 AC40 Pro champion. It is time for the senior mini motos, and is this the moment where Matt Birkin crowns himself a 3-time champion? The gap is 75 points heading into this race ahead of Keaton Payne. If he outscores Payne, Matt Birkin leaves here as a 3-time senior mini moto British champion. Let's run through the grid for you. Coming into the final race of the weekend, it's Birkin from pole alongside Nick Bennett, Gary Eldridge P3, and Keaton Payne, who's been fast charging at the start. He starts in P4. Callum White starts 5th with Harvey Jeremy in P6, Andy Whedon 7th with Tom Burt in P8, Chris Yeomans as 9th, Chris Bain in P10, and Nicky Lewis in P11. And of course, the championship can stay the same, as you can see the state of Lee Clouse's Crocs getting a bit muddy. It is pretty grim out there, and obviously she's having to walk onto the grass to get the flag, so sorry about that, Lee, but I hope you're enjoying the time out there in the wet and the wind. Yeah, championship-wise, if neither Payne nor Birkin score, or they don't finish, Birkin does still take the championship on countback, because he's won so many races across the year. So it is advantage to Birkin massively. Keaton Payne, all he can really do is just outscore him, score as many points as he can to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, definitely, Ross, but all weekend it has been these two. Matt Birkin finished race 2 earlier but did not finish race 1 yesterday. He's been having some issues with the bike that we found out as we went and chatted to him on Friday evening, but he's just looking to finish this race, make sure he finishes ahead of Keaton Payne and get those points. But Lee Clouse, our flag marshal now, she has the green flag. It is up and it is down, and we are away racing. Matt Birkin, a brilliant start for him there, absolutely fabulous stuff, but Keaton Payne passed him now. Not sure what happened around that first corner there for Matt Birkin, but Keaton Payne has got P1 position away from him, or maybe actually it's the 711 of Nick Bennett now leading this race. Matt Birkin up past Keaton Payne again to take back P2, but Keaton Payne back past him again. These two are playing a bit of cat and mouse, but Nick Bennett, a brilliant start for him as he comes around to properly start this race. laps left to go. Nick Bennett leading ahead of Keaton Payne and Matt Birkin running in third. Andy Whedon in fourth and Chris Yeomans in P5. Chris Yeomans, a brilliant start from him from P9 on the grid to P5.
Yeah, as we push onwards in this one, Birkin and Payne looking to do battle. Whoever finishes in front either takes it to the final round or takes the title here. Currently it is advantage. Payne will be back at Three Sisters. Payne will be back at Three Sisters in a couple of weeks. But it's all to play for. There's still 8.5 laps left to go in this one. Nick Bennett already has a pretty healthy lead up in front, 1.5 seconds there or thereabouts, as everyone's spread out quite far. Everyone just tentatively trying to find the grip, see how they feel in these wet conditions. Coming through Luna Bend, it's like a river through there. You can see them splashing through puddles on the racing line. It'll be 8 laps left to go then as they cross the line, and it is Nick Bennett that leads the way. Keaton Payne in second, Matt Birkin in P3, a 1.8 second gap between our leader and P2.
Absolutely, there is indeed, but Matt Birkin just 0.8 separates him and Keaton Payne, who's currently running in second. Matt Birkin is going to be pushing the most out of his bike, but on our screens at the moment we can see the 99 of Gary Eldridge and the 322 of Callum White, the third and final member of the Birkin family who is racing this week, and these guys going in battle here for the P position of P6. Callum White looking to make that move on Gary Eldridge, and he does it up through the inside into that corner, and it is Callum White who now runs in P6 ahead of Gary Eldridge. That was a clean move from him there, but here on our screens at the moment we can see the leader Nick Bennett with Keaton Payne running slightly behind him and Matt Birkin just behind him. Keaton Payne, really, you can see how tucked in he is on his bike down that straight. He is properly catching up with Nick Bennett now, looking to try and be able to make a move. We've got 7 laps of racing left to go as they come around now to come down this area of the track, sweep around, come around through Joey Dunlop corner, and then down past the commentary box. It is Nick Bennett who leads ahead of Keaton Payne with Matt Birkin just behind them in third place. But Matt Birkin could be playing the game that Nick Bennett was earlier in the first race. Keep an eye on what's going to happen between Keaton Payne and Nick Bennett, because if those two crash out, that gives Matt Birkin an easy pass through.
Again, it's this situation where it works better for Matt Birkin to sit back, as Payne has to push. He wants to get as many points as possible to give himself the best chance going into the final round of maybe causing a huge upset and walking away from 2025 as your senior mini moto British champion. Meanwhile, Matt Birkin can just sit back and watch, and if Payne pushes too hard, makes a mistake and goes down, he is champion. So lots of things to consider out there. Getting told the wind is massively picking up now, so that's something to consider. Looks like Birkin has really closed in on our front pair as they come onto the pit straight as well. Payne's looking to the inside, and maybe because Payne is forcing Nick Bennett to defend, it's slowing them down. It's allowing Birkin back into the conversation. We've suddenly got a three-way fight for the lead on our hands.
Definitely, and that's what we were saying earlier. Payne is stuck in the middle right now as well. He's been aggressive towards Nick Bennett. He wants that P1, but as he's being aggressive, Nick Bennett is being defensive, which gives Matt Birkin that window to pull up that bit closer to him and get involved in this battle. We're coming round now to have 5 laps left to go. A very interesting race for these guys in the senior mini motos. Their final race of the 5 laps left to go. A very interesting race for these guys in the senior mini motos. Their final race of the weekend. But Matt Birkin looking to make a move on the outside of Keaton Payne there, but couldn't quite get enough from his bike to be able to do so, but he has really closed down that gap now, and these guys running here are looking to be in a 3-way battle for P1. Matt Birkin thought he could make the move on both of them there around Joey Dunlop corner, but that did not play in his favour at all there, and he's got to catch up with them that little bit more once again. But it is Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne who are battling it out for P1 at the moment. Keaton Payne putting the pressure on, but not really looking to make a move at the moment. He pulls out that little bit, but he doesn't really get as much on the throttle as he needs to be able to make that move where he can.
Yeah, just unable to really find a way through at the moment. Birkin, of course, now building that time back up after he bit off far more than he could chew coming onto the pit straight. And look at the pace that Birkin's got up the straight. He's got a great run out of Luna Bend, and he might be trying a move, sweeping round the outside. That is superb, Matt Birkin. And is that the move that clinches in the championship as well? And Nick Bennett's up in front. Birkin has found another gear here at Three Sisters. He's going to have to go the long way around. Surely not, as Bennett bumps over the puddles. Birkins has to settle for P2. 3.5 laps left to go. Any one of these three could be winning this race. Knowing the senior mini motos, all three of them could end up on the floor in a few moments' time. It's chaos.
Yeah, Ross, that is really true. Always chaos ensues in these guys' race. But Nick Bennett is still leading ahead of Matt Burton, with Keaton Payne really close behind him. Matt Burton made that move up past Keaton Payne. Keaton Payne is not going to be best pleased about that. He's going to be looking for the moment he can then do a similar thing to what Matt Birkin did to him. But Nick Bennett is really quick down those straights there. 3 laps left to go, and it is a brilliant stuff we are seeing from them. They are just gliding on through around this track. Matt Birkin, though, really looks aggressive, and he does it. He sweeps around the outside of Nick Bennett, and Matt Birkin is now leader of this race. Could that be the move for the championship leader? We will have to wait and see, but that was an amazing move from him there. We are coming round to just have 2 laps left to go soon. Brilliant stuff we are seeing from Matt Birkin. He's now building open a gap between him and Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne. He's got out of that messiness now. He can look to really push on.
Yeah, going to be 2 laps left to go. Bennett there still pushing, but Birkin's given himself a buffer between himself and Payne in P3. Penultimate lap of the race as they rise up the hill to Pentith's climb before cutting back on this right-hander. Bennett not close enough to make a move. Birkin has about 3 bike lengths at the moment on his opponent. The 711 coming into Joey Dunlop corner. Is there anything in there? No. Birkin too far ahead. Keaton Payne needs to get through, and needs to get through now if he wants to take this to the final round.
He definitely does. We are coming down now. They have just come past the commentary box. The speed these guys are going round into that first corner there. Paddock corner was absolutely phenomenal. Matt Birkin, though, are leading ahead of Nick Bennett and Keaton Payne. Those two are neck and neck at the moment. Keaton Payne is looking to try and get back Bennett past Bennett when we're coming round to just having 1 lap left to go, because it's this lap or nothing for Keaton Payne. He needs to do really well. They're coming across there now. They've just got 1 lap left. You saw the flag there. That is Matt Birkin, our championship leader at the moment, running in P1 for this race. If he gets it at the end of this race, if he takes P1, he has won the championship, so he needs to stay where he is. But Keaton Payne, rapid move up on the inside of Nick Bennett there. That was very unexpected. That was clean, though, there from Keaton Payne. He's going to look to make the move on back Birkin. Whoa. But Birkin really defensive, cut right across the path of Keaton Payne there. He saw him coming and he said, no, not today. Payne looking to do it. Payne, and he's done it. He's got past Birkin into P1.
Birkin needs to get back through.
Again. He's done it again. Birkin is back through. What scenery we are seeing here from these guys. It is Matt Birkin who leads into the final corner. Who is going to take it on this final straight? And it is Matt Birkin, your race winner and your championship winner. What a show these guys have just put on for us in that final race. Our new champion for senior mini motos of 2025 is Matt Birkin. What a brilliant race. He stopped there just in front of the camera. Give us a little wave, Matt Birkin.
Oh, and the burnout, of course the burnout. He knows what he's doing. It's back to back. It's 3-time British senior mini moto champion Matt Birkin with the performance of this season. Keaton Payne left it very late to try and find something, but 2 spectacular moves from Birkin clinches it. 3-time champion, baby. What a performance from him, and a well-deserved title as well. Keaton Payne, You've got to hand it to him this weekend. He's had a phenomenal run of form the last couple of rounds. He came into this weekend as a dark horse and leaves it as a man who could have been a very close title contender in the final round. But in Senior Mini Moto in 2025 and across the last few years in general, there's no stopping that man. It's Matt Birkin on top once again.
Absolutely amazing from Matt Birkin there. A fantastic victory for him. You can see him there just chatting with everyone. He's had a really good season this year. I wonder how he's going to celebrate, but I feel like me and Ross can already guess that after our conversation about Thursday night, what him, Callum and Josh had got up to. I think we know how he's going to be celebrating that win tonight.
Yeah, and it's a very deserved celebration. Keaton Payne, glad to see that he's all smiles underneath the helmet. No, I know a lot of people would think losing out on a championship like that, you'd be distraught, but you have seen it all this weekend. Whenever championships are clinched, there is nothing but respect and love shown for the new champions, and people so gracious in defeat. It is really wonderful to see. A great performance from Nick Bennett as well, the 711. He's had a mighty weekend, and it's great to see him fighting back up at the front once again. But as I said, there is no stopping that man, three-time champion, Matt Birkin.
Right, we have got coming up now the third and final race for the Mini GP 70 class. Now, this weekend we saw our champion named for these guys. It was Harrison Day. We have been keeping our eye on him all season long, and he has never failed to disappoint us. He is now the championship winner of the Mini GP 70s. They're just waiting in the holding area at the moment. Are going to be let out onto track for a warm-up lap, a sighting lap, and then they will be off racing for the final time of this weekend here at Three Sisters.
One more time round here, then of course till we come back, Izzy, for the final round of the season in a couple of weeks' time. Of course, we will be using the Valley layout for all classes then, so all classes will be experiencing a new track layout rather than just going to the same track 2 race weekends in a row. That would be a disappointing way to end the season, and especially with championships. There he is, the man of the moment, Harrison Day. If you weren't sure he'd won the title yet, you definitely do now. Decked out in all gold, the 2025 Mini GP 70 British champion. As I've said time and time again, joins a very elite list. So many big names have won this title and have gone on to have spectacular careers beyond FAB-Racing, and Harrison Day surely will be joining that club in the very near future. I know that the British Talent Cup very much likely beckons for 2026, but for now it's supposed to be a victory parade. It was supposed to be a victory parade in race 2 earlier on, but he actually went down and out early doors and crashed from the race lead. So this time, hopefully, he gets his victory parade. As the riders make their way out onto the circuit, though, it is Travis Shaw on pole position. Your 2025 champion, Harrison Day, starts alongside him. Frankie Watson is third, with Taylor Tomlinson, who woke up this morning and just decided he wanted to be Agostini, Rossi and Marquez all rolled into one. He starts in P4. Matthew Thomas is fifth, who also decided earlier on that he just wanted to be the fastest person to ever get on a motorbike. He's going off P5. Logan Cousins is alongside. Leo Soliu is in P7 with Taylor Davis in P8, and Bojan Bajewski starts in P9, our final rider out there on the grid. So of course we're going to be watching Harrison Day enjoying his time as champion, but it must be said, keep your eyes on Taylor Tomlinson, keep your eyes on Harrison Day, because across the course of the day, like I said, they've just become the quickest people in the world ever, of history ever.
Yeah, we've been a bit shocked by those guys today, especially Taylor Tomlinson. We literally said he's woken up this morning and decided he was going to be an animal in these races. Remember right now, guys, you are watching the Mini GP 70 class. When you are on the road to MotoGP, this is where you want to get to in Fab. Lots of our riders go on to bigger and great things, such as the Red Bull Rookies Cup, British Superbikes and British Talent Cup. Maybe we'll be seeing Harrison Day there in a couple of years. His dad, Josh Day, who is just on track with him at the moment, was in British Superbikes himself a couple of years ago. But these guys now just getting lined up on the grid. I think we are missing a couple of riders potentially. It looks like Frankie Watson could be missing at the moment.
I think Bojan Bajewski's
but
gone
we'll
as well.
wait and see what happens. Lee Clay goes now, our flag marshal. She's getting ready to get this race underway. And it is flag up, flag down. We are racing. A brilliant fast start there for Harrison Day. He's just pipped it past Travis Shaw there, but Travis Shaw under pressure from Taylor Tomlinson. We told you to expect this. Taylor Tomlinson has been on fire all day today, and he's done it up on the inside. A brilliant move there past Travis Shaw, but our race leader Harrison Day got ahead of everybody else, and he's building that gap. That is someone very slow towards the back there. That is Bojan Blazewski. We know he came off a little earlier on today, so perhaps he is suffering from some issues at the moment. But this is our group battling it out for P3 there. We got Travis Shaw, Frankie Watson, and it looks like Matthew Thomas or Logan Cousins all really closely grouped together.
Is Travis Shaw wearing a bin bag, or is it just the world's baggiest raincoat? Either way, it's not been the greatest getaway, unfortunately, for the number 4, but in doing so he has held up a lot of the guys in front. So Matthew Thomas now has a pretty big gap up to Taylor Tomlinson. Logan Cousins looks to the inside of Matthew Thomas there at Coward Summit, can't find anything. But yeah, it's a bit of a gap has built between Tomlinson and Thomas, and then another further gap is built between Tomlinson and Harrison Day, our race leader. To the inside once again, Logan Cousins into Paddock Bend, and that's very kind of Matthew Thomas. Leaves the door wide open, and Cousins says thank you very much, we will slide straight on by and up into 3rd place. So as a result of being held up by Shaw, big gaps forming early doors here at Three Sisters, but still a long way left to go in the final race of the weekend in Fab Racing's Premier Class. We'll just have to wait and see who's got the bottle, who's got the ability in the wet.
Yeah, exactly. Logan Cousins did make that move just on Matthew Thomas, but Matthew Thomas, it looked like he just left the space there. This is race 3 for these guys. It is the final race of the weekend. The championship has been decided now. For these guys, this is a really fun race for them to be doing now on the last one of the weekend. 11 laps left to go. We've got Harrison Day leading ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, Logan Cousins in P3 and Matthew Thomas in P4. These are the biggest battles we're seeing at the moment on our screens at the moment. Though we are seeing the 36 of Leo Soliu. He's been hunted down by the 111 of Taylor Davis. Not the best of days for Leo Soliu at the moment. He has gained just 1 place so far in the race, but not really looking to be involved in any battles at the moment. He's further back in the pack than he would like to be.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Soliu, who's had some very strong races this weekend and some less strong races, unfortunately for him. There is your race leader, Harrison Day, who on the last lap went 2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Gap was up to 3.2 against Taylor Tomlinson at the line last time. He's coming to the line now, so we'll wait to see if he's gone any faster, wait to see if Tomlinson's anywhere inside. No, goes a tenth or two slower than his previous effort, but still very consistently quick. And Taylor Tomlinson 4.7 back. So Harrison Day very much in his element here. Again, we were saying it earlier in race number 2, all the pressure of the championship, all of the stresses that comes with that and the anxiety lifted off your shoulders. And although he ended up crashing out of race 2, probably a little bit embarrassingly to be brutally honest, he's out there. It's essentially a victory parade for him. He's got the gold helmet, the gold leather, the gold fairing, you know, showcasing he is champion. Does he have the number 1 on the front of the bike as well, or is it still number 15? I didn't actually notice it. Yeah, he does. He's got the 1 plate on the front as well. You know, this is about him showing off. You know, this is his time to shine. And to go out there, take a pretty dominant win while you're doing it, it's a pretty good look.
Yeah, it definitely is. He has worked really hard this season, and now it's a chance for him to show it off in amazing fashion. But he is our race leader at the moment. There is a 4-second gap between him and Taylor Tomlinson running in second. He's done what he does in so many of his races. He gets a good start, he gets that gap forming on that second lap, and then when we get to the lap sort of time we are now, where we're on 9 laps left to go, he gets comfortable. He knows he's got that big enough gap. No one's really coming hunting him down at the moment. He gets comfy on the bike, he gets comfy in his lead, and he just flies away. But there on our screens at the moment is the guy running in second. That is Taylor Tomlinson. He's also not really got any pressure from anybody at the moment, because Logan Cousins is a further 4.7 seconds back from Taylor Tomlinson. So the front of the pack of this race have really got spread out here. You got Harrison Day, then a 5.57 gap to Taylor Tomlinson, and then a 4.7 gap to Logan Cousins. So our front runners, who have been a lot tighter throughout the weekend in the races that we've seen so far, have really spread out for this final one today.
I have indeed. Tomlinson taking his first race wins of 2025 earlier on today. He's had 2 wins so far, in fact, this weekend. It's been a long old time since we've seen him busting out the Macarena as he crossed the line. It's great to see it twice in one day. He's such a lovely young lad with heaps of talent as well. Of course, a former Rookies Cup champion a few years ago. And although for whatever reason, hard times were falling him recently, and by his standards, success was just not coming. But it's great to see him finally back up onto the top step of the podium today, even if it currently looks like he won't be taking victory in race 3 as well, because Harrison Day has got that gap up to 5 seconds, and now he's backed off the pace and he's just cruising around. But still, great to see Tomlinson out there doing his thing. Logan Cousins as well. He's been having a quietly very good weekend. We've not been focusing much on Cousins because obviously there's been championships, there's been crazy stuff going on in different races and different people winning from I don't know, and all those sorts of things. But Cousins, in the background, really solid riding all throughout, and as it currently stands, set to be taking a pretty good podium unless Matthew Thomas can get back in the equation. But the number 7, he's been very solid all throughout.
Yeah, he's been really consistent this weekend is what I'd say about Logan Cousins, and he has been all season, and that is one of the things, especially when you're starting out your racing career like he is now. Consistency is key. He is constantly scoring in those higher points. Yes, it might not be a podium every time, but it is most normally those top 5 positions which matter the most to him. He knows he can be up there and battle with the other guys around him, which is really good to see. But there on our screens is the 36 of Leo Soliu. He is just winding his way around at the moment. He has just got past Travis Shaw actually, and has taken that P5 position, so they've done a swap now. Travis Shaw really not having a good race, so he started in pole position and he's dropped all the way down to P6. He's going to be really disappointed with that. We've now got just 5 laps of racing left to go, but you do know that Travis Shaw is not going to be best pleased with that outcome.
Yeah, it's not been a solid weekend, unfortunately, for Travis Shaw. He came in with a hope, it was a slim hope, yes, but a hope that he could be taking the title fight down to the final round, but a DNF in race number 1, slipping off at Luna Bend and taking Frankie Watson with him as well at the same time, and then a disappointing race 2 and a disappointing race 3. He's really struggled, and that's a shame because that number 4 is a great bike and he is a fantastic rider on top of it as well, and we'll still be looking to be the 2025 vice champion, it must be said. And yeah, a real shame for him that he's just struggling, whatever it is. I'm sure coming to the final round of the season in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be back up to his brilliant best. We now do have a fight for 3rd place brewing. Matthew Thomas has done that thing that he did in race 2 of the Extreme 200 earlier on. We're about halfway through the race. He just decided he is the fastest person who's ever been involved in motorsport, and banged in a fastest lap a second quicker than anybody else, and just closed down a 5-second gap to Logan Cousins like it was absolutely nothing. And these guys, it's going to be 3 laps to go when they get to the line, and Travis Shaw, you can tell he's very desperate for the podium as Taylor Tomlinson goes past some lap traffic.
Oh yeah, and you can just see there the speed that Taylor Tomlinson has got as he's past that traffic. But now we've got the issue of Logan Cousins and Matthew Thomas have got really close together again, and now they're going to have the issue of coming past some traffic now as well. That is Bojan Blazewski, and these two have got to worm their way past while also making sure, but that all went swimmingly for those. Logan Cousins though is still leading ahead of Matthew Thomas. Thomas though looking on the inside into that corner there, an absolute beautiful move from him there. That is Matthew Thomas now running in the P3 ahead of Logan Cousins. It looked like Cousins might have had a little look to try and take that back then, but he just couldn't quite do it. What a brilliant performance we are seeing from Matthew Thomas today in these races for the Mini GP70. Fabulous stuff. He is putting on a show for us. He's had his Weetabix this morning, Ross.
Yeah, well, his mum did come up to us during the lunch break and said literally he did have Weetabix for breakfast this morning. It actually works. He had those crispy mini things. I'm not much of a cereal aficionado myself, so I can't confirm if that is actually true, but he is having a fantastic weekend. As Matthew Thomas took his first race win in the 70s last time out at Rowrah, and again on Sunday here at Three Sisters has just exploded, although the race win has eluded him. 70s last time out at Rowrah, and again on Sunday here at Three Sisters has just exploded, although the race win has eluded him. He's been ludicrously fast, and that sets up things. Wasn't able to get back through. We know the order we're going to be finishing in. Final lap of the race then for these guys as they come to the line. And I tell you what, actually, it's not horrendously far separating guys as Thomas manages to get through some lap traffic. He could fancy getting a move on Tomlinson if he has a very, very good top of the hill section. There, though, is the man of the moment, set to complete his victory parade. Your 2025 Mini GP 70 British champion, Harrison Day. The parade was spoiled a little bit in race number 2 after a small mistake left him down and out, but this time it has been inch perfect. And Harrison Day, should I say, is set to take another fine victory this year.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. We are seeing him just about to lap Travis Shaw now. These two started on the same row of the grid and he's done it. He has lapped Travis Shaw. There is Harrison Day, your championship winner for 2025 for the Mini GP 70 Series. He is just coming round now, round to the final corner. He takes the checkered flag. That is his victory parade. You see the
Thomas
little
got Tomlinson.
And it looks like Matthew Thomas did just over the line get second place from Taylor Tomlinson. What a brilliant performance from Matthew Thomas. Brilliant stuff we're seeing from him. But it is Harrison Day who takes the win with Matthew Thomas in P2 and Taylor Tomlinson in P3. These guys this weekend have really been pushing each other to their limits.
They absolutely have, and Matthew Thomas as well, fastest lap on the last lap, 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else managed. That's an unbelievable pace from that young man. Again, just decided this weekend, you know what, I'm just going to go and do it, and he's done it. Unbelievable. But Harrison Day takes the plaudits there. Your 2025 champion does finally get his victory parade, and will take the congratulations, and of course, I'm sure he'll be coming to the final round for a few more of those, he hopes. That is it for the Mini GP 70s this weekend. 3 more races left in this season when we return to Three Sisters in a couple of weeks.
It is the third and final race of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140s. Absolutely brilliant stuff from these guys. We have seen all weekend long. They're just sat in the holding area at the moment, about to be let out, do their warm-up lap and then get this race underway. And let's have a little look at how the grid is lining up. Tommy Almond on pole position with Jamie King in P2, Harrison Quincy P3, Simon Gates in P4, Finlay Cottenham P5, Bailey Lawrence P6, Richard Holmes Williams P7, Keaton Payne in P8, Ivano Di Francesco P9, Matthew McLean P10, Rory Jones P11, Mario Bailey Lawrence P6. But they have absolutely been competitors all weekend on face to us here in the Fab. If we had just seen on our screens at the moment, that is Lee Clowes, Flag Marshal. She looks a little bit cold and a little bit wet out there. I mean, the wind is picking up as well, which is blowing.
It's really started raining now as well. I mean, this is hammering it down. It stopped raining actually for the previous race, but it is properly raining now. So that's why Lee is looking like that. Just a quick touch on the championship for you. Of course, Quincy leads coming to the race. He can get the championship here in this race, but he has to win and King has to DNF. That is the only way in which the championship goes. Or, of course, King could also not score as well, but still finish the race. It's the only way the championship goes in this race. Otherwise, these guys are coming back for the final round. And yeah, it is really starting to get brutal out there, the weather now. So this could be a little bit chaotic. We've already seen King come off in adverse conditions. A small mistake with huge consequences. Lee Clowes then gets ready to send them on their way. The final race of the weekend in the Pit Bike 140s, potentially championship deciding. We are go. What a start there from Harrison Quincy. Third into first, gets the whole shot and leads here at Three Sisters on the way out of Paddock Bend. Before they come into Lucy's Valley though, Alban will have the inside line. King watches along patiently behind them. But what a start from that 7.55. It is Quincy from Alban from King, your top three.
Absolutely brilliant start there for Quincy. It's the start he's wanted all weekend. In race 2 a little earlier on, we had the potential that he could have had a slight jump start, but it turned out it was Jamie King who did. But no, in this third and final race of the weekend for these guys, Harrison Quincy has done what he always manages to do. He gets that lead and he goes, come on guys, follow me, let me show you how it's done. He really has come in this season and really pushed everyone to their limits. Tommy Ullman currently in second, and new face this weekend, and he's doing really well. That is someone who is off there. That is number 8 of Billy Sheldrake. Unfortunately, that is his race over and done, because if you are only joining us this afternoon in Watch With Us, do not forget that one of the rules we have at Three Sisters here, that if during the race you come off, you cannot remount and complete your race. That is one of our vital rules of this weekend. But here we are, here are front pack still running at the moment. Harrison Quincy starting to build up a bit of a gap. Tommy Ullman looks like he's struggling to keep up a little bit. Jamie King putting pressure on him now. Let's see how these guys fare. We've got 10 laps of racing left to go.
The top 7 all within millimetres of each other. It's like classic pit bike racing of years gone by here at FAB, and it is always wonderful to see. It is Quincy from Almond from pit bikes. I think you're top 3. Of course, Chris Wells didn't do the whole season. It was flat tracking last time out. I think he also had a road trip across the Isle of Man. He's at MotoGP this weekend for some reason. I've been seeing on his Instagram getting wined and dined. I don't exactly know how he's got that ticket. Back to the action though. It looks like Simon Gates has got through Jamie King, so King down to P4 as they head down Coward Summit, and I think he may have just been done again as Quincy comes through, and yes, Jamie King down to P5. That's Richard Holmes-Williams, who's suddenly getting the elbows out and getting aggressive down into Paddock Bend. The tractor boy with a brilliant move goes through and up into 4th place, and I don't think Gates saw that one coming. The tractor boy moves up 1.
Richard Holmes-Williams has had a knack for doing this all season long. He was just looking down at his bike. Then perhaps there is a slight issue for Holmes-Williams. Perhaps I spoke a little too soon there, because what I was about to say is he seems to do this at a lot of race weekends. The first couple of races, he'll just get a feel for the track, a feel for how his competitors are looking, and then it's on the third and final race when he'll really get his elbows out and really get involved in the competition. Jamie King, though, dropped back those couple of places. Perhaps he's having a bit of an issue with the bike. We did speak to him over the weekend. He said it was just blowing smoke and really being a bit misbehaved, but he said other than that, the pistons and everything were working fine.
I think King's just been done again, actually. I saw there as well. King, dropping down even more places, perhaps. Quincy still leads here, though, from Ullman, from Holmes-Williams. King in P5 behind Simon Gates, and Finlay Cottenham is right on his tail as well. It's not going the way of the number 76 as it stands here at Three Sisters. I believe there may have been a change for P2 up in front. Let's just look ahead. Yes, that has Holmes-Williams up to second, and I think he may have just got to the lead. Richard Holmes-Williams. Oh, the tractor boy is back in business, baby. Oh, what a race we have got going on here. Richard Holmes-Williams, like you said, Izzy, he's come to the final race. I was like, I'm going to win this now. Unbelievable.
I'm a bit speechless, I'll be honest, after that, Ross. I literally took my eyes, I was looking at the track just for 1 second, thought I saw some more rain, turned back round. Richard Holmes-Williams has done it. He's got through and got P1 ahead of Harrison Quincy and Tommy Ullman. Tommy Ullman now going to be looking to put pressure on Harrison Quincy. Like we were saying earlier, there isn't much that can be done for the championship of this race. Harrison Quincy, so long as he's there up in those top points, it will be going to the next round, and it will be between him and Jamie King. If for some reason Jamie King does not score any points this weekend, then Harrison Quincy will take the championship.
Yeah, of course, but he's got to be winning for that to happen if King DNFs. If Quincy doesn't win and King DNFs, it still goes to the final round. Holmes-Williams starting to open up a gap a couple of laps after he decided, yeah, I'm him, I am that guy, and has just taken the race lead. And look at their gap, it's unbelievable. Everyone else is trying to do it like a Moto 3 race, and they're all neck and neck. Holmes Williams is starting to vanish off into the distance and set the fastest lap last time out of 107.312. That was about a second quicker than anybody else has managed so far. King down in P6, putting pressure there. Or is he dropped down to P7, in fact? Yes, he has. Jamie King down behind Keaton Payne now. It's really, really struggling, that number 76 machine. And you gotta wonder what is going on. Is title number 5 slipping out of the fingers of Jamie King as we speak? Back up to the front, and it is still leading Richard Holmes Williams. Quincy second, Allman third. But again, it could all change in a blink of an eye, the snap of a fingers, the drop of a hat, because they're all so close together. All it takes is one little mistake or one big move to be the spark that ignites this.
Yeah, it really is, Ross. These pit bike 140s never fail to give us chaos in a race. We never know what to expect. Yes, we will have the few guys who we know will be up there, but Richard Holmes Williams has really surprised us in this final race today. He hasn't had the best of weekends. He has been that little bit further behind, but he got through the traffic, got past Quincy, and he's absolutely flying ahead now. I don't know what he's had for lunch. Might have had Weetabix for lunch, but he is now absolutely flying ahead of everybody else. Harrison Quincy on the defensive a slight little bit from Tommy Almond. He is there. Almond is following him, but it is Harrison Quincy who is holding on to second place. Look how close these two are every time they come out onto the straight. Almond is right on Quincy's back wheel, but can't get on the inside. Quincy is good like that. He will really ride the defensive line, and he will hug as close as he can on the inside so that no one has the option of going there, and they have to choose whether try and play it and run wide or just stay behind him.
Number 93, Finley Cottenham, he's managed to squeeze up into 4th place, but this group of 4 from 4th down to 7th, they've started to drop back behind the top 3. Quincy and Allman still very much in battle, and in fact this may be splitting up into 2 separate battles itself if we're not careful. Cottenham and Gate P4 and P6, Keaton Payne and Jamie King. Keaton Payne, of course, missing out on taking the Senior Mini Moto Championship down to the final round earlier on, unfortunately for him, but very gracious in defeat and a big smile on his face after a brilliant race, as somebody has gone down there. That's coming through the S's section, I believe. We're trying to figure out who that is. That is Almond and Quincy coming through. Quincy has started to up the pace a little bit and has started to catch up to Holmes Williams perhaps. We'll try and figure out who that is that's gone down, but they're up on their feet, which is the main thing.
Quincy knows as well, he's got 4 laps left to go now. He knows that he needs to be putting that pressure onto Richard Holmes Williams. He knows he's got 4 laps left to take back that first place position. And we have got a yellow flag flying after that. Oh. Another rider is down. That's the 141 of Ivano de Francesco, who is down.
Oh no, that's Quincy!
Quincy is down! How on earth Quincy is now down and out of this race? We were not expecting that to happen. That is the 755 of Harrison Quincy. He has gone down, cannot get back involved in the race.
He's gesturing, he's clearly unhappy about something, whether there's been contact or there maybe is fluid on the track, because I think he's gesturing at a marshal or something like that and having a bit of a shouting match with him and his fellow competitor who went down as well. That was the 17 of Matthew McLean that's also gone down. So Quincy down and out, and that is massive for Jamie King, it must be said, because remember, Jamie King went down in race number 1, which is what gave Quincy this huge advantage in the championship. Now Jamie King needs to get a move on to try and claw some of those points back. So this is a title that is going down to the wire. We're going to the finale, and King knows this now because he's looking to the inside into Lucy's Valley, gets 1 place as he goes past his title rival King up into P5 ahead of Keaton Payne, and he needs to get a move on. At the best, he's probably looking at a P3, still a podium, still 16 points back. That would bring the gap down to what I believe would be 42, doing some quick mental maths off the top of my head, would be the gap if he's able to get to P3 come the end of this weekend.
Oh, well, this is turning into a very exciting race, isn't it, Ross? You can tell that Jamie King, he's obviously ridden past Harrison Quincy off. He knows that that's his main competitor. He's out of the count for this race now. He knows he just needs to push in these final 2 laps, push his bike to the limit, try and get back up a little bit higher in those points. He's already got himself back up into P5. He wants to try and get past Gates and Cottenham and take that 3rd place position. There is our race leader at the moment, though, Richard Holmes Williams. He is flying ahead of Tommy Ullman. A 1.333 second gap separating those 2 at the moment. There he is. You can just see Ullman coming into the back of the camera shot just behind Richard Holmes Williams. 2 laps left to go. Who is going to take it between these guys? Because Ullman looks really aggressive at the moment. He looks like he's really throwing it onto the throttle anytime he's on those straights and through these curved sections, really trying to get as much as he can on to Richard Holmes Williams and try and take it in this last lap. But there we can see the yellow flag with the black X being waved. Richard Holmes Williams knows now it is his last lap. He's just got to get through some back traffic there. That's all he needs to do on this final lap. Both him and Ullman need to make their way through this back traffic. A lot of people quite far back in this race at the moment, but coming down now into paddock corner is Richard Holmes Williams. He's got just over half a lap left to go, and he will be your race winner for the final race of the weekend here at Three Sisters for the Pit Bike 140s. Just a bit more back traffic. Just everybody just mind out the way. Your race leader is coming through at the moment. Don't get in his way. He won't be very happy if you do, but he's coming round now. It is Richard Holmes Williams. He has surprised everyone in this 3rd and final race. He's become a powerhouse in these final few laps, and what a brilliant show he has put on for everyone. He started a bit further back on the grid. He has done it. He has hunted down everyone, took 1st place, and there he is taking the checkered flag. Richard Holmes Williams, your race winner.
Tractor Boy's back on top, but what's happening with Jamie King? Is he going to get the podium? We wait and find out. Drag race, does he get there? No, Jamie King misses out on the podium by 0.5 of a second. He was on such a charge those last few laps. When he noticed that Quincy was down, he knew what he had to do. And wow, that's some of the best riding we have seen from King in a long time over those last couple of laps. But it's only going to be 13 points that he claws back. Takes us to 45, the gap in the advantage of Harrison Quincy going down to the final round of the championship. But it is the tractor boy, Richard Holmes Williams. He always crops up and gets a couple wins a season out of nowhere. Great to have him back on top once again. Ipswich up in arms, they can't believe it. And he takes all the plaudits, I'm sure. But what a performance that was from the tractor boy, Richard Holmes Williams. He takes victory from Tommy Almond in P2 and Simon Gates in P3. Jamie King, after that late charge, some of the best riding we've seen from him in a long old time. He finishes in P4 by 0.5 of a second away from the podium. Finlay Cottenham was P5 with Keaton Payne 6th. Bailey Lawrence, good result for her in P7 with P8 Rory Jones, P9 Daniel Gilbert, and Mario Gelli rounding out the top 10. We unfortunately lost Harrison Quincy, Matthew McLean and Ivano Di Francesco, and Izzy, of course, that means this title going down to the wire.
Yeah, it really is. We were thinking that there was possibility, the chance that it wouldn't quite go down to the wire today, but that it is. We are just waiting now. Some of our marshals are out on track with Lee Close, our flag marshal, just doing a quick oil inspection. This could perhaps be after we saw Harrison Quincy not being very best pleased after he came off in that race. But Lee Close just having a proper look there down on the track in this little section. We've got some of our circuit workers at the moment out as well. We're just going to wait and see what happens. But that was the most unexpected, amazing pit bike race we were looking for. I'll have to be honest though, that wind is really picking up now. You can see it on our camera. That wind is blowing like madness. So the weather totally unpredictable here this weekend. We've had rain, we've had wind. What are we expecting next, Ross, now?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised given what the weather's been doing to us this weekend. So yeah, you can see the marshals just having a few words. Lee Clowes, the flag marshal's gone over to see as well. She'll be reporting back to race control what she can see. So we're going to be here for a little while, hopefully not too long. I mean, we are miles ahead of schedule anyway. We're going to be done with plenty of time, so that's not a concern. But yeah, the riders sitting very impatiently in the pit lane. Now the pit lane is right underneath our commentary box. It's very noisy because they're all sat there going, come on, we want to go out, we want to go out. And it's a bit like, guys, chill. We're expecting to make sure that the track is safe to go racing. But yeah, that was a crazy race in the pit bike 140s. And I'm sure the rest of the racing that we've got today is going to be absolutely fantastic. And,
It is indeed. These guys, though, for the Mini GP50R, they're just waiting in the pit lane at the moment and the holding area to be let out to get their racing underway, their third and final race of the weekend. But at the moment, they have been doing absolutely brilliant. Their championship has been decided as well. Sebastian Gazlowski has took that. We saw him a little earlier wearing that T-shirt that said the Mini GP50 and the Mini GP50R champion on it. It does look like there is some more rain starting to come down, though. On one of our cameras in the far distance there, looks like they've got a few drops of rain. We'll just wait and see what happens. Our oil inspection is still just underway at the moment, making sure that the track is as safe as it can be. The Mini GP50R guys getting really impatient at the moment. They're itching to go racing for the final time.
Lee's still halfway around the track. You know, they'll be on the bell to race control. Everybody calm down. Sebastian, I know you've got the number 1 plate on the front of your bike now. I know you think you're all that because you're a double champion. Chill. Calm down. Everybody just take a breather, all right? It has been a fantastic day of racing here at Three Sisters, it must be said, and I know why they're so eager to go out, because these guys, they just love racing. You know, they absolutely love it. A lot of these guys, it's all they do is race. You find it in motorsport, it's hard to explain if you don't work in it, as we're getting ready for the final Mini GP50R race here. Yeah, if you're not a massive motorsport fan, or you've never worked in motorsport or never raced in motorsport, I don't think you understand how this is people's lives. It is all that they do, and these guys, all they want to do is race. They're sat in school all week going, right, when can we get out on the track? Right, when can we get out on the track? Right, when's the next race? Or across the winter, when does the season start? When can we go to Spain to do a week of testing there, because it's too wet and horrible in this terrible country we live in to actually go out and test. So yeah, it's it's all they do. It's all they want to do is race, but they just need to take a breather. You can see Lee down there. Has she changed Crocs? I think she has. If we could get on our camera operator to go down and check out Lee's Crocs. I think her old ones have got too dirty, and she's chopped in
No, she's in the same ones with the
someone's
bows.
got the same coat on as Lee. That's why. Oh, there's someone down. Is that Holly Harris down in pit lane, who's acting as like a pit lane holder? So someone else is down in pit lane. So that's Lee over there doing the sweeping. I think it's Holly Harris joining us this weekend, apparently as a pit lane marshal. I didn't even know was here, but she's wearing the exact same outfit as Lee at the moment, but just a different pair of Crocs. So I just assumed it was Lee because I couldn't see her face. But looking out the commentary box window, Holly Harris, good to have her back. Shame she's not window. Not racing. She would have been a welcome addition to the senior mini motos, as she usually is. So that's why we're still waiting, because that is Lee, not down in the pit lane. Our flag marshal is currently sweeping, although she does have 2 marshals there with her and a 3rd roving marshal now. I don't know why she's the one being made to sweep. Surely, of all the people that shouldn't be doing the sweeping in that situation, she'd be the one standing there going, no, you do the sweeping. But yeah, they're clearly unhappy with something that's been put down there over on the run into Lucy's Valley. That'll be the 2nd turn after the race start, and coming into the middle section of the track when the bikes rise up and down the crest behind the Supermoto section. So Lee hasn't changed Crocs. Again, Crocs in this weather, brave. Been told in our ear, apparently oil has been deposited, shall we say, at a couple of locations around the track, and that, if we cast our mind back to the pit bike 140s, that could be what Harrison Quincy was getting very upset about, because we saw when he went down, he was gesturing, he was shouting at somebody off the picture, he was shouting at another rider that had gone down a lap before him in the same place. It very well may be that he'd gone down on some oil which he hadn't been made aware of. There wasn't the slippery flag out, or the race hadn't been slowed down for whatever reasons. That could be why. So there's lots of different debates going on here. That's the clerk of the course there. I think he's just going over to check out as well. So we might be here a little while, Izzy. But luckily, despite all of our concerns and the fact we had 4 extra races to do today because of delays yesterday, we are miles ahead of schedule. So I think any delays, we don't massively need to worry about them.
No, I don't think we do, Ross. I think you're right there. It is a concern when we have oil on track, though. We have seen some absolutely brilliant racing so far today. Everybody has impressed us, especially Richard Holmes-Williams in that last race there. Absolutely brilliant stuff we saw from him. And we've got like a little army of marshals out on the track at the moment. Everybody's going to investigate these little areas, have a look where that oil has been spilled on track. They are just checking it, seeing how it feels, because if oil's on track, it's going to get so greasy, so slippy, and it could cause incidents for a lot of our riders. But yeah, today we have seen a very busy, filled day of racing so far. We started at 10 o'clock this morning. We were running behind schedule. After yesterday, we had tried to fit in a couple of extra races, but we ended up only having 8 races instead of 12 yesterday due to the weather. But yeah, we have come back today and we have managed to get ahead of schedule. Like Ross was saying, everybody has really, really been amazing in their races so far. Shout out to Matthew Thomas as well. He has been, and Taylor Tomlinson in those classes. They have really, really been wiping the floor with everyone and really showing off what they know and can do. It is on the road to MotoGP. FAB-Racing, sponsored by MasterMac. This is the racing series you want to start your career in. On the road to MotoGP, you want to be in the Mini GP 70 class. You want to get in the rookies first. If you've got an Avali knocking about, come and join us. Start your racing career with us. If you're a parent at home watching, you have a son or daughter who would like to get involved, have a look on the FAB-Racing website. A lot of our graduates from FAB-Racing have gone on to race in some of the biggest classes in the world. For instance, in the British Superbike Championship at the moment, in the main championship, Brad Ray and Kyle Ryde, there is just 28 points separating those two guys at the top of the championship at the moment. Kyle Ryde in first, Brad Ray in second. They both started here at FAB-Racing, and it's absolutely brilliant to see where they have ended up now. I mean, we've even got Vinny Glossop here with us this weekend, the son of Martin Glossop. Martin started out here. Martin is a very well-known racer, and he started his career at FAB-Racing, so it's always brilliant to see Evan Belford, Eddie O'Shea, everybody, the names you know will have started here. This is the best place to be, the biggest racing series in the UK.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're suffering a brief delay here if you're just joining us. There is oil down on the circuit apparently, which is what the sweep is for, and the engines have gone off in the pit lane now, so we can all just sit back and take a breather. Lee's coming back across and shouting at something. I've been very angrily gestured at Izzy to give up my chair for her, so I've done so.
You
because
had
I was
a
so
chair, I didn't.
I know, I sat down because, there was nothing going on, and I just thought we'd just take a little moment. Next up, it will be the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50s, but again, we could be here a little while at the moment. The riders have are they doing a running race? I don't even know, but some of them are just having a little wander around. You can see Taylor Tomlinson there with the helmet off. Everyone else keeping the helmet on. I think they're taking the mick out of Sebastian Kozlowski because he's got his championship t-shirt on, which he'll be wearing during this race over his leathers. As there is the man of the moment, Roger Keys, our race director and series administrator here at FAB-Racing. He's decided to make the trek over from race control to assess the situation. So it's may be a bit serious. We've been told bikes back to the paddock, in fact. So this might be a bit of a lengthier delay. Again, we are getting towards the end of the day. How many races do we have left? It's only about 4 races left at the end of today. And I mean, we've got over 2 hours to complete them in before the cut-off time at 6 p.m. We've done very, very well on the schedule. So delay is not an immediate concern, but again, cast your mind to last year at Lid when we had to cancel, or we had to bin off race 3s at Lid in 2024 due to oil that had been put down and it could get sorted. We're hoping the same is not going to happen here. Also at Ella Park, when we ran out of time this year earlier on, and due to multiple delays throughout the day, we literally had to end it there, as we've got a running race going on now. And well, someone
they're going to burn their energy before they actually get racing.
Kids, they'll be fine. All I'll say is whoever finished last there, don't change it to sprinting as your sport, because you're not very good at it. I know they've got boots and leathers and a helmet on, but I could do a better job than that, and I'm a fat lazy university student, so I mean, I've been told in my ear, no, I absolutely could not. I will go down there and I'll beat these kids in a race if I will. I'm obviously been told, no, I won't.
Go on, Ross, go and have a go. Go on, we've got a camera showing it right now.
Do you want me to go down?
Let's
do you want me to go down? All right,
Come on,
I'll go
Ross.
down. I'll go down.
Go on, go and have a race with these kids. I'll commentate on your racing. Ross is going to win this race. Let's see what he can do against these kids. He's going to go down and gather them all up. And let's see how Ross does in a race. He's just running down the stairs at the moment. Oh, we do have a bit of fun in the FAB-Racing paddock. We've got some waves at the moment. Here we go. There we see Ross in his T-shirt. He's telling everybody, come on, let's have a quick little race. Oh my gosh, everybody's racing with him. This is absolutely brilliant. The helmets are coming off. Everybody's getting involved. This is brilliant stuff. Oh, let's see. Let's get our cameraman to count them down. Someone needs to count them down. Crikey, there's a lot of them. This is absolutely brilliant. Oh! Ross won the race. Oh my God, he nearly fell flat on his face there as well. That is going all over the motorsport media, social medias in a bit, and we will be tagging him in it. And he's doing the Macarena there. He's having a lot of fun with the kids down there. I'm hoping he'll come back up to the commentary box in a couple of minutes. I think he'll just be making his way up now. We'll ask him how he feels about winning that. There we can see everybody still just having a little bit of a chat about the oil on the track. He is back in the commentary box now. Ross, get your headset back on.
Never in doubt, was it? Never in doubt.
Ross, you nearly fell flat on your face.
No, it was the big finish. It's the, you do it.
Are you sure not when you started, when you looked like you were really leaning forward there? Bit of a slippy shoe there.
Don't question the technique. Just look at the results. They speak for themselves. 1 of 1, baby. I'm retiring now from sprinting. Yeah, it's reached that point of the day, hasn't it?
I think we've reached the limit. Oh, they're doing the boat race again. They were doing this yesterday. If I remember correctly, I might be going a bit...
Yeah, they did do that yesterday. It's a bit bigger this time. And we've got champ Kozlowski leading the line. Also, Taylor Tomlinson. Tell me how long it has been since he last won a race in FAB-Racing. It's been over 2 years.
2 years?
Over 2 years. I didn't realise it was that long. I thought it was only a year.
Taylor Tomlinson, you're doing very well this weekend. We saw you doing a little Macarena with him.
Yeah.
Our lovely cameraman, Kim, caught some of that.
Had to do it. You know, he gave me the offer. I can't refuse that, can I?
I can't believe you went down and raced him. I've got Converse. I've got Converse on. There's no way I'm doing that on that track at the moment.
Yeah, no, my very scuffed and dirty pair of Reeboks doing me a service out there. I'm a little bit out of breath now, it must be said.
Have some water.
That's a good idea. I'm going to do that.
You do that. We'll watch the guys still having a little race there. If you're just tuning in, or if you've just caught the end of that race, then you are thinking, what on earth have I just tuned into? Don't worry. You've not missed anything. We have just got a little bit of a break at the moment after the Pit Bike 140 race, as we think there could be some oil on track. I'm not too sure. Everybody's still walking about. We're waiting to see what happens. They're brushing, but they are still all loitered around one point in particular. So we will wait and find out what's going on. there. But yes, you have not missed any action. Do not worry. We are waiting to get the third race for the Mini GP 50Rs, their final race of the weekend, underway. We are running way ahead of schedule, so do not worry, you have not missed anything.
Yeah, this is the current display as we're going out there. So different dance moves, and then you go to the back of the line. I guess I don't remember this one from my youth, but still different dance moves. We can judge who's good and who's not.
Did you ever do Rock the Boat? This is what it's looking about.
Oh, I never did that. I grew up sheltered and boring, darling.
Rock the Boat was a classic.
Yeah, no, we did boring things like Bulldog, where you just run into each other at full pelt. Brilliant, that was fun. Maybe we should do that. Let's get the riders just to run into each other at full pelt. That's a great idea.
You can get involved in that one. I'm not getting involved in that.
Oh, Bulldog was brilliant though. Did you know?
Thanks.
You know, it's just you get like 150 of yous on the school field, and there's one bloke.
We played it, but that was when we were in school.
Yeah,
no,
I'd do it now.
Thanks.
I'd do it now.
Got the energy for that.
Yeah.
Oh, they're doing the Macarena.
Are they? Yeah, Taylor Thomason's teaching them the moves. Again, it's been quite a while since we've seen his signature victory celebration. Over 2 years. Now we've got 2 in one day, and he's getting everyone to do it as well. So if any of these tell you they can't dance, they're lying. We now have video evidence. This is on record.
This is brilliant. Oh,
we should just stop racing. We should all just get together every weekend and just do this.
Do a massive Macarena every weekend?
Yeah. Brilliant.
Oh yeah. But I think this actually shows you right now just how much of a family the FAB-Racing paddock is. Everybody's a really tight-knit group. Okay, that was an umbrella being thrown across the screen then. But it does just show you how close everyone really is. It's always a barrel of laughs whenever we get here. Every weekend. It's amazing stuff to see.
Yeah. Riley Paisley nearly just face planted after that. Someone has face planted. Hope they're all right. They're still down. Is that a? No, they're fine. Yeah, that'd be a bit of a weird way to get injured, wouldn't it? Wasn't actually on the bike. I fell over doing a conga. Yeah, they're still checking the circuit meanwhile for fluids and that. So that's just going on in the background, obviously away from the clear entertainment that we are getting right now. But hope you're enjoying this show. Nonetheless, let us know where in the world you're watching from. Ask us any questions while we're in this delay. If you have any burning questions for myself or Izzy, or maybe you're new to the championship and have a couple of questions, we can try and answer them for you. And let us know who you support, and let us know how you found all of the action today. And let us know if you're excited to bring the season to a close when we come back to Three Sisters for the final round of the season in a couple of weeks' time. Of course, starting that one on the Thursday. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday event, rather than the typical Friday to Sunday. So bear that one in mind. There he is again, Roger, going over to have a chat with a couple of people, figure out what is going on. I mean, it's one of those things where we can't really say what's going on because we're just waiting to hear the call from race control to let us know. I can see that Louise Thomas has also made the journey down from race control, so the steward's office is emptied. This is how serious the situation is.
It looks like there are a couple of spots on track that they're just questioning whether there's too much on the track possibly to put some sand down for it. We'll just wait and see what everyone's deciding, but Roger is just saying how many races we've got left to do, I think, to the marshal there, and he's going to go over and have a chat with everybody else, and we are going to find out what the plan is coming.
They're going to do a massive running race now. I can run and get on the camera, or our camera operator's getting up to do it. I think someone's going to set them off, and they're going to do a massive running race from what I think is like the 15th row of the grid, and I'm assuming all the way to the start-finish line. They do get underway. Harrison Day's had a monster head start. I think he started well in front of everyone else. Taylor Tomlinson coming in to maybe steal the win. No, Harrison Day, who I think got a jump start, does clinch it. Taylor Tomlinson in P2 at the end of that one. It's not the normal racing you might be tuning into here at Fab, but it is racing nonetheless. I know a couple of people have got bikes and scooters in the paddock. We should get them to go and get those and get them to do a lap or something.
No thanks. That is just an incident waiting to happen there, Ross.
No, it's instant. How can you, if they're riding a push bike and they fall over, it's going to hurt less than if they're going around max pelt on their Metra kits and their Avalis and then face plant the floor. So I think we might have a couple of people coming into the commentary box, in fact. So we'll negotiate this one. Got Taylor Tomlinson and Harrison Day coming in. Let's try and figure out how we're going to negotiate this one, or are they just coming in just to say hello or have a chat? Maybe. Are we having a chat with you guys? Is that the plan? Yeah. All right.
Harrison, come on over first.
We'll get Harrison in first. Izzy will pass over headset, and then we'll get Taylor in next. Exclusive first reaction. Harrison, can you hear us first of all?
Yes.
Brilliant. Well, first of all, Harrison Day, congratulations, British Mini GP 70 champion. That's got to feel pretty special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been when the weather, it's been a bit on and off, but yesterday kind of came to my liking.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's we're experiencing this delay here. I'm not gonna lie. Did you get a jump start in that running race you just did? Because I thought you did.
Personally, I think everyone's against me.
You just won the title. You can't be saying everybody's against you. Come on.
Nah, they all said I jump started, but I don't see it.
We had the camera on you. I think if we look back at the footage and analyse it, send it over to Roger in race control, he might have a few words to say about it. Talk us through your season though. I mean, again, you're champion now. You got the gold leathers on and all of that. It's you've had a fantastic year. Looking back on it, how do you feel about it? And then what's next for you?
Well, I wasn't really expecting much from this season. Just trying to at least put up a fight for the championship. And then Lid went pretty well with 3 wins in 70s. And then Ella, my confidence was high. And just really, first race, I was struggling a little bit. Didn't really get away from the line too well. And then I had a big crash. Slammed my head against the wall. And then from that, my confidence was low for the rest of the weekend. But then, I think it was it Hooton after?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hooton was good again. 5 out of 6 wins in Metro Kits and Extremes. So that weekend went really well.
Yeah, went well. So looking forward to 2026 then. British Talent Cup, I'm guessing, is the plan? Or can you not say just yet?
No, British Talent Cup, the plan for next year, because I'm 14 in March.
Okay, so you'll be old enough to do it as well. So you'll, I guess, game plan, go and turn up and win that then, I guess.
Probably not.
Not straight away. Takes a little bit of time to have a learning year maybe, and then year 2 go and win.
Just year 1 get setups and stuff, and really just learn the bike. Try to go to Spain and get like almost like I did with the 70s last year, just learning, and then this year go out and win.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. And anything you're desperate to tell the people at home watching along?
Don't know really.
Any shout out? I don't know. Family, friends you want to say hello to?
Yeah, Dad. Mum. Sponsors. Everyone in my awning helping me. LRA Moto.
Yeah.
More sponsors. Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Harrison, man, it's been a pleasure having you in with us. Do you want to pass your headset over to Taylor so we can maybe get a few words
out
of TT potentially?
I'd be delighted to.
Thank you very much. Harrison Day, your 2025 Mini GP 70 British champion. Now here's a man who's feeling on top of the world at the moment. Taylor Tomlinson, back on the top step in FAB-Racing. How's things?
Good.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Just good. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how many days did you say it had been again since your last one? It was quite a while, wasn't it?
857 days since Moto Mill.
Was it Wilton in the wet? Wow. Yeah, that's going back a while, isn't it? So, been a while since we've seen the Macarena. We've had it twice in one day now. Maybe we'll get it a third time later on as well if we are able to head back out onto track, which we're hoping we will do at some point. But yeah, finally back on the top step on the podium after far too long. So obviously we're all delighted for you. Obviously you're feeling great about it as well. But it's obviously been a tough couple of years between those. Apparently you still hold a lap record here as well, do you?
Yeah.
Which one do you hold?
In the pros.
Oh yeah, you do. 49. Oh, that's quite quick actually. Fair play. Yeah, no wonder no one's broken that one. 49.133. Said October 2023.
That photo is out.
Yeah, no, they are quite old. Harrison as well, also LC40 Elite alongside you. So, you know, both still got lap records here. Yeah, it is a bit of an old photo. I think we need a new one of you. I'll leave that one to the media team to sort out. But yeah, I mean, you're finally back winning. Obviously, you've had a tough time where you haven't been winning, unfortunately, but, you know, finally got over that. So now you basically got to come into next year, win absolutely everything. Is there something? Oh, are they being sent home? There's a big thing of sand being brought out onto the track. Okay, you'll see it come through. There's a car pulling a trailer, which I'm assuming is full of sand. There we go. So that's what's going on. That's why everyone's getting out of the way. Anyway, yeah. So I'll ask the same question to Harrison. Next year, what's the plan? I'm assuming
right,
you're gonna.
Next year, no more Fab.
No more Fab.
We're too old. We're too old for it. I'm 14 in October next month. So no more Fab. Next year we're going on the GP 125s at NG.
Okay.
And just hope to get a ride with a RS 125, like a bigger 125. But, yeah, it's just we went to Spain in October. My bike seized, so we had to go on a 125, and obviously it's 17-inch wheels, everything's bigger. I jumped on it and Rob said I was quick, so
that's the start, isn't it? Yeah.
And then there was nothing else to do besides BTC, and we can't afford BTC. It's just 40 grand a year with the team, so so we're trying to go to the NG and then just hope for the best from there.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, any potential sponsors that might be listening, do you want to do a pitch to them? Maybe if they can help you.
I've got one.
You got a
one
sponsor.
Well, I've got ish. I've got 151s, half. Hello, I'm on the camera, lads. Hey,
we have got a commentary camera going on. Where it's we basically pulled off the camera from outside, and now we have a commentary camera. So we might flash onto your picture in a second.
Yeah.
So there you go. But let's say there are potential sponsors listening in. You know, what's your pitch to them to help maybe get a bit of money and to help you go on and go forth onto bigger and better things?
Right. Sponsor me. No, no, but I don't know. Oh, I'm not as good as this guy. Look at him. But
no.
No, just I don't know. We need sponsors. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, any potential sponsors listening, bankroll Taylor, please. I'm sure he'd greatly appreciate it, and his family as well, who are the ones actually doing the money side of things. So yeah. No more Fab then, so you've got one more Fab round and then that's it, full-time fabbing. So are you looking to go out on a bang at least?
Well, hopefully. This round was good, good. The extremes and pole, so hopefully we can just, I wouldn't say gap the field, and pole, so hopefully we can just, kind of gap the field and win, but yeah.
See how we go, and then how was it feel to get your first race win then in 870 odd days or something? Must be pretty special.
857. No, it's good. My dad and my mum are the only two in the team kind of thing. Mum does the cooking and stuff, and then dad's the mechanic and stuff. I'll just thank you to them. But the win, it was amazing to be fair. It was in the wet, obviously, but the last win was in the wet. But we don't. I'm a heavier kid, bigger kid, older kid, so we can't compete in the dry as much. But my dad had a tear, so yeah.
Oh bless. I'm sure. I mean, again, it's part of the journey. You know, they're on this journey with you as well. You know, and helping, supporting you. So. No, I can understand why they're getting a bit emotional, maybe. Yeah. One more Fab round, then you're done, unfortunately. Full time. Maybe have you back here for the odd round occasionally?
Right. We might come here on the 125, because, Roger said to me that we might be able to do the 125 on the big track with the extremes. But if we can, we will. But we can't. We're not getting we're getting two 125s. We're not getting a training bike or anything like that. We might get a 140, but...
Yeah, it's just kind of 125 or bust, basically.
Yeah.
And again, anything else you want to say to the millions of viewers at home? Well, it is. We get millions of views nowadays. I don't know if you've been paying attention. We got vids. We're doing the business, man. Yeah. Anything you want to say to people?
Bye, guys.
Brilliant. Well, Taylor, Harrison, thank you so much for coming in. Again, a big congratulations, Taylor, for your first win in a long time, and Harrison as well. Your 2025 Mini GP 70 British champion. Absolute pleasure. And Harrison, do you want to buy or something would work?
Bye, guys.
Cheers, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys, for coming in and speaking to us. An absolute pleasure. And I also won that running race that I did, by the way, and you got a jump start. Yeah, no, I know he jump started. I saw him get the jump start in his one. Yeah, but he's the champion, so I can't really tell him off because otherwise, yeah. Anyway, thanks very much, guys, for coming in. Great to speak to those guys and hear what they have to say. As we've got a hose now out on track. That's the kind of thing we've got going on at the moment. We're going to do a changeover in the commentary box again, are we? No, I'm getting shaken head, but we do have a guest in the commentary box. I'll leave it there, but she does not want to speak at all, which I will respect her wishes. Hello, Izzy. Welcome back.
So I have just had an update from Louise about what is going on the track. So there was oil spill out on the track. There are a few bits of oil that might need clearing up at the moment. It is shifting, but they needed more water to be able to shift it, and it is believed that it was from one of the pit bikes.
Oh dear. It's well, I mean, I guess at least we think we know what it's from, because we've had times in the past, shall we say, when we had sidecars in the championship, when there was oil on the track, we knew who the culprit of that was. But I do like the giant jet washer they've got. That's brilliant. I really am a fan of that. So that's one way to sort it out quickly. Louisa just nicked one of our biscuits, which were given us by Max Johnson's mum, if you want them, because they're really, really good. So yeah, anyone listening trackside, Max Johnson's mum has got loads of biscuits for some reason. So yeah. Go and speak to her if you fancy any biscuits, I guess, as we're just we've reached the point where we're trying to kill some time. But yeah, it's been a brilliant day of racing so far here, Izzy. Again, we've only got 4 more left, but we are just having, of course, this delay while we're waiting to go again. Any highlights that stand out in particular?
I think for me it was Richard Holmes-Williams in the pit bike race before this happened, but he just absolutely flew ahead of everyone else when we weren't really expecting him to. You know, we said it earlier, he isn't having the best of weekends at the moment, but now he really is having he had a really good final race of the weekend. So I think, and also Harrison Day winning the Mini GP 70 Championship yesterday. When I went down, we spoke to him and his dad a bit later on in the day, and his dad Josh was just beaming with joy and pride for Harrison, which was really lovely to see.
Absolutely. We even got the fancy graphic for him. We didn't flash that one out when he was in the commentary box though, did we? But, oh yeah, whatever. Yeah, just a reminder as well, of course we're coming back here to Three Sisters next time by, but we are using a different layout. So there are 2 layouts that we use when we've come to Three Sisters this weekend, and when we have in every year we've come to Three Sisters. You've got the full layout, which uses the outer perimeter, and you see the bikes going up and over the hill through Coward Summit. That's the full layout. That's for the bigger bikes, the gearbox bikes. And then we use the club layout, which is essentially identical to the original layout of the circuit when it was first laid ground back in 1978. Just with a couple of changes here and there. When we return in a couple of weeks' time for the final round of the season, we'll be using the Valley circuit, which is like a weird combination of the two, but it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun, so we're looking forward to that. We think there may have been a decision made on what's going on, because Roger Keys is marching away down the straight on the run into what would be Paddock Bend, but he's going the wrong way around the track. On the run into what would be Paddock Bend, but he's going the wrong way. That we can get going pretty shortly. I think there is another spot on the track where oil has been laid down. I'm just waiting to see what the truck vehicle water dispensary thing is doing. They finished up in the spot that they were at, and it has come to a stop now at the S's. Is that just slowing down to get through some marshals? No, there is people getting out. So I think there may be more oil down at the S's. So we may, is there any sweeps? Maybe. I don't know. If you have just joined in, hello and welcome. You're not missing anything apart from a delay for some oil spill, unfortunately, so it's being cleaned up and we're hoping to get some news on what's going on soon. In fact, the only thing you've missed kind of in the last half an hour is a group Macarena, a group boat race, some running races, and me being the pace merchant that I am, destroying half the paddock with my own 2 feet.
Do you know what though, Ross? They were kids. You could have let them win. Come on, man.
No, I cannot. You got to be in it to win it, Izzy Higgs. Yeah, there is more oil down there, so that's just getting sprayed. Yeah, listen, you got to be in it. You got to be in it. It's not very often, right, that you get the offer. It's not very often you get the offer as a commentator to go down and do a running race against, you know, high caliber athletes like these young riders. Yeah, I say offer. I kind of just decided I was doing it. It's not very often in FAB Racing you get that opportunity, and for it to be on record, on film as well. I had to win. I had to give it my best shot, and I did, and I won. You know, I'm amazing like that.
Okay. All right, Ross.
I'm just
way to toot your own horn.
Yeah, so I can't help being amazing. I'm sorry. I just do it naturally, you know. Are we done with some things?
I'm not too sure. Raj at the moment looks like he's heading back over to the timing box. I've just seen him walking across the track. It doesn't look like we've got any bikes coming back in to the holding area at the moment, so if we were looking at getting started again anytime soon, I reckon we'd be looking to have the bikes start coming in now. But everybody seems to just be waiting around, having a bit of a chat still at the moment to find out what is going on and what's going to be happening about when we're going to get the racing restarted or not. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome to our stream of the 6th round of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike Championship. We are here at Three Sisters in Wigan, a really good track to be racing at. We've seen some brilliant racing here this weekend. We are just waiting for the calls to find out what is going to be happening, whether racing will be continuing. We have had a few little oil spillages out on track that we've just had to wait and get cleared up. We've still got 4 races left to go today, but we are just waiting for the update on what is happening. Everyone seems to just be slowly moving back to their positions at the moment, just waiting for the final call of what is going to be happening to the race. And everyone's just having a bit of a chill in the holding area at the moment. All the bikes had to be returned to the paddock. Everybody's just waiting for that update, waiting to know what's going to be happening and whether we will be continuing racing or not. But we've had a brilliant day of racing so far. We've got a couple of riders that sat on their bikes at the moment, but no one else seems to really be back yet. We've got a couple of riders in their leather still, waiting, it seems, to see what is going to happen. We are just waiting for the update. We'll know what's going to happen. We'll wait for the all clear, and then the racing will hopefully be back underway again. We have had all sorts of weather over this weekend. We have had rain, we have had wind, we had a bit of sunshine yesterday. The track hasn't really been dry all weekend though, but so we are just waiting for the update from everybody else onto what will be happening. Ross may have a little bit of information for us. He's back in the commentary box.
Yes, I do. So yeah, I just thought I'd run out and ask and see what's going on. So basically, there obviously was some oil down. It was a little bit of oil that had been dropped, but because it's so wet, it had just dispersed basically all across the racing surface. So that's why it took so long to clean up that area. And it's just procedure that they do, because they've had this oil spillage be of such a nature, they do have to inspect the whole track, which is why it's taking its time, because they're having to get out at every corner, have a look. Again, we can see there's a bit more down here at Luna Bend now as well. So that's why we are just going to be here for a while, because they do just have to inspect the entire track, unfortunately. It started to rain again, apparently, as well. I've just been told. So we'll see what's going to happen if that makes an effect as well. But yeah, no, Lee did show me a video of what was going on. Yeah, it was pretty big down in the main area. So that's why that's why it's taking a little bit of time at the moment. As live weather, 12.3 degrees Celsius.
It feels a lot colder than that.
Does it?
I don't know if it's just because we've had really warm weather for the past couple of weeks, and I've kind of still got my head stuck in there. I want it to be summer still.
Yeah.
I'm ready for Christmas. I'm ready for the winter season, but I like summer. We get racing in summer.
That is true, we do. I mean, you get racing in winter in some places, to be fair.
Yeah, but you got to travel for that. Whereas when we're in the UK, we get it all nearby.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's the situation with what's going on. So we're just going to have to wait until the track inspection's done. I know we're good to go, but discussions have been had. Roger and Louise have headed back over to the to race control, so they're ready to go as soon as we're able to. It's just going to take us a little bit of time. Unfortunately, a lot of the riders, they've stopped having fun now. They decided they got bored, so they've either gone back to their awnings or they just sat on their bikes. Just waiting to go again. We do still have an hour and 35 still till the end of the day to complete 4 races in, so we are fine on time. It's 5 minutes till kickoff as well for the football. Don't go watch that though. Stay here and watch Fab Racing. Manchester Derby. Oh, good lord. That's all I'll say. So that's why it's just taken a while. That's the update from the guys and gals of race control and marshals, etc., etc. And
so they are doing a full track inspection.
They just have to. They just have to, unfortunately. So it is going to take a bit of time. But of course, we don't want anyone to get hurt, I guess. So we'll have to wait and see. So that's what's going on here at the moment. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. A lot of concern up in the air this morning about whether we were going to get all of our racing done, but that is not going to be a problem going forward. Of course, we've had some champions decided this weekend already, the likes of Tommy Williams, as you can see just there, or could see momentarily anyway, but Tommy Williams is one of our champions in the AC40 Pros, the likes of Harrison Day, Sebastian Goslavsky. Apparently we're going back to the intro jingle. We have been sat in the commentary box for quite a while doing not a lot. Maybe we're getting a bit rusty or something like that. The likes of Tommy Williams, Harrison Day, Sebastian Goslavsky, they've all wrapped up their titles. Marco Pandolfo, of course, the Team Acme Racing squad also taking that championship. A lot of guys have gone home already, it must be said. So some of the grids are a bit shorter. We don't normally see race 3s unless they're very, very crucial to championships having everybody here, but there are a fair few from the paddock that have already left. I think the threat of the torrential downpour, which came for about 5 minutes, and I think it is still a threat of torrential rain, but I think we're getting lucky. Take from that what you will. Couple of guys down there though, in pit lane, patiently waiting. You can see he's 77. Taylor Tomlinson spoke to him a few moments ago. His first race wins in Fab Racing this weekend in over 850 days. An unbelievable margin. It's the last time we went to Wilton Mill that he took a victory, which is a long old time ago. I mean, I knew it was a long time, but I didn't realise it was that long. It's unbelievable. And there is the water oil cleaning vehicle thing that's going to clean up all the oil that's been put down on the circuit again. So an oil spill due to the fact that it's wet just meant a little bit of oil got spread across the entire racing surface and also got dragged around the racetrack as a result. And that means that we've just had to do a full track inspection in order to make sure that racing conditions are nice and clean and good to go, so that we are not risking anything. Sweeps now coming out the back of the Kia, and they can get sweeping. They 59 reg, so that'll be turning 20. 15 this year, I think. No, it was 15. That car's 16 years old. There you go. That car can have a pint in a pub if it has a meal and a responsible adult with it, and the landlord agrees to this. There you go. So it's the things you learn getting breaking news in our ears. 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes until we kickstart our final 4 races of the weekend. That'll be the Mini GP 50R race number 3, where of course the championship has already been wrapped up by Sebastian Goslavsky, a double champion in the 50R and the 50s this season. He's had an unbelievable year. After that one, we will have going out Moto team, I believe. No, that's a complete lie. It's the Extreme 200s out next, the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200s. Let's see if the amphibian scaffolding can save the day here. Can scaffolding move oil off a racetrack? I've got no idea, but amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 is the second race we've got coming up, and that is a championship that hasn't been decided yet, so that one could very much go down to the wire. Harrison Day and reigning champion Wilson Dilks going toe-to-toe in that one. The current gap in that championship coming into the final race of the weekend, we are looking at a gap of 53 points. So Harrison Day can clinch that title if Dilks DNS and he wins. Day, of course, already the Mini GP 70 British champion. He won that earlier on this weekend. 9 minutes to go to the restart. Then we've got the Moto team, guys. The standard class championship still up for grabs. Open class championship has been won by Team FAB-Racing. We know they've already left because we saw them leave earlier. And then final race of the day, the Mini GP 50s against Sebastian Goslavsky, has already wrapped up that title this weekend. So that's the title pictures for the last 4 races this weekend. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Izzy Higgs alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you all of the lack of action for the next 8 minutes and 30 seconds, because we are nearly back.
It'll be brilliant to get the racing underway again. They're just finally clearing off the last few bits off a track, and then everybody will be back in the holding area, and we will have the last 4 races of the day. It's been a very busy weekend for us here at FAB Racing. Lots of unexpected things happening. We've had really bad weather.
Yeah, it's been a long weekend. It must be said. You know, lots of rain coming in. It's not as it's for the media team. It's not as bad as when we went to Mallory Park last week and got locked in. That was a long weekend. Yeah, so at least we haven't been locked into the track yet. That's something. I had to get Dan Brooks to let us out about midnight when the BSB truck got back from Donington. So big thanks to Dan Brooks for letting the media team out of Mallory Park last week after the media team got locked in at Mallory Park. But we're here for the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome. We are just experiencing a delay due to an oil spill, and we are hoping that we will be back out fairly soon and we can get things going. We are getting 10 minutes now, so it's been bumped up a little bit, so it's now another 10 minutes. It's 4:30 local time just gone. I dare not look at my phone though, because I know the football started. I don't want to see that we're 10-0 down already, so Izzy, don't look up the score, please. I don't want to hear it. It's been a great day of racing, but again, there is no racing going on at the moment. So, 10 minutes to go. As we can see, Louise Thomas from Race Control is 15 minutes, actually, we're being told now. So expected as well, that's not confirmed. Okay, well, so we went from racing is definitely starting in 10 minutes' time to racing is probably starting in 10 minutes' time to we think the racing is going to start within the next 15 minutes. Again, this is all due to an oil spill. It's a full track inspection. It's an understandable delay. We need to make sure that the racing surface is safe before we can go back out. But yeah, we hope you've been enjoying the action. And Izzy, some great racing going on this weekend. It's a shame there's nothing going on currently, but again, we just got to wait for time to pass.
Yeah, exactly. We've just got to make sure the track is as safe as possible for the riders to be back on track, just so it's not slippy, so they don't run the risk of having any crashes. Like we said, hopefully 10 minutes and we'll get racing underway. We'll just have to see how everything ends up being timing wise. We have still got 4 races left to do, so we just got to see how everyone is feeling and what the mood is amongst the paddock, because it's always really funny to see on a Sunday afternoon when everyone's racing finishes, the paddock empties up really quickly. Like, I'm looking out of one of the windows now, and compared to how it was this morning, it's madness to see how many people have actually left the paddock already.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people were wary of there's a yellow weather warning for wind later on, and it was supposed to be torrential downpours, but we had about 30 seconds of 30 seconds of torrential rain, and then that was it. Had another update, so it's going to be a 10-minute delay as soon as the water washy vehicle thing has left the track. So hopefully it's in 50 minutes if it takes 5 minutes. That's why we are waiting. That's about it. Izzy, any fond memories from this weekend? I mean, I know you're going to say Richard Holmes-Williams the last race, because he was really good, to be fair.
Yeah. Do you know what I think's also been really nice, seeing so many new faces in the paddock?
Yeah.
Because there was another championship that unfortunately we're not able to run this weekend and have had to end their season early. So we've had quite a few of their riders joining us this weekend, because we do allow Avalis in one of our classes. So they've been here, and it's been really nice to see how they've got on with everyone in the paddock and them really showing what they can do. And we've had a BSB rider joining us this weekend racing. So it's really lovely to see everybody who's been joining us all weekend and seeing all the new faces when they arrive. But it does look like
are we done with the washing? I hope so.
It's going back round on. The Bowser is going back round the track.
Is that what they actually called it? They actually called Bowsers?
Again.
Wow, okay.
So we're going to have to wait and see where they go and what happens.
Oh, he stopped. I mean, it's a thing going around a racetrack. It's better than nothing. He's moving again. Is he stopping again? There's people stood in the middle of the circuit having discussions. There's more vans leaving the paddock. Why would you leave before the end of the day? Oh, that's why. There's Louise. Louise is... That's where the main spill was earlier, I think, if that's where I think it is, yeah. So the main spill was on... So where we start, although it's technically not turn one, as we see Roger, Lee, some of the marshals. I think that's Holly Harris there with her hood up, who I mistook for Lee earlier on. So lots, I don't know. We're just going to have to play it by ear, I think, unfortunately. Thank you, though, for tuning in very much. So, again, we're seeing people down in the paddock enjoying the action. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe the stream to show the world the best of grassroots British racing. And if you tuned in on Motorsport Radio as well, hope you're enjoying the show. Of course, we're enjoying some proper radio tunes at the moment. Make sure you tune in on a Saturday night to hear the Motorsport Radio Paddock Pass. Of course, the season may be done, but Motorsport Radio, the exclusive radio partner to the NTT IndyCar Series, although our season is done and dusted in the UK, of course that is. Although the season's done and dusted from 2026, if you want to listen in to radio coverage of the NTT IndyCar Series, including the Indianapolis 500, make sure you tune in to Motorsport Radio to hear live coverage from the States. And I think they're doing a race outside America next year. I can't remember off the top of my head. And of course, British Superbikes as well. Make sure you tune in for that as well. And we've got more sweeping action going on.
Yes, we have indeed, Ross. But yes, do make sure you tune into British Superbikes, especially next weekend. They are at Assen. There we'll be seeing the British Talent Cup as well, where a lot of our riders who start in FAB will do end up. Philip Soroviak is competing in the British Talent Cup. Riders who start in FAB will do end up. Philip Soroviak is competing in the British...
To finish off the season when they head to Alton Park first weekend of October 3rd to the 5th. And of course, Soroviak Sparks, second place in the championship. Both of those guys graduates from FAB-Racing. Sparks, a former British Mini GP 70 champion. I mean, you read through the British Talent Cup entry list. Basically, everyone who's in there is come through FAB. He likes Mason Foster raced here, Clayton Edmonds as well, Ben Jolliffe has raced here, Charlie Huntingford's raced here. Literally everybody has raced here. Isaiah Devine as well. And then what was is it the top three in BSB all started in FAB as well?
Yes, at the moment. So top three in FAB at the moment. It's really brilliant to see those guys. They started out here. It was Kyle Ride. He is leading the championship at the moment ahead of Brad Ray. And there's only 28 points separating those two guys in the championship at the moment, with Rory Skinner also running behind him in third. All three of those riders did start out their career in Fab Racing. It looks like the Bowser could be looking to get ready to come in now. They're just speaking to some of us on. There does look like actually there is oil on the grid as well, which they've got to clear up. So we are waiting just a little bit longer to see what is going to be happening at the moment. There are 2 more patches of oil that are still got to be cleared after this one.
Oh well, we'll push on anyway and see how we're going to do. But as you said, literally anyone who's anybody in British bike racing nowadays all got their start here in Fab Racing, from BSB up to MotoGP. Hello and welcome from wherever you are watching around the world. Just an update for you if you are tuned in and confused and have missed most of today's action due to an oil spill out on the track. There is obviously having to be some track cleaning going on just to ensure that the racing is safe. Due to the fact the track is wet, a little bit of oil ended up going basically everywhere, which is why the cleanup has taken a bit longer than anticipated.
I've just seen they've just checked in the Bowser how much water they have left in there, so there could be the chance more water needs retrieving at some point as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. We do have 4 races left to bring you this afternoon. We have got the Mini GP 50, the Extreme 200 Moto team, and the Mini GP 50. It does sound like we've got some bikes coming back into the holding area now. Just going to have to wait and see what's going on there. If it is the bikes that have been waiting there for some time, or if more are starting together. We've got 1 bike currently waiting in the holding area. Just waiting to hear what race control says and if we are going to get started back up anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, this weekend, all of our eyes. Yeah, as I was saying, all of our eyes were on Moto 3 this weekend. Evan Belford, the latest Fab graduate to make it up to Grand Prix racing. Unfortunately, a DNF at Misano after starting from 24th. Both MLAF bikes actually went out as well. Eddie O'Shea, another Fab graduate who was his teammate this weekend, also DNF. So a shame for Evan, but still congratulations on your debut in the World Championship, and we can't wait to see what the future holds for you, Evan. Of course, this comes only a couple of weeks after Casey O'Gorman made his Moto 3 debut as well. Another Fab graduate and a multi-time champion here at Fab Racing as well. Final round of the season coming up. Let us know if you're planning on coming along, if you're maybe thinking about coming and racing, and you're not a typical face for the Fab paddock here. Izzy's pulling a face. Is that, she's looking at phone, is that, have you received an important message, or is that something completely different?
We have just had a message from Roger. The GP 50 are being called to the holding area now. For this race, they are going to run 2 sighting laps before we get the race underway.
Yeah, so that'll be...
We're just going to have to wait and see what's going to go on here. Now, just wait for everybody to come into the paddock. But the Bowser is coming off the track now. Looks like the track is all clear, and hopefully the racing will get started very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 sighting laps. That'll be just to make sure that the conditions are safe, because obviously it gives the riders more of a chance to feel the conditions, feel how the surface is, and if they spot anything, you know, when they miss something first time round, it gives them another opportunity to spot it. And of course, if they spot anything, they can come back and go, yep, there's a problem here, we need to get this sorted, it's not safe to go racing. Of course, the easiest way to spot something is to ride straight over an oil patch and end up on the floor. If that happens, then we know we're going to be experiencing a delay again. But fingers crossed that does not happen. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, riders are back in the holding area now. We're starting to get a few engines fired up, as you can hear. So hopefully, after I think about a 45-minute delay, we are going to get going racing very, very soon, which would be fantastic to see. If you've got a pit bike and you want to come and race at the final round from another series, again, we'll be back here at Three Sisters using the Valley layout rather than the full circle or the club layout that we've been using this weekend. Again, we've had a lot of people joining us this weekend after another championship. Unfortunately, had to last minute cancel their event. So a lot of people decided to make the journey up to Wigan and join us here. And we hope they'll be joining us for our final round of the season as well. It runs from Thursday to Saturday instead of Friday to Sunday for some reason. That is the 9th to the 11th of October.
Yeah, we are just going to have to wait and see what happens. Our last round will be the 9th to the 11th of October. So that will be a Thursday to a Saturday. But now we can see all of our 50R bikes are just gathering there in the holding area. We're ready to come out, do their 2 sighting laps, and then get the final race for these guys of the weekend underway. So this is the Mini GP 50R. Always amazing racing we see from these guys. The championship was decided earlier on today. Sebastian Gazleski, Super Seb, as he is fondly called by everybody, has taken that championship position from everybody else. And it's going to be really exciting to see what happens here.
He's not quite gone the full Harrison day with the gold helmet, leathers and bike. He's got a t-shirt. It's a little bit more low-key from Super Sebastian Gazlowski, but I think that's to be expected. He's a very calm and collected character, a very quiet young man. He likes to hide from us. We've been told that we are going to be heading now out to the track. You can hear a few engines starting to rise as well in anticipation, so you'll see Gazlowski out there with his t-shirt on, commemorating his double championship season in the 50R and the Mini GP 50s championship, brought to you by King's Jewel Centre. Riders now heading out onto the circuit for 2 sighting laps, and then we can finally, after a long old delay, get racing here at Three Sisters for the final 4 races here. Time then for the Mini GP 50R race number 3 after a long old delay. The riders are given 2 sighting laps just to assess the racing surface after it was cleared of oil. So let's have a run through the grid while we're on these 2 sighting laps. And it is supposed to be a big old grid, but we know that a lot of riders have already made their way home and have elected not to do race 3. That was likely due to a threat of big rain that never really arrived. So it'll be Mason Fedrick starting from pole position, Bradley Curtis alongside. Your new champion Sebastian Gazlowski goes off a P3, Josh Perkins alongside him. Row number 3, Caelan Ratcliffe and Riley Paisley, with Rex Austin P7, Emilio Pereira is P8. Jensen Knowles and Thomas Med round out our top 10, with Jensen Ansel 11th and Max Johnson in P12. Tommy Keats is 13th with Nicholas Dunwoody in P14. Kai Hawken is 15th with Daisy Polden P16. Leo Ham 17th, Austin Dilks P18. Bo Morris is 19th and JJ Manchester just down the road, he's P20. Galen Maxwell starts in 21st with Mason Hams in 22nd. Daniel Tanton is 23rd, Rex Ormond in 24th. Joey Athsich starts in 25th. Harry James is 26th. And Claudia Dubman is our 27th and final rider out there. Again, I don't think we'll be getting a full grid of 27. Looking at it trackside, we're definitely not getting a full grid of 27. Someone's heading back into the pit lane. I can see out of the commentary box window. I'll just try to assess who that is. I can't quite tell from here, unfortunately, but it seems to be a problem for one of our riders out there. I think it's the number 12 of Thomas Med. He's come to a halt, so then there was one less as well. Still Izzy, though. We're about to go racing!
Exactly, Ross. We've been looking forward to this for probably about the last hour now. We are so ready to get back racing for these guys, complete their last race of the weekend. Like Ross said, it doesn't look like we've got the full 27 riders on the grid at the moment, but these guys are really looking forward to getting their race done and completed for this weekend. And it's been really great to see how much fun they've had waiting to get their race underway. We've had a bit of fun in the grid, in the paddock, and now everybody is just coming to line up ready to get this race underway now. They're just coming now into their grid positions. We can see our flag marshal Lee Clowes just holding up the red flag, telling everybody they've just got to hold their positions while everybody comes to track. Get ready, and then we can get this race started underway. On our screens now, there you can see he's got the number 1 on his bike. He's wearing the number 1 t-shirt. That is Sebastian Gazlowski, the championship winner for the GP 50Rs. An amazing season he has had of racing. He has worked really, really hard to get that. Lee Clowes now just telling everybody to get off the track. All of our roving marshals and friends and family members, everybody off the track. Then we can get the racing underway. She's heading over now to grab her green flag, and it is flag up, flag down. We are racing here at Three Sisters. A brilliant start there for Mason Frederick and Sebastian Gazlowski. Bradley Curtis couldn't quite get the start he needed, but Sebastian Gazlowski has just blown past Mason Frederick. He let him make that move, and it is Sebastian Gazlowski who leads this race at the moment in P1. An amazing start to him. Caleb Ratcliffe as well got a really good start then from the grid and is gaining those positions. He's currently running in P3 ahead of the 30 of Josh Perkins, and a brilliant start there from Caleb Ratcliffe from P5 on the grid. But it is Sebastian Gazlowski who leads this race at the moment. Coming round the corner now to fully start this lap race, because like we know, around halfway around the track is where timing starts and our lap fully begins. But this looks like it could be Caleb Ratcliffe looking to make a move on Mason Frederick at the moment. Those two have got a really close battle going on for P2 there. Caleb Ratcliffe hasn't had the best of weekends, but he is looking to gain that back in this final race.
Yeah, great start from Gazlowski, it must be said, as they head into Paddock Bend for the second time. Still lap 1 though, of course. We've got 14 in this race, not the scheduled 27. A lot of people deciding to make the trip home a little bit early, but still, I'm sure we're going to get an absolute firecracker. Gazlowski, Frederick from Ratcliffe, your top 3. Frederick on the Avali in a metric hit sandwich. The 4-stroke. There's been no real advantage between the 4-stroke Avalis or the 2-stroke metric hits this weekend. Of course, the metric hits in the R class, where they slightly upgraded a slightly bigger carb to give them more power to compete with the Avali 140s or 160s that are allowed to race in this category. A little bit further back, that's Bradley Curtis trying to hold off Rex Austin now. So Austin's been making some moves as they make their way through to the beam. It'll be now 6 laps left to run. So Rex Austin up to P6 now. Great start from him. Riley Paisley dropping a position on the previous tour as they head up Pensith Climb and then to Coward Summit. Looking to the inside there was Rex Austin. Probably the most trickiest corner that we have on the entire calendar, and it is really difficult. Other than that is a change for the lead. Mason Frederick up the inside of Sebastian Gazlowski and goes through. Gazlowski, the new champion. Can he respond to the outside of Lucy's Valley? No, not quite. We've got a battle for the lead on our hand. The Valley against metric hit. Frederick against Gazlowski.
Frederick has really pulled something from his bike there to get up past Sebastian Gazlowski. Just a few laps ago, him and Caleb Ratcliffe were having a battle there, but Caleb Ratcliffe looks like he's dropped off the pace a little bit at the moment. But Sebastian Gazlowski, our championship leader, currently running in P2 of this race. Now coming round, we're going to have 6 laps now left to go of this race, and it is Mason Frederick that leads ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski and Caleb Ratcliffe in P3. Brilliant stuff here we're seeing from Mason Frederick, and we saw this earlier today in their race too. He really pushes his bike in these conditions and pushes himself to the limit and performs brilliantly to keep a hold of that race lead. Fabulous stuff we're seeing from the Mason Frederick leads Sebastian Gazlowski. Here we can see our middle pack. That is Josh Perkins on the number 30 ahead of the 991 of Rex Austin. And then Bradley Curtis currently running in a P6. He started P2 on the grid. He isn't having the best of days today. We know that in race 1 yesterday he had a bit of a nasty off, and then in race 2 earlier on today he wasn't very high up there in those podium positions, and the same is happening in race 3 today. So perhaps he's just trying to get through the races this weekend, get the points he can get, but he isn't looking to be battling right up front with the others.
Absolutely. So we'll wait and see what the rest of this race has in store. Only 5 laps left to go. Frederick now with that 2-second lead, 102.997. Maybe not quite the victory parade that Sebastian Goslavsky was looking for, because the number 5 is pulling out something else here at Three Sisters to end the weekend in the Mini GP 50 Rs. There is a look to the inside at Penultimate climb, and that is a lovely move from Jensen Knowles there on Bradley Curtis, I believe that was. So nice stuff. He's really been on the charge on this lap as he slides on by. So nice stuff from him. The 2.72 on a charge. Got through Josh Perkins, in fact, after getting through Rex Austin. So that's Knowles up 2 places and into 4th. Great run over the last couple of laps for that young man. One of the newer faces we've got in the paddock this weekend. 5, soon to be 4 to go. We've got Frederick up front by 2 seconds. Goslavsky then has 3 seconds back to Caelan Ratcliffe, but then we've got a huge train of bikes. Here we see the 141 of Max Johnson doing battle there with Daisy Polden. That's for P9 as it stands, as they push through. Polden desperate to finish in the top 10 to end her weekend on a high. Up the front though, there we do see it's all chaos. They're all mixing and matching. Look at it, it's like a Moto 3 race out there. They're so close in this battle. Bradley Curtis, you got to feel from dropping down the order a little bit, unfortunately, after starting from 2nd on the grid.
Absolutely, yeah. Currently running on that 30 bike, Josh Perkins down to P5. He's just holding off the others at the moment. You've got Rex Austin on that 991, really hot on his tail, but looking to come past Rex Austin is the number 17 of Riley Paisley. He's really putting the pressure on a Rex Austin there. We've got 4 laps of racing left to go, but like we were saying, Daisy Polden unfortunately has now been passed by Max Johnson. She was running in the top then. Would have been a really good finish for her this weekend, but everybody's running so close together in this midfield pack at the moment that everybody's just swapping and changing with each other. It's really unpredictable with the GP 50Rs. Everyone's really competing at a really similar level, really similar speed on their bikes, that you never really know what's going to happen at the moment.
Yeah, again, the only way to tell who's on what bike is visually out there, so you kind of have to take a guess and pick, but they are distinct between them. Oh, damn, that's Max Johnson, who's gone sliding off the racetrack at Luna Bend, getting up and on his feet. Good to see that he's okay, but must have had contact there. Oh, a bit of a problem maybe. Hope that Max is okay, but he is up on his feet. The Avalis, the way to tell what they are, apart from that distinct 4-stroke grumble, they do have an air intake on the front of the fairing. The Metric Kit, it's just a solid fairing all the way through. So Max Johnson down and out of the race. That is a big shame for him. His weekend ends with a DNF in the 50 Rs here. 3 to go, soon to be 2 to go. So far ahead is Frederick and Goslavsky. A big gap back from 3rd place Caelan Ratcliffe to Jensen Knowles. He's 18 seconds off the lead at the moment in what has been a short and sharp race. Riley Paisley, of course, broke his leg here last year after a big crash coming into turn 1 at Penultimate climb. I believe the engine seized up and threw him into the barrier, but he's been having a really solid weekend so far. A win for his younger brother as well in the Rookies Cup earlier on today. And Paisley, P6, looking to end his weekend strong.
Yeah, exactly. 2 laps left to go though. Mason Frederick, our race leader, has now got a gap of 4.655 between him and Sebastian Goslavsky. But on our screens now, at the moment, we can see the 17 of Riley Paisley ahead of Tommy Keats. Coming around now, we've got the 30 of Josh Perkins and the 71 of Bradley Curtis. There on our screens, we do see rider Max Johnson, who did unfortunately have an off. He looks to be all okay. They're just waiting and watching his friends finish their race. But the 71 of Bradley Curtis has got through on Josh Perkins. He'll be feeling very pleased with himself there. He's staying in the top 10 at the moment, but with just 2 laps left to go, we got to wait and see. A 991 of Rex Austin is being caught up now by Riley Paisley and Tommy Keats. Gonna have to see how he copes with the pressure there. Like we were saying, our midfield really staying close together, but we are on the last lap now for Mason Frederick and Sebastian Goslavsky, our race leaders. The number 5 of Mason Frederick on our screens now, our race leader, just making his way through some back traffic. He's had an amazing weekend here at Three Sisters. Has Mason Frederick just coming around now through Paddock Corner. Just a few final corners for him to go, and then then he will have finished this race and he will take the win of the third and final race for the Mini GP 50Rs. He's had a really good day of racing. Mason Frederick has. He's been able to fly off ahead of everybody else, get past Sebastian Gazowski Super Sub, and then really show what he can do on that bike of his. Mason Frederick, the superstar you've had a fabulous day on your Mini GP 50R bike. Brilliant performance. You've come in around now into that last corner. The checkered flag is waving, and it is Mason Frederick on the last lap who takes the win of the third race here at Three Sisters. A brilliant performance from him, and Sebastian Gazowski has now crossed the line, our championship winner for this year, with Caelan Ratcliffe in third. Absolute brilliant podium there from these guys. Mason Frederick, though, really been heavily competitive today.
He has indeed. What a performance there from Frederick to take the final race of the weekend. And signalling something to the camera. I'm not entirely sure what that was supposed to be, or actually, it may well have just been to his dad, but gets the salute and will sit behind the number one podium board and will receive the trophy later on today as well. Gazowski, not quite the championship victory parade that he perhaps wanted, but still a very respectable second place. And a nice ride as well from Caelan Ratcliffe, the number 96, rounding out the podium places. Elsewhere out there, we had Jensen Knowles in P4, Riley Paisley 5th, Tommy Keats P6, Rex Austin was 7th, Bradley Curtis in P8, Josh Perkins was 9th, and Daisy Polden rounding out our top 10 there. Elsewhere, we also had Callum Maxwell P11, Joey Athasich in 12th, Claudia Dublin 13th, and as we saw, unfortunately, the 141 of Max Johnson having an off down at Luna Bend, but it was good to see that he was up on his feet straight away and all okay. Maybe with a little bit of a limp. He did look like he took a bit of a knock, but he's up. That is the most important thing. That is it then for the Mini GP 50Rs here at Three Sisters. They'll be back, guess what, when we're back here at Three Sisters in a couple of weeks' time for the final round of the season, of course using the Valley layout for all of our bikes out there. It's been a great weekend for these guys. We can't wait for them to wrap up the season later on.
Now we have the third and final race of our weekend here at Three Sisters for the Extreme 200. They are just coming round on their sighting lap now. Before we get this race underway, let's have a run through of how the grid is going to be looking for this race. On pole position, we have Taylor Tomlinson. In second place, we have Leo Soliu. Third on the grid is Harrison Day. Fourth is Wilson Dilks. Fifth, Tyler Humphreys. Sixth, Matthew Thomas. In P7 on our grid is Frankie Watson. 8th, Taylor Davis. 9th, Asher Durham. 10th, Travis Shaw. 11th, Tyler Hartley. Rounding out our grid is Harrison Quincy. So it's looking like we should hopefully have 12 riders with us for this third and final race of the Extreme 200 this weekend. These guys had their first race yesterday evening and now have got their final two today. We had one earlier this morning and we are just getting ready to start their third and final one now. Brilliant performance we've seen this weekend from Taylor Tomlinson and Matthew Thomas on that 47. These guys have really been pushing their bikes this weekend, and today especially we've seen them absolutely flying and really getting involved in some battles on track.
Yeah, it's a lot less bikes out there than scheduled. There is a way in which Harrison Day can wrap up the championship in this race and become a double champion here today, but it involves Wilson Dilks not finishing the race, and he has to win. And in fact, I'm looking at that, I don't think Wilson Dilks is actually here for this race. No, I'm not seeing Wilson Dilks anywhere. Okay, that is interesting. So Wilson Dilks, is he here? Going off of P7? No, I don't think so. Or is that him on the LR8? No. Is he here? Am I just being really blind?
We only have a seven.
No, we've only got 7. So no Wilson Dilks.
This race.
Okay, so if Harrison Day wins this race, he wraps up the Extreme 200 Championship. But Taylor Tomlinson's been looking really pacey in this class, so we'll see if it's going to be a third Macarena of the day for the 77 green flag drops. We're underway in the amphibian scaffolding Extreme 200 race number 3. Good start there from Harrison Day with no Wilson Dilks. All he needs to do is win to claim the championship. Tomlinson also away well. He's been so fast this weekend, or Sunday especially. Matthew Thomas, also a good start. Leo Soliu, he's been running well in this class this weekend in P3 for the meanwhile. Into the S's for the first time, there's Asher Durham, Pirelli National Sport Bike. runner-up at the moment. Of course, that could all change with Assen coming up shortly, with the top 5 bikes all making their way through Lunar Bend in quick succession. They'll come around, cross the timing beam and start the first lap proper. It is Tomlinson from Day from what looks to be potentially Matthew Thomas as he challenges in P3.
Absolute brilliant start to this race. We've got just 10 laps left to go at the moment. Taylor Tomlinson leading ahead of Harrison Day and Leo Soliu, but a fabulous start. Harrison Day looks to be gaining a little bit on Taylor Tomlinson at the moment. He's going to want to push his bike here. Like we were saying, he needs to get past Taylor in this final race today to be able to say he is champion, due to the fact Wilson Dilks is not racing in this third and final race today. So Harrison Day, a bit of pressure on him for this third and final race, but everybody really close together. The 47 of Matthew Thomas has now made the move up past Leo Soliu. He's currently running in P3 of this race. All of our guys, especially our top 5, are really close together. Travis Shaw on that number 4, not having the best weekend, really struggling there, currently running at the bottom of our grid. He does seem to be struggling, but our top runner guys there, we see Taylor Tomlinson, Harrison Day and Matthew Thomas. Matthew Thomas looking potentially to make a move on Harrison Day. He is really pulling out all the stops for us this weekend. Matthew Thomas really impressing us.
Absolutely. I don't think that Harrison Day will be too upset if he doesn't clinch the championship here today, because for Wilson Dilks to take the championship going into the final round, has to win every race and hope that Harrison Day doesn't score. So it's a mammoth order, and that's if Wilson Dilks even turns up anyway. So he might be champion by default, but he's going to go for the move up the inside at Lucy's Valley anyway, though. Tomlinson will have the switch back in the up and under, but doesn't get it. So Day does go to the lead with 9 to go as they come into the S's. Tomlinson drops down a position, and Day has set himself up to potentially be leaving Three Sisters with 2 championships under his belt.
Absolutely impressive stuff from Harrison Day. Brilliant performance we are seeing from him. He did that move really clean on Taylor Tomlinson, but we've got a bit of a train forming at the moment. We've got Harrison Day, Taylor Tomlinson and Matthew Thomas all really close together, just 0.2 seconds separating all 3 of them. This is really close battle between them. We've also got Asher Durham up currently. Oh, and that's a 47 of Matthew Thomas through past Taylor Tomlinson. A brilliant move from him there. He is really hungry to try and get a race win this weekend with 8 laps left to go. Matthew Thomas is really showing to everyone he can be involved in these fights and these battles. He is hungry for a race win.
He is, and well, he was hungry for his Weetabix this morning, and it's clearly worked, because he's riding like a man possessed today. The 47 with the 15 in his sights. Can Thomas try and find a way through into Lunar Bend? It'll be 7 to go when they cross the line this time by. The lap times last time was a 102.5 for Day, a 102.9 for Tomlinson, a 102.6 for Thomas. As I say that, Tomlinson a 101.6, and looking to go around the outside. Can he tuck it back into the inside for a move maybe? Into Coward Summit. No, he's going to have to back out surely. Yes, he does. That would have been something special otherwise, but the inside still open into Joey Dunlop corner. But once again, Harrison Day, strong in his defence, keeps that 47 behind him. We've got a race on our hands here. 3 of the finest riders you'll find in the whole FAB-Racing paddock going out there wheel to wheel. Harrison Day with a title on the line, potentially Matthew Thomas desperate for a win to add another to his tally, which is far too low really for a rider of his calibre. Things just haven't gone his way more often than not in 2025. We have got a fantastic race in our hands.
We really have, Ross. There was a moment there where I thought there was a potential for Matthew Thomas and Harrison Day to come together. Thomas was really close, and the Harrison Day went straight on the defensive. He doesn't want Thomas getting past him. These guys are being really aggressive in their racing with each other. They know it's their last race of the weekend, and they're really wanting to do anything they can. We've got just 6 laps left to go now, and has he done it? And I do think Matthew Thomas has done it and gone through on Harrison Day. Yes, he has. Matthew Thomas on that 47 has got past Harrison Day just as he came at the back of the hill there. A brilliant move from him. Fabulous stuff we are seeing, and he has got a gap forming ahead of Harrison Day.
brilliant move up the inside at Coward Summit. So brave from the 47. That was the 111 of Taylor Davis we saw down in the meantime. Looks like he's up on his feet and okay though, but yellow flags will be waving. Local yellows, that is, coming through the S's section, or into Luna Bend, actually, you see there. So he'll be down in this section, I believe. But man, what a move from Matthew Thomas. And he's starting, pushing his way through as well. We believe it's the 111 of Taylor Davis that is stopped down there at the final corner. And now Taylor Tomlinson putting the pressure on Harrison Day. So if we finish like this, Harrison Day does not clinch the title. As we got another yellow flag out. Is that a crash down into the final? Oh, we got someone else down as well. Oh, Leo Solihu's gone down, I think. The 36 also dropping it. I think that may be down into Joey Dunlop corner where he's gone down, unfortunately. Then there was 5. As I was saying though, yeah, as it stands, Harrison Day does not win the championship at the end of this race. It does go to the final round, and yet Leo Solihu is up on his feet and okay. Looks like he's had the wind knocked out of him, unfortunately, but he is up. That is the most important thing. And there we see Josh Day, that's Harrison's dad, who's gone over to check in and I'll make sure that Leo is all okay. It's great to see that he is up on his feet once again. Taylor Tomlinson still putting the pressure on Harrison Day, meanwhile. Gets a great run, but has to get out of it because Harrison Day blocks his way as they come through Luna Bend. Maybe a run for the 77 into turn 1.
With 4 laps left to go, Harrison Day, I will say, is a really, really good defensive rider. He can see when someone is going to close in and look to make a move, and straight away he just blocks up their way. But here we have got the number 47 of Matthew Thomas, our race leader at the moment. We have only got 5 bikes on track at the moment and just 12 seconds separating them all. It has been a really close race so far, but our race leader, Matthew Thomas, got a gap of nearly 1 second over Harrison Day. Harrison Day seems to have pulled away from Taylor Tomlinson a bit and is now looking to just try and really close down that gap between him and Matthew Thomas, because like we said, Harrison Day probably isn't the most concerned about the championship going this weekend, but he will be aware that if he doesn't win today, it will go to the final round, and he has to hope that Wilson doesn't turn up to that round. But an absolute brilliant race we've seen from these guys. Taylor Tomlinson, is he going to look to make the move? He moved out just a little bit. No, he can't quite get enough on the straight, on his throttle, to line up with Harrison Day and just squeeze on past him. We've got 3 laps left to go. Our race leader, Matthew Thomas, a fastest lap of 1 second, 0.377. He is putting in some massive times.
Yeah, it's 8/10 quicker than anybody else out there at the moment. Matthew Thomas somehow, some way has woken up and has found something else that nobody on Sunday can match. He is in a class of his own every single time he gets out there on the racetrack, and he is set to take home a very comfortable victory to cap off what has been, in terms of his riding, one of the best weekends of the season, without a shadow of a doubt. Maybe not so much in terms of results. I'm sure he's had multi-race win season weekends beforehand, and again, that race is still eluding him a little bit at the moment, but he has been riding in fine form. As they start the penultimate lap of the race, Tomlinson does have a run on Day. Day forced to go defensive, tries squeezing the 77 into Pentith Clyde. Then as they come to Coward Summit, a little bit too far back for Tomlinson, so we'll have to stay put for the time being. Maybe into Joey Dunlop corner. No, nothing on that occasion, so we'll stay pushing on behind the number 15 and the potential champion of this class, already champion in the Mini GP 70s this year, hence the gold, Harrison Day.
Absolutely brilliant ride, a defensive ride we are seeing from Harrison Day at the moment. He wants Taylor Tomlinson to stay behind him. He is aware though that unless he finishes first in this race, he will not be winning the championship until next round in a couple of weeks' time, back here again at Three Sisters. But there is our race leader, Matthew Thomas. The number 47 has absolutely surprised us today with his racing. He has been absolutely fantastic. And there we see the last lap flag is out. This is it for Matthew Thomas. He just has to get around this lap. He's got a 2-second gap between him and Harrison Day and Taylor Tomlinson, so it looks like he is going to take a race win here at Three Sisters Circuit. They're just coming down into Paddock Bend now. Harrison Day still in second place ahead of Taylor Tomlinson, but Taylor Tomlinson has not let up the pressure all race long. He's really been saying to Harrison Day, look, I'm going to go past you at some point. You got to deal with it. But
Tomlinson's got down.
Tomlinson down. Taylor Tomlinson with just half a lap left to go is down and out the race. He's going to be devastated with that result. But it is Matthew Thomas who is coming round now into the final few corners of this race for the third and final race of the Extreme 200s this weekend. You can see he's got a little celebration going on there, and he has done it. Matthew Thomas, his first race win this weekend here at Three Sisters in Wigan for the Extreme 200s. Matthew Thomas smiling, you can tell underneath that helmet. You should be very proud of yourself, young man.
A fantastic ride and a fantastic win to cap off a fantastic weekend. The 47 is on top once again in 2025. A brilliant ride. Unfortunately, Harrison Day does not clinch the championship by 2 points at the end of that one. So it will go to the final round when we return to Three Sisters. But of course, realistically, it's all but done. Asher Durham up in third place after Taylor Tomlinson crashed. So the Pirelli National Sport Bike rider finally gets a podium. Just goes to show how good the level is here at FAB-Racing, I guess. Congratulations to Asher, though, getting a podium here at FAB-Racing. That does take some doing when you've got guys, of course, who are doing the whole season and know what they're on about when it comes to mini bikes and the like. But a huge congratulations to Matthew Thomas with how he's been riding, that today especially. A win was very much deserved this weekend, and he's got that now. And again, Harrison Day goes over to congratulate him, does not clinch the title today, but realistically it is all but over with a 73-point advantage heading into the final round of this season. That's it for the Amphibian Scaffolding Extreme 200s here. They'll return when we head back to Three Sisters and the Valley Circuit for the final round of 2025.
And now we've got the third and final race for the Moto team, guys. We've got open and standard running in this class of racing. These guys have already had their first two races. After yesterday, we couldn't do their first race, so they had to complete that this morning. These guys have been out on track a fair few times today, and it is their last time to go around and really get some competition going. So they are just coming out now for their sighting lap. It doesn't look like we've got too many of our riders joining us for this race, but let's have a run through of how the grid should look anyway. On pole position, we should have Marco Pandolfo for Team Acme Racing. In second, we should have Warren Guantario. In third, Phil Mapplebeck. Fourth, Ian Jackson. Fifth, Hayden West. Sixth, Harrison O'Keefe. Seventh, Fraser Kinneard. Eighth, Linton Di Miola. Ninth, Gary O'Keefe. 10th, Paul Kelly. 11th, Phil Joyce. 12th, Alistair Kinneard. And 13th, Madison Martlew. That is how our grid should theoretically be looking if all riders are out on track. However, I'm not too sure if they are. We've just got to wait for everybody to come around at the end of this sighting lap, get into their positions on track and get racing for their third and final time this weekend. Once again, we do have two different classes running for Moto Team. We have the Moto Team Standard and the Moto Team Open. The Open Championship was taken earlier today by Marco Pandolfo and Team Acme Racing, which is brilliant to see. Standard at the moment. Who is leading our championship, Ross?
In standard class, it is Ian Jackson, who's not actually riding his bike this weekend. If you've not been with us for our action, it's actually Matt Lindley on the Ian Jackson bike this weekend. It's a 69-point advantage for Jackson coming into this one. So to win the title at the end of race 3, Ian Jackson has to outscore Harrison O'Keefe by 6 points. If he does that, then he is crowned champion. Or the Ian Jackson bike is crowned champion. Matt Lindley, of course, on it. He himself is not champion, unfortunately. That's not quite how Moto team works. As neither of the front two are here. Looks like Guantario is decided to go. Oh no, he is here. He was just a bit slow on the outlap. So the standard championship still wide open. Of course, Marco Pandolfo, Team Acme Racing, they've already gone home, but they wrapped up the open championship in race number 1 earlier on. Standard championship. Again, if the 27 bike outscores Harrison O'Keefe by 6 points, they are champion. It is all eyes then to Lee Clowes and the green flag for the final time this weekend. Flag drops and we get underway. Good start there from Ontario. Great start there from Lindley on the 27 as he gets up, not quite into second place overall. The 191 though, what a start that is from Phil Mappelbeck to get into the overall lead of the race on that standard machine as they slide their way through Lucy's Valley for the first time, all very tentative, all trying to see roughly where the grip is. Looks like Guantario holding on to that second place overall. Of course, that 27 is in the standard class. Guantario leads in the open class in P2. But as they make their way down the Rogerson Straight and into Luna Bend, what a start that was from Phil Mappelbeck as they come to start the first lap proper. Again, the timing being is well around the track from where we start. They'll come to it in a short moment. Their way out of Luna Bend and up the hill, top 3 starting to break away from further back, but we do start going. Mappelbeck is in the open, not in the standard class, so Guantario does have a battle on his hand. Currently Ian Jackson in P1, Harrison O'Keefe in P3 in the standard class. If they finish like that, then Ian Jackson is the champion, even though he's not even on the bike this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We have got Matt Lindley covering for Ian Jackson this weekend. Ian Jackson unable to race with us this weekend, but Matt Lindley through on Warren Guantiaro on the open bike. He's waving his hand about there, Warren is, perhaps suggesting there's a little bit of an issue with the bike or something is an issue on track for him. But we've got a little train forming now of our top 3. It's Phil Mappelbeck and Warren, Ian Jackson, well, Matt Lindley for Ian Jackson and Warren Guantario. Those are our top 3 at the moment. It looked like Matt Lindley on that 27 bike was going to look at make a move on the 191 of Phil Mappelbeck then, but we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with these guys right now. But a brilliant race start we have seen from them. But I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but Warren does seem to be having some issues. He's looking to make a move on Matt Lindley round that corner. He did just slide up on the inside then. That had us all kind of pausing for a minute, hoping that nothing went wrong for him then. That was a pretty dangerous move he made then.
Oh, big dive into Joey Dunlop corner, 3rd to 1st at the hardest part of the racetrack in the 2 corners. Brilliant stuff from Guantario. Lindley tries to follow through on Ian Jackson's bike, now gets up into 2nd place overall, still leading the way in the standard class, of course, and currently on course to clinch that title for the 27 squad. Hayden West in P2 and Harrison O'Keefe in P3. If O'Keefe is able to get up into 2nd place, the championship mathematically does go to the final race. The championship mathematically does go to the final round, but it'll be a big ask to come back coming into that one. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. 8 laps, soon to be 7 laps still left to run. And is that Ian Jackson's bike in the overall lead of the race, or is Guantario? No, Guantaro's just shot ahead off into the distance. I retract my prior statement, but Ian Jackson's bike, the number 27 with Matt Lindley on it, still leads the way in the standard class. Hayden West P2 and Harrison O'Keefe P3. In the open class, it's Warren Guantario that leads overall leader as well. 3rd place Phil Mappelbeck is 2nd, and only one other open class bike out there. It is the one and the only Gary O'Keefe down in P8. Gaza is about to get himself a podium here.
Yeah, he is really about to get himself a podium for the guys running the open class. We don't often see an O'Keefe podium really at the moment.
Not
this
Gary
year anyway, not for Gary unfortunately, but he is on track to get one today. We've got 7 laps left to go. Warren Guantario on his Moto Team open bike, leading ahead of Matt Lindley on the number 27, replacing Ian Jackson for this weekend. If he can hold that position, and Hayden West has no issues, it's going to be that Ian Jackson overall will win the Moto Team Standard Championship, but Matt Lindley has helped him do that this weekend by coming in and helping him out a little bit.
That's a very good point, because Matt Lindley also did the weekend on the Team Acme bike a couple of rounds ago. Has there ever been a situation where someone has won two class or won both? Hang on, let me try to wrap my head around how I'm trying to say this. So Matt Lindley has been a part of both championship winning squads if Ian Jackson is to pick up the title in this class. So he'll have helped win both classes championships in the one MotoGP. Has that ever happened before? That's quite impressive.
I don't think it ever has.
We're
happened
making
before.
history here.
We are having fab history happen in the third and final race for the Moto Team Open here at Three Sisters this weekend. We got just 6 laps left to go. About to be one less, I do think, about to come down to be just 5, but absolute brilliant racing we are seeing from these. But like we were saying, Ross, we haven't had this happen before. We haven't had a rider race for 2 separate teams, should we say, in the 2 separate classes and assist them both in winning the title. Matt Lindley, I think everybody's going to be after him next year.
Matt Lindley might statistically be the greatest person to ever get on a bike. So I think, like, winning both classes of the same championship in 1 year, like, the only way I can think that's happened if someone's like jumped ship to another team midway through a year in some series where that could potentially happen, and then both squads have somehow won the title. Basically, Matt Lindley is the greatest man who's ever walked the earth. He's getting his knighthood tomorrow. King's rung him up earlier. You know, this is set in stone stuff that we're talking about here. Yeah, I mean, Lindley is a really good rider, it must be said, you know, and there is a reason why so many squads call on his services when they do need a stand-in rider. Of course, Moto Team, it's all about the bike. It doesn't matter who's on the bike, it's all about the bike itself, which is, well, you don't see as many team names anymore. There was a period of time where everyone had a team name, which is really confusing. But that's why you have things like Team FAB-Racing, and even though Ian Jackson isn't on that number 27, as we do cut to the number 27 machine, it is still Team Ian Jackson, so to speak, and the points go to the bike and Ian Jackson's bike. So that's why Lindley is able to kind of jump around and do all these things. And again, a very, very reliable rider that when teams need a stand-in, or, you know, someone's not so sure they're going to be able to race due to an injury or an illness or whatever, Lindley's the one who gets on and goes for it.
There is a chance that Ross may spoken a little bit too soon about the championship, because Hayden West on that number 37 for Moto Team Standard has in the past couple of laps got up past Phil Mappelbeck, and there is only 1.5 seconds between him and Ian Jackson, and with 4 laps left to go, he looks to be gaining there on Matt Lindley on Ian Jackson's bike. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here.
Yeah, well, of course, if Jackson wins this race in the standard class and Gary O'Keefe finishes where, or Harrison O'Keefe, should I say, finishes where he is, which is P5 overall, P3 in class, then it is the title going the way of the 27 squad. But Hayden West looks like he's finding a little something extra, that confidence starting to build. So we'll wait and see. The 37, is he hunting down the 27? Does he smell blood? We'll wait and see. The 3, maybe 2.5 laps now left to run in this one. Or actually, no, it will be 2 because they're about to cross the line. No, it is 3 left to go. It's just that McIntyre is so far up the road that I was expecting the ticker to go down. So 3 to go then. And there is Matt Lindley on the number 27, the Team Ian Jackson bike. With Hayden West right on his tail. Is it championship disaster for Ian Jackson, who'll be watching along, seeing his hopes and dreams crushed, knowing that he has to wait a couple of extra weeks before he can put champion on his social media status?
Quite possibly, Ross. I think we should stop jinxing things now. We said we were running ahead of schedule earlier.
We still are.
Then we had the oil spillage and we got pushed back an hour.
We're still ahead of schedule.
I mean, I know we are still ahead of schedule, but we may have just jinxed this here for Matt Lindley and Ian Jackson. Hayden West is really starting to catch up now. He's shaving off the time every lap round. He's down to just 0.982 between him and Matt Lindley on Ian Jackson's bike. We have got only 2 laps left to go now. Warren Guantario has done that now. We've got the penultimate lap of this race. We're going to have to see if Ian Jackson's bike, Matt Lindley, can just hold on that little bit longer to finish this race. But Warren Guantario is lapping absolutely everybody. Everybody from P4 down has been lapped. Harrison O'Keefe now past Phil Mapplebeck. He's running 4th overall, but still 3rd for the Moto team standard. But Warren Guantario is absolutely flying around this track at the moment. I do believe it could end up being a couple of people don't complete all their laps on our screens at the moment. We see Gary O'Keefe still on track to have a podium for the Moto team open class. Well done, Gary, for that really good stuff we're seeing from you today.
I mean, he might only be on track for open class podium because there's only 3 open class riders out there, but you have to finish the race to get the podium. Gary's doing a great job. We all love Gary. He's doing a fantastic job. Well done, Gary. Let's move on. Joking aside, we're really happy for Gary if he is able to get the podium at the end of the race. We are on to the final lap, and it is getting really pressured for Matt Lindley on the number 27 as they come across the line to start their final tour, because the pressure's on. Lindley probably knows if he wins this race and Harrison O'Keefe does finish where he is now and Hayden West doesn't crash down and out, that Team Ian Jackson are standard class champions. Half a lap away from destiny potentially for the 27 squad. Up the front, Guantario in no man's land. He has bolted away 18.5 seconds ahead of the nearest rider on track, and he's going to sweep all 3 open class races this weekend. What a masterful run he has had here at Three Sisters. Been loving life on that machine, and as he comes into Luna Bend for the final time this weekend, who else would it be? The 55 or the 42, depending on what screen and what fairing you're looking at, of Warren Guantario will take the checkered flag and win. But now we wait painstakingly to see, where is Ian Jackson? Where is Hayden West? Is it the 27's day to claim the title? Will the 37 upset the apple cart? Has Matt Lindley done enough as we wait for them to come out of the final corner agonisingly, painstakingly? Where are they? Have they been done? Oh, it's chaos across the line. Did they get it done? No! Hayden West got him on the final lap. Hayden West wins in standard.
That was literally through the final corner as well.
The 27 squad have to wait a couple more weeks to be champions. I mean, it's... hang on, let me do the maths. It's a 73-point gap in the championship. Realistically, it's done. But officially, we have to wait a little while longer. Oh, heartbreak for Ian Jackson, I'm sure. Matt Lindley will be raging as well. Oh, what a shame. But what a run there from Hayden West as well. He was really charging over the second half of that race.
I mean, Warren Guantario and Hayden West as well, 2 new faces this weekend, and they have come in, and I said this every race so far this weekend, but these 2 really have come in and gone, come on guys, this is where we want to be racing at. Let's pick up the pace a bit, let's have a bit more fun, and let's really go racing. And I'm not saying that they don't already, but these 2 really have put pressure on all of our regular faces in the Moto team at the moment. But brilliant stuff to see. And there we can see Gary O'Keefe on the number 63 behind that P3 podium spot. He has done it. He's got himself a podium this weekend here at Three Sisters. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Fantastic stuff from the Moto team, guys. Their weekend done and dusted. Championship not quite wrapped up for the 27 of Ian Jackson just yet. But when they return to Three Sisters in a couple of weeks' time for the final round, it's looking pretty certain. Final race of the weekend then, and it is time for the MK Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre, and still looks like we've got a fair few of them out there as well. Sebastian Goslavsky, of course, has already wrapped up the championship. I'm not even sure if he's gone out onto the track. We'll wait and see. In fact, no, he's actually just come out of the pit lane now, so Goslavsky will be in this race. Let's run through the grid for you, though, while the riders are making their way round to the grid. And, of course, this will be what we're supposed to have. We're supposed to have 19. I think we've got a little bit less than that. A lot of people have already made their way home already. It's Rex Austin from pole, Sebastian Goslavsky, your champion alongside. Tommy Keats starts third with Caleb Rackman in P4. 03 is Kai Hawken and Josh Perkins, with Nicholas Dunwoody going off of 7th. Riley Paisley is alongside. Daisy Polden and Jensen Ansell, they round out your top 10, with Preston Baker P11 and Emilio Pereira in P12. Mo Morris is 13th with Max Johnson 14th. Bojan Blajewski is 15th alongside Callum Maxwell. Harry James is 17th. Mason Hams is P18, and the 126 of Oliver Wilson starts in P19. That is, again, what we're supposed to have, 19 riders. Whether we'll get the full 19, I doubt that very much. But still looks like there's a fair few bikes out there. Sebastian Kozlowski's still out there as well, so we know he'll like to put on a show to celebrate his championship in style, but we've still got a race in our hands here.
Yeah, we definitely have, Ross. I'm just looking now. Our final few riders are making their way around on to the grid. It's looking like we've lost a fair few of riders. Have we saved the best race to? It's today. These guys already been on track twice today, like we said earlier, like for the Moto team. They had their first race this morning, so these guys are really ready to get going, excited to start their race for the last time today. It is our last race of the weekend. It is the Mini GP 50. Lee Clowes just making sure everybody's cleared off the track, off the grid now, and she's getting that flag, and we are about to go racing. Down and we are off. The race has started for the final time for the Mini GP 50. It is Rex Austin who was quick off the line, but Sebastian Kozlowski up on the outside and then on the inside through that corner. Sebastian Kozlowski, beautiful move there to take the race lead of this race. Rex Austin going to be under a little bit of pressure from Caelan Ratcliffe and Tommy Keats. Those numbers 96 and number 8. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, up past Tommy Keats to be running in P3 at the moment. A brilliant performance from him to start the race. These last couple of races today, he has come in really aggressive, and that's been really nice to see from Caelan Ratcliffe. But these guys have been waiting all day for this race, really competitive, really hungry for the race win. But Sebastian Kozlowski, Super Seb, got a brilliant lead ahead of everybody else there. He really does just perform amazingly every single race we see, and that does look like the number 30 of Josh Perkins has got up past Tommy Keats now on that number 8. Tommy Keats not really having the best of the weekends at the moment. He's really struggling with that defending.
Yeah, he is a little bit, but they'll push onwards anyway as they're now on their second, or no, still on the first lap, should I say, although they have now technically started their second tour again. It's a bit weird with the timing being in the start line situation, but we've been here for a weekend now. We should have worked it out. But yeah, Perkins gets on by on the number 30. Top 3 all still quite close together at the moment. I've got no idea what's going on at the moment, but they are going to push onwards anyway. It is Kozlowski that leads from Austin, from Caelan Ratcliffe. Your top 3 yellow flags. Who's gone down? And we had a big one. Yes, we have. Is that Caelan Ratcliffe, I believe, who's had a big off and is down and out of the final race of the weekend. And furious, absolutely furious is he. But good to see that he's up on his feet and A-OK. And it is indeed Caelan Ratcliffe who has gone down and out of the race. The number 96 machine ends in the dirt.
Oh dear, that is unfortunate for Caelan Ratcliffe. Really unfortunate end to his racing weekend.
Oh, big damage as well on the fairing.
A lot of damage on the fairing there. That's going to be a bit of a fix there for him. But let's get back to the racing action. We have got just 9 laps left to go, and it's Sebastian Kozlowski still leading ahead of Rex Austin. Josh Perkins in 3rd, and Tommy Keats now running in 4th. Brilliant racing we are seeing from these guys. A bit of a gap forming between P2 Rex Austin and then back to the number 30 of Josh Perkins running in 3rd there. But this is the little pack we want to be watching here. Josh Perkins, Tommy Keats and Riley Paisley. It looks like Riley Paisley has actually got the move up past Tommy Keats now, and is also going to be looking to make the move past the number 30 of Josh Perkins. Riley Paisley throughout the weekend is really showing his competitive side as well. We've got just 8 laps left to go of this race, the final race of the day, and it is Josh Perkins in 3rd place, leading ahead the number 17 of Riley Paisley. First, Riley Paisley though on the outside. Ooh, what a move from him there. That was dangerous, that was competitive, and that was brilliant. He has done it. He is through the number 17 of Riley Paisley, through on the number 30 of Josh Perkins. Ross, you look speechless after that.
I am speechless. Contact around the outside at Coward Summit? How on earth has has that happened? I know I said earlier that I think it was Matthew Thomas with the move of the season. Scrap it, take it back off him. We're going to go to his van, rip the trophy, and give it to that man right there, Riley Paisley. Man, oh man, what a manoeuvre around the outside there with 8 laps left to run. Talk about saving the special stuff for late in the day. Oh, that's going to take me a little while to get over that one. What a move, though, to move up there a position. And that gets him into the podium places as well. What a great result that would be to him to round off the weekend with a nice little podium again this track last year where he broke his leg after an engine seize at the top of the hill that threw him off and into the barrier. A great first comeback here for him would be to stand on the podium places. There is your champion and race leader, Sebastian Gosławski, making his way into Paddock Bend. He's got a pretty healthy lead, just under 2 seconds from Rex Austin in P2, and Austin himself has just over 2 seconds back to Riley Paisley, who's now in P3.
Wow. I'm still speaking. Like, I'll pass it over to you because I didn't know what to say, and then you said it back to me.
It's unbelievable, wasn't it?
And I still don't know what to say. That was absolutely amazing from Riley Paisley. I said he's been competitive this weekend, and he really, really is. But all these guys are always competitive with each other, no matter the weekend, no matter where we're racing, no matter the weather conditions. These guys don't care. They just want to go racing, and they really want to compete with each other. But as soon as they come off track, they're all the bestest of friends. It's really, really great to see. 6 laps left to go. There is our guy running in P2, Rex Austin on that 991. He's having a good weekend this weekend. But Riley Paisley is getting a lot of pace out of his bike, building that gap between him and Perkins now. He's looking to be chasing down Rex Austin. There's just 1.758 separating those two at the moment. Riley Paisley with 6 laps left to go is really, really pushing his bike in this final race.
I mean, you do see it sometimes. Typically when 2 riders are locked in battle, it normally holds them up. What we're seeing in this race is one of those rare situations where they're actually both pushing each other faster and faster to the limit to try and prove it. It's pushing Paisley quicker to try and stay in front, and Perkins himself is having to up his game to stay with him and try and overtake, and it just builds and builds. So Perkins had the fastest lap of the race last lap, a 103.5. That's the only person who's been in the 103s outside of Sebastian Gosławski. Paisley was a 104 dead, still half a tenth quicker than Rex Austin in P2 as well. Paisley on this lap also looks like he's now turned the wick up even further, and we'll wait to see as they cross the line now if it is quicker. And yeah, it is. Paisley now into the 103s, and another 5 tenths taken out of the gap between himself and Rex Austin. So these guys almost working together in a sense, pushing forward, maybe sensing the fact that they can both gain positions here if they play their cards right. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. That's the gap we'll keep an eye on. The 991 of Rex Austin, then the 17 of Paisley, and the 30 of Josh Perkins in P4. 4.5 laps really left to go here at Three Sisters in the King's Two-Wheel Centre Mini GP 50s. And as they make their way through Lucy's Valley, you can still tell very, very close between Paisley and Perkins. But again, I think they're mentally synced up. I think they both know, yeah, we can work together here, push each other's to try and catch up to the back of Paisley.
Yeah, I definitely think they are working together to catch up on the back of Rex Austin at the moment. But that's what these guys do. If they know that it's going to benefit each other, they will work together. Oh, no, that's Riley Paisley.
Big. Oh, that's big.
Sliding off there. He really came off there. With just 4 laps left to go, Perkins now running in P3 behind Rex Austin in P2 with Sebastian Gosławski still leading this race. But what an off that was for Riley Paisley. 4 laps left to go though. There is our race lead. Sebastian Gosławski was for laps left to go. Brilliant racing we are seeing from him at the moment. Sebastian Gosławski.
Got a red flag.
We have got.
We got a red flag.
We have got a red flag out now. Everybody's just coming to a stop, being stopped where they are.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion with the Paisley incident. I believe that Riley is up and okay. Well, we'll confirm that in a few moments. So the red flag is out for that incident regardless, but I think there was just a bit of confusion with the red flag. I guess we don't know what's going on, but red flag here in the final race of the day with 4 laps left to go. They may call that one there. We'll wait to hear what race control have to say. And that's a shame as well, because there was a really good battle brewing there. Josh Perkins checking out something on his exhaust. He's not happy with something there on the 30 machine, but it's all right, because it's the end of the weekend anyway. He doesn't have to worry about any of those problems. But yeah, unfortunately, the final race of the weekend, a big crash for Riley Paisley. A year on after another big crash he had here at Three Sisters, and we will let you know that he's okay as soon as we do. But that very may well be an end to our racing action here this weekend, unfortunately. So we will keep you updated, and just had the word in from race control. Well, we're hearing from race control anyway what's going to be happening on, and we'll let an update. We'll give you an update as soon as we know. But given we're so close to the end of the race and so close to the end of the day, so we are being told that is confirmed. The race is ending there. It will not be restarted. These are the provisional results as they currently stand. Sebastian Kozlowski takes the victory with Rex Austin P2, Josh Perkins in P3. Tommy Keaters 4th, Kai Hawk in P5, Daisy Pold in P6, Nicholas Dunwoody P7, Riley Paisley classified in 8th, and Preston Baker in P10. A worrying way to end the day, unfortunately. Oh, Riley's up. That is fantastic to see. Look, Riley Paisley is up and on his feet after a very, very big off into the wall. Just took, I think, some checks being done by the medical team. It was a really big crash. A year on from his big crash here last year. But great to see that Riley is up and on his feet and okay. But that's it then. With that race brought to an end with the red flag, that is it. That's all we got time for here at Three Sisters. The racing will be going again. The medic's just giving another check to Riley Paisley. I think they're a little bit worried he may have knocked his head, but he's up on his feet and A-OK, which is the most important thing to see. And we are very, very glad about that one. So, well done, Riley, for not hurting yourself.
Everybody, our weekend of racing at round 6 of the MasterMac FAB-Racing Mini Bike Championship here at Three Sisters has come to a close. This weekend has been an absolute whirlwind. We've seen some crazy weather conditions. We have seen a fair few new faces, and we have seen a fair few champions named this weekend, which has been absolutely brilliant to see. We have got just one round left in a couple of weeks, which will be coming to Three Sisters again, but we will be running the Valley Circuit for that weekend, where we will see both geared and mini bikes on the same track, so we'll have to wait and see what happens for those guys there. But an absolute fabulous weekend of racing. Always fun to be here at Fab. Ross, how have you found it this weekend?
It's been a brilliant day. It's a shame that it's ended so abruptly with that red flag, but great to see that Riley is up on his feet and A-OK. But yeah, it's been a brilliant day of racing. Again, we had extra races than we were expecting. Great racing we were expecting, and even with a big 45-minute delay for an oil spill, we are still finishing 20 minutes ahead of time as well. So we've done well to get that done. Obviously, I'm delighted with my sprint race victory earlier on. But no, it's been a fantastic day racing. As you said, we've crowned many a champion here this weekend. It's been a hugely successful season, of course. And we'll be back to cap things off in a couple of weeks' time when we return for our finale.
Absolutely. We will be, Ross. So that season finale, we will be back here at Three Sisters on Thursday the 9th, Friday the 10th and Saturday the 11th of October. So you've not got long to wait, just about a month, and then we will have our season finale. It's been a brilliant season of racing so far here with Fab, and we cannot wait to bring that final weekend for you in just a couple of weeks. Thank you for tuning in wherever you have been watching from. Do not forget to like, comment, subscribe. Also remember that if you yourself or you have a child who would like to get involved in racing, do head to the FAB-Racing website. It is the premier place to start your racing journey on the road to MotoGP, the biggest and the best mini bike championship in the UK. So please do that. Thank you for tuning in. We will see you next weekend. I've been Izzy Higgs. With me in the commentary box has been Ross McIntyre, and we will see you soon.
On the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship.